Chapter 708. Rising Lake had sent out invitations for tomorrow's banquet, inviting guests from all over. Not only Sky Declaring Pavilion, but all of Mid-Morning City became restless because of this news. Although the final verdict from Sky Declaring Pavilion hadn't been issued yet, Mr. Ningqian's Grandmaster level strength was beyond doubt. For such a character to invite everyone to a banquet, and to be invited was the greatest honor. Invitations were sent out from Rising Lake. At the same time, Yun Dai held one in her hand and arrived outside another manor. After she was stopped by the guards, she lightly said, "I am Yun Dai, a disciple of Rising Lake's Mr. Ningqian. I was ordered to deliver an invitation to Miss Fengqing to attend tomorrow's banquet." The guard hurriedly bowed. "So it was Miss Yun Dai. If I offended you just now, please don't blame me. I'll send a message right away. Could Miss please wait here for a moment?" He turned around and entered the outpost. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. After saying a few respectful words, he hung up and quickly walked out. "Miss Yun Dai, please follow me." Yun Dai nodded in thanks and followed behind the guard. Miss Fengqing's manor wasn't large, but it was exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. The green trees and red flowers complemented each other, and it was as if one was walking in a painting. "Miss Yun Dai." Zhu Li's figure appeared from a corner in front of her. The guard retreated to the side, bowed respectfully, and left. Miss Zhu Li. Yun Dai smiled, a bit of surprise in her eyes. Compared to when they first met, her cultivation had actually risen by a great deal. Indeed, she was worthy of being Miss Fengqing's personal maidservant. Her talent was outstanding. However, when she thought about it, it wasn't surprising that her teacher might be related to her. Given his teacher's status, how could he look at mediocre people? Zhu Li smiled. "The young miss ordered me to come and bring Miss Yun Dai inside." He gestured with his hand. "Please come with me." Yun Dai smiled and nodded. Miss Yun Dai has arrived." Zhu Li stood at the entrance of the reception hall and reported. Fengqing said, "Please come in." Yun Dai walked in and bowed. "Greetings, Miss Fengqing. This is my master's invitation for tomorrow's banquet. If Miss is free, please be sure to attend." Fengqing's eyes flashed. "Did Mr. Ningqian say why this banquet is being held?" Yun Dai shook her head. "Teacher didn't explain." Fengqing accepted the invitation. "I'll be there tomorrow." Of course she would be there. The sudden appearance of this banquet was most likely a smokescreen. "Sir wants to see her. I just don't know what exactly happened to make you go through so much trouble. But coincidentally, she also had a piece of news that she wanted to tell you." Yun Dai stood up and said her goodbyes. Fengqing said, "The banquet will be held tomorrow and time is a bit tight. Rising Lake doesn't have any experience in managing it. Do you need me to send someone to assist you?" "Thank you very much, Miss Fengqing. I originally wanted to go directly to the Internal Affairs Division after I left." Yun Dai expressed her gratitude. Fengqing smiled and nodded. "Zhu Li, take some people with you to Rising Lake and help with the preparations for the banquet. You must do your best." "Yes." Miss Zhu Li's eyes sparkled. Although he was in awe of Grandmaster Ningqian, to be able to enter Rising Lake and host a banquet was already an honor in itself. Moreover, he might be able to see Grandmaster again. On the second day, the banquet was held smoothly. Zhu Li, who also did not have much experience, successfully completed the task with the help of his subordinates. He still felt proud. What made Zhu Li especially happy was that the miss had ordered her to stay at the banquet and help Yun Dai deal with some possible situations. Most of the guests had already entered, and there were no mistakes. Zhu Li let out a long sigh, but he heard the same sigh from the people around him. Yun Dai turned around. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, instantly feeling much closer to each other. "Miss Yun Dai, I have no idea how many people envy you for being able to become Mr. Ningqian's disciple," Zhu Li said with a smile. Yun Dai said, "This is indeed the greatest fortune of my life. But, Zhu Li, for you to follow at Miss Fengqing's side is also a great lucky chance." Zhu Li nodded. She swept her eyes over the Rising Lake disciples that were busy greeting the guests. As she thought about the promise the miss had made before, she suddenly asked, "Miss Yun Dai, Are Mr. Ningqian's disciples all here? Yun Dai shook her head. No, there is one person who isn't here. Strictly speaking, he is the first disciple that teacher accepted. Before he entered Sky Declaring Pavilion, he had already been following at teacher's side. His name is Qin Yu and he has always been trusted by teacher. He should be helping teacher collect some experimental materials right now. Qin Yu. Zhu Li cried out, disbelief filling her face. Yun Dai was surprised. How is it? Does Miss Zhu Li know him? Zhu Li's thoughts were in chaos. It should be someone with the same name. The Qin Yu I know is only an ordinary person. Although she said this, she didn't know why, but she always felt that these two names represented the same person. If this was true, then since he was also at the mid-morning city branch division, why was he hiding his tracks and not going to see her? Not long after the banquet began, Qin Yu, who had appeared to greet the guests, found an excuse to leave. A moment later, he sat across from Feng Qing. The quiet room was isolated from the noise of the outside world. Miss Feng Qing, the reason I caused such a ruckus today is because there is something I hope you can help me with. Seeing Qin Yu's dignified expression, Feng Qing's heart tightened. She respectfully said, "What instructions do you have? As long as I can accomplish it, I will do my best." Qin Yu nodded. "I need a treasure that can repair my soul injuries. The more precious the quality, the better. Do you understand?" Feng Qing's complexion changed. Qin Yu had a helpless expression. "Not too long ago, you sent me that jade pendant. It was very helpful to me. But because of it, the balance within my body has been disturbed and my soul injuries have begun to worsen. But, don't worry, I will be fine for the time being." "Ah!" Feng Qing cried out. She never thought that this matter would be related to her. She hurriedly said, "Then, if I obtain more jade pendants, will I be able to restore my injuries?" Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "You found it." Feng Qing took out a jade slip. "I just obtained this news yesterday and was about to tell you today. First, take a look at this jade pendant and see if it is the same as what you need." She poured in magic power and the jade slip projected light and shadow. Although it was only an image, because the recording technique was exquisite, one could feel a cold aura emitting from the image. Qin Yu leaned forward and took a deep breath. With just a glance, he could determine that this jade pendant was the same as the one he had obtained before. The difference was that it was much larger. It was a rhombus-shaped polyhedron. If it was cut open, there would be at least a dozen or so similar jade pendants. "That's right, it is the same jade pendant." He didn't say anything more. Since Feng Qing had shown it to him, she must have investigated the situation. Feng Qing was happy for a moment before revealing a helpless expression. "Sir, if this item was in the hands of others, I would have bought it for you no matter the price. But now, it has been announced to the public that it will become one of the final rewards for the Beast King War of the 7 sects. It is rumored that this jade pendant has an extremely important function to spirit beasts and it has already attracted a great deal of attention. Even if we wait until the competition ends, it will be difficult for us to obtain it." Qin Yu's heart sank. "Is there really no way?" Feng Qing bitterly smiled. "I wouldn't dare to lie to you." Qin Yu didn't doubt this at all. He remained silent, his thoughts racing. Soon, he grasped the crux of the matter. In the Beast King War of the 7 sects, it was nearly impossible for the victor to sell this jade pendant. Then, the only way was to personally participate and become the final victor, obtaining the jade pendant. "Tell me the details of the Beast King War of the 7 sects." Feng Qing thought for a moment and said, "Sky Declaring Pavilion's main sphere of influence is located in the Upper Prime Mountain Range. To the east of the mountain range is an incomparably vast and fertile plain that is occupied by 7 large sects. The 7 sects have fought endlessly for many years and have tried to annex each other, but none of them have been able to do so. After a great upheaval, in order to prevent themselves from losing too much strength and being taken advantage of by other influences, they set up the Beast King War to resolve their disputes. The so-called 7 sects are Radiance Temple, Moonkeep Tower, Limitless Sword Sect, Witchcraft Sect, Mount Fuyao, Blue Origin Sect, and the Hidden Fog Sect. There is less than half a month until the Beast King War begins." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. The Hidden Fog Sect. He suddenly thought of old Wei and Xiong Ziue who had come to ask for help. If he wasn't wrong, then they must be related to the upcoming Beast King War. Feng Qing, make arrangements. I need to go to the Hidden Fog Sect. Old Wei and Xiong Ziue returned to Hidden Fog Mountain and brought back news that Qin Yu had refused to help. The high-level figures of the sect that had held on to a glimmer of hope immediately paled. The Hidden Fog Sect Master looked at the silent high-level figures of the sect in the hall. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he wished he could cut them all down. He didn't approve of these people's radical plans to begin with, but under their unyielding insistence, he could only acquiesce. It would be a lie to say he didn't regret his decision. If he had been more forceful, then things wouldn't have reached this step. The Dark Star Ice Serpent that was able to protect the sect's 10,000-year foundation had been destroyed like this. What the Hidden Fog Sect lost wasn't just the Beast King War that was about to begin. The ash thread grass was provided by Ning Qin. Now that there is a problem, he cannot absolve himself from the blame, an elder angrily said. Does he think he can sit back and relax just because he has Sky Declaring Pavilion backing him? I propose that we use every method at our disposal to force him to bow his head. The Hidden Fog Sect Master shouted out, enough. Do you think the Hidden Fog Sect doesn't have enough troubles? With a Grandmaster level beast trainer, so what if we help him? We will only thoroughly enrage him and leave behind a massive hidden danger. Moreover, the accident has nothing to do with the ash thread grass. The elder's face turned white and blue. He wanted to refute but couldn't find a reason. His complexion became increasingly ugly. Another elder said, the sect master is right, but this matter is too important. We must give an explanation to the sect. The Dark Star Ice Serpent failed to advance. As the person responsible for this matter, Rong Wei cannot shirk his responsibility. We are only proposing a suggestion. Rong Wei is a full-time member of the Hidden Fog Sect and was unable to discover this hidden danger. He must shoulder the greatest responsibility for this accident. I agree. The Hidden Fog Sect Master looked at the high-level figures in the hall who were still busy trying to shirk responsibility. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestors had bathed in blood and slaughter. With great willpower and methods, they had established the Hidden Fog lineage and ruled over a vast territory. But now, the spirit and will of the sect's inheritance had nearly vanished. All that was left was a group of scheming against each other. This was a sign of the sect's decline. Thinking of this, the Hidden Fog Sect Master's vision darkened. He clenched his fists and resisted the urge to shout out loud. Although he was the Hidden Fog Sect Master, his authority was greatly limited. There was no way he could overturn the agreement that the high-level figures had reached. The Dark Star Ice Serpent had failed to advance and was on the verge of death. With such a serious consequence, they needed a scapegoat. They would never let Rong Wei off. Teacher, hurry and leave. The high-level figures of the sect have already given up on treating the Dark Star Ice Serpent and want to push you out as a scapegoat. A disciple walked into the room and knelt to the ground, tears streaming down his face. What? They are clearly the ones who forced it. These despicable people. The disciples were enraged, but their eyes were filled with fear. Xiong Ziue paled. Junior apprentice Brother Shu, are you speaking the truth? It is absolutely true. I inadvertently heard this from an elder in my family. I didn't dare to hesitate for even a moment before I came to inform teacher. Junior apprentice Brother Shu knelt down. Teacher, it is the sect that has failed you, not you who has failed them. Please do not hesitate and immediately leave the Hidden Fog Mountain, otherwise it will be too late. Xiong Ziue turned and knelt down. I ask teacher to quickly leave. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was filled with people kneeling on the ground. Behind the desk, the weary Rong Wei's complexion paled. He was still doing his utmost to treat the Dark Star Ice Serpent, but the high-level figures of the sect were already impatient to use him as an example. After several breaths of silence, Rong Wei gently sighed. Rise. Xiong Ziue's eyes widened. Teacher, Rong Wei shook his head. If I leave, what will you do? He looked out the window. Moreover, I am indeed responsible for this matter. If teacher had been more cautious, the result wouldn't have been like this. If the dark star ice serpent dies, what harm is there in teacher accompanying it? As Rome Wei knew that he couldn't escape this great calamity, a flying shuttle stopped outside the hidden fog mountain. With a flash of light, the flying shuttle vanished and 3 figures appeared. The one in front wore black robes that covered his entire body. Behind him followed a purple-haired female cultivator, her appearance unparalleled. The last person was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an expressionless face. He gave off the feeling of a moving human-shaped block of ice, icy cold without the slightest aura of a living person. The purple-haired female cultivator looked at the map and respectfully said, "Teacher, we have arrived. This is the hidden fog mountain." From beneath the black robes, a calm voice sounded out, "Go and send in a greeting card." The purple-haired female cultivator nodded. She lifted a hand and took out a jade archive. After pouring magic power into it, it released a light that soared into the void. Tiny ripples appeared in the air, spreading out in all directions. It was like a calm lake being ruffled by a cool breeze. Chapter 709. The purple-haired female cultivator's face flushed red. Her voice was filled with anger as she said, "Teacher, the hidden fog sect is too arrogant. With her teacher's status, it was reasonable for him to receive the highest level of hospitality no matter where he went. For there to be no response even after a long time was simply unimaginable." The black-robed figure paused for several breaths of time. Then, a calm voice sounded out, "Wait a little longer." He didn't believe that the hidden fog sect would reject him at the door. Moreover, there was less than half a month until the Beast King War of the 7 sects began. Although there were other choices, using the hidden fog sect to achieve his goal was undoubtedly the best. The Dark Star Ice Serpent had failed to advance and was on the verge of death. The person responsible for this matter, Mr. Rome Wei, had changed his advancement plan without permission and committed a grave mistake. He was severely punished by the sect and imprisoned in the dungeon. Once this matter was thoroughly investigated, a final judgment would be made. As soon as this news spread out, the entire hidden fog sect was shaken. The Beast King War was about to begin and one of the hidden fog sect's strongest spirit beasts, the Dark Star Ice Serpent, had met with such an accident. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Could it be that Mr. Rome Wei, who had always enjoyed a great reputation in the sect, was actually a spy planted by another influence? For a time, rumors rose. Guided by some people, this was already an established fact. The calls to kill the spy grew louder and louder. Eugene was like his name. He scrupulously abided by the road of caution and never became enemies with others. He lived a peaceful life. But facing the betrayal of the sect and the murder of the sect's spirit beasts, he was strangely enraged. As someone who loved and protected the sect, he would never allow such a thing to happen. The murderer had to die. Thus, today, he gathered all his friends and joined the vast procession. They petitioned the sect master and the various elders to kill the traitor as soon as possible and maintain the dignity of the hidden fog sect. The massive procession finally attracted the attention of the high-level figures of the sect. Elder Shu personally appeared and solemnly promised everyone that now that they were at a critical moment in collecting evidence, they wouldn't let off a single villain. Although he didn't say it directly, his meaning was clear. Many of the procession cheered, as if it was because of their efforts that evil would receive the punishment they deserved. Eugene and his friends raised their cups and drank to their heart's content. It was only after a long time that they discovered they had missed their shift. Although he didn't want to leave just like that, the punishment for being found absent from work was too heavy. He had no choice but to stand up and apologize. Amidst the booing, he hurried to the External Affairs Department. Outside a small office, there was a wooden sign hanging at the entrance. Its full name was the Hidden Fog Sect's first foreign exchange room. In truth, this was just a nice-sounding name. They were only responsible for accepting greeting cards from the outside world. According to their own scoring system, those that weren't worth mentioning would be tossed aside and those that were important would be reported to their superiors. But as long as one has some strength, most of them will come to the Hidden Fog Sect and inform us beforehand. Those that honestly come to pay their respects are mostly grassroots cultivators who want to take advantage of our Hidden Fog Sect. In short, there was nothing serious to do in the first room. Although Eugene was late, he did not panic. After entering the room, he chatted with his colleagues for a while and learned that the patrol supervisor hadn't been here before. Thus, he felt completely at ease. He made himself a cup of tea and drank it with relish as he walked to his desk. A jade archive quietly landed in the center of the miniature formation. It was connected to the sect's formation, so it would automatically collect the visiting invitations and deliver them to this place for examination. Eugene was a naturally cautious person. When he saw the visiting card, he was a bit nervous. He quickly picked it up and looked over it. Sky Declaring Pavilion's Ning Chin. This name seemed a bit familiar. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly opened the automatic identification system and placed the Jade Archive into the card slot. It could automatically read the information. Soon, a resonant bell rang out. The people in the first room who were chatting and laughing suddenly froze in place. This was a top character paying a visit. It had been many years since they had heard of this. Everyone looked over. They saw that Eugene's face was deathly pale. As he looked at the information flowing on the light screen, his entire body was dripping with sweat. His first thought was, "Heavens, do you really have to play with me like this? I have been cautious my entire life, but today I have been impudent and yet you have given me such a pleasant surprise." His field of vision darkened and he slumped back into his chair. The silent hidden fog sect's great array formation finally stirred. It rippled like a tide and parted to the sides, revealing a towering mountain with many pavilions and palaces. A large number of cultivators were flying out from it. "Mr. Ning Chin has come to visit and the hidden fog sect has failed to welcome you. It is truly disrespectful of us." The hidden fog sect master was all smiles, but he was actually gnashing his teeth inwardly. He wished that he could tear those bastards from the first room to pieces. The elders all smiled apologetically. They originally had a favor to ask of Ning Chin, and now that Ning Chin had come on his own initiative, they had actually been locked outside. This sort of cold treatment was unbearable. Looking at the purple-haired female cultivator's taut face, even though she was calm beneath the black robes, everyone felt increasingly restless. They felt as if this was the calm before the storm. "Hidden Fog Sect Master, are you not willing to invite me in for a cup of tea?" The Hidden Fog Sect Master's smile brightened. "Ha ha ha, this is the honor of the entire Hidden Fog Sect. Mr. Please." Yoon Dai was expressionless. She didn't understand why her teacher would lower himself to forgive the Hidden Fog Sect so easily. But since her teacher had already expressed his stance, she could only forcefully suppress the anger in her chest and coldly follow behind her teacher. In the Hidden Fog Sect's main hall, the sect master and a group of elders were gathered. Old Wei was also one of them. He saw Yoon Dai and didn't doubt Ning Chin's identity beneath the black robes. However, he didn't understand why the cold and indifferent Ning Chin would suddenly change his mind and come to the Hidden Fog Sect on his own initiative. Could it be that someone in the hall had secretly helped him and made him feel pressure from the Hidden Fog Sect? The Hidden Fog Sect master smiled. "Although my sect doesn't have any famous spirit teas, we do have some treasures. For instance, there are several tea trees that accompany the strange blue orchids. The taste is quite good, and I would like to ask Mr. Ning Chin to comment on it." A voice sounded out from beneath the black robes. "I am not skilled in the way of tea and I am not picky about the quality of tea leaves. So, before we begin drinking tea, I have a question I would like to ask. I hope that everyone in the Hidden Fog Sect can truthfully answer me." He paused for a moment and then continued, "A few days ago, old Mr. Wei personally went to Mid-Morning City to ask me to treat a spirit beast of your sect. I would like to know if it will represent your sect in the Beast King War half a month from now." The Hidden Fog Sect master was solemn. "That's right." He sighed. "Since things have come to this, there is no need to hide anything further. My sect has a spirit beast called the Darkstar Ice Serpent. It was originally my sect's trump card in the Beast King War, but an accident occurred during its advancement." He cupped his hands together and bowed. "If Mr. can treat the Darkstar Ice Serpent, the Hidden Fog Sect will be eternally grateful. Mr. will become our eternal friend." It really was like this. Although Chin, you had already guessed this, It was only when he truly obtained confirmation that he was able to relax. Since he had personally come, the people of the Hidden Fog sect should have already expected this. Qin Yu didn't try to play around. He directly said, I am willing to give it a try, but I have a condition. The Hidden Fog sect master reached out a hand. Mister, please speak. Qin Yu said, if the Dark Star Ice Serpent is fully healed and we obtain the final victory in the Beast King War, I want to take away one of the final rewards. The hall fell silent. The genial eyes of the Hidden Fog sect elders suddenly turned sharp, revealing a faint chill. Old Wei bitterly smiled. As he thought, he had been overthinking things. Qin Yu picked up a cup of spirit tea and lowered his head to take a sip. His expression was calm. This is my only condition. If you aren't willing, then forget it. He didn't hide his true reason for helping. But it was because of this that everyone understood that the conditions couldn't be changed. If they didn't agree, then they would part ways. Cough. A Hidden Fog sect elder smirked. I wonder which item Mr. Ning Qin has taken a liking to. Qin Yu lightly said, I have no comment for now. The Hidden Fog sect master's smile froze. The Hidden Fog sect master took a deep breath. All right, let's not let Mr. see a joke. If something happens to the Dark Star Ice Serpent, do you think my sect can win? His cold eyes swept around the hall. So, I have agreed to Mr. Ning Qin's request. Does anyone have any objections? There was silence. The Hidden Fog sect master relaxed a little. Luckily, these people weren't stupid to the point of being hopeless. Mister, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's condition is worrisome. I ask that you treat it as soon as possible. Qin Yu nodded. Of course, but your sect should find someone familiar with the Dark Star Ice Serpent to cooperate with me. This will help me understand its condition as soon as possible and avoid unnecessary inspection time. The Hidden Fog sect master's face stiffened. Qin Yu frowned. What, is there a problem? Haha, Mr. Ning Qin's request is reasonable. My sect will certainly do our best to assist you. Another elder smiled. Sai Jiao is well aware of the Dark Star Ice Serpent's condition. She can be Mr. Ning Qin's assistant. The Hidden Fog sect master frowned. No, Elder Sai, you are lying. The one most familiar with the Dark Star Ice Serpent's condition is my teacher. A loud shout sounded out. Xiong Ziyu rushed into the hall and knelt to the ground. Mr. Ning Qin, I beg you to save teacher. Elder Sai's complexion darkened. Insolence. Where are the guards? Hurry up and take him down. Wait a moment. Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. The guards that rushed into the hall immediately fell into a dilemma. Elder Sai's eyes were gloomy. Mr. Ning Qin, this is my sect's internal affairs. It isn't convenient for you to interfere, right? Qin Yu lightly said, I have no interest in your esteemed sect's matters, but I recognize this young man. His name is Xiong Ziyu and his teacher is Mr. Rong Wei, right? He looked at the Hidden Fog sect master. According to what I know, the Dark Star Ice Serpent has always been personally managed by Mr. Rong Wei. I only want to remind you that the more familiar the person your sect sends out with the Dark Star Ice Serpent, the less time they will have and the greater their chances of success will be. In the hall, a female cultivator suddenly stepped forwards. That's right, Rong Wei is indeed the most suitable person to assist Mr. Ning Qin. She bowed. I am Sai Jiao. If possible, I hope to follow at Mr. Ning Qin's side and experience the process of treating the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Her temperament was cold, making it hard for others to approach her. Elder Sai's eyes widened, his complexion ugly as if he had eaten a fly. The Hidden Fog sect master said, if that's the case, then allow Rong Wei to atone for his crimes and assist Mr. Ning Qin in his treatment. He looked over. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Miss Sai Jiao can also follow. A smile appeared on Sai Jiao's cold face. She bowed and drew back. Xiong Ziyu bowed again and again. Thank you, mister. Thank you, mister. Tears rolled down her face. Her teacher could be saved. After leaving the dungeon, the first thing Rong Wei saw was Xiong Ziyu standing in front of the other disciples. He already knew what had happened and a bit of excitement lit up his face. Disciples respectfully welcome teacher. Although they had only been separated for a day or two, to them, it was the difference between life and death. Good, good. Rong Wei's hand trembled. He placed it on Xiongzi's shoulder and looked at the other disciples. It is teacher who has implicated you all. Teacher, don't say that. This isn't your fault at all. To be able to follow teacher to cultivate is our good fortune. Teacher, the heavens help the good. I knew that we would be able to turn this disaster into a blessing. Rong Wei had the disciples rise. Then, he looked at the hidden fog sect master. After a moment of silence, he bowed and said, "Greetings, sect master." The hidden fog sect master revealed a guilty expression. Rong Wei, the sect has indeed failed you in this matter. But, rest assured that I will give you sufficient compensation. Rong Wei shook his head. There is no need. He paused for a moment. If I can smoothly cure the Dark Star Ice Serpent, then my merits will be enough. Afterwards, I will leave. The hidden fog sect master stiffened. After several breaths of time, he said in a low voice, "All right, I promise you." Rong Wei cupped his hands together. Thank you, sect master. Chapter 710. In the dim and oppressive hall, the torches on the walls leaped with tongues of flame, making it hard for one to feel any warmth. Around a round table in the hall sat 6 figures formed from flames. The first attempt has failed. Now, I ask Senator Jasmine to announce the process and findings so that everyone can search for useful information. Sage's hoarse voice echoed through the hall. After he sat down, Jasmine stood up and nodded towards everyone. Fellow senators, in accordance with the Dark Parliament's first rule, I have adopted the method of directly attacking the target. I tried to use the love between men and women to quietly control her. For this reason, I sent out. What followed was a summary of the mission. Because a trace of divine sense followed them, they clearly knew everything that happened. As you all heard just now, the chess piece I sent out failed and Yun Dai wasn't moved at all. Similar plans can be cancelled. Moreover, I would like to remind everyone that it is best to place enough importance on Sky declaring Pavilion's Mr. Ning Qin. If possible, I hope that the Dark Parliament will not be enemies with him. Jasmine sat down. Oriel's childish voice immediately sounded out. Jasmine, your last reminder, did you discover something? Jasmine shook her head. No. So this is only your guess. I am only reminding everyone that whether or not you believe me is up to you. Oriel coldly sneered, not saying anything more. A long time has passed. If we delay any longer, I fear there will be an accident. I propose that we directly pressure Ning Qin and force him to hand over Yun Dai. I agree. Limitless gloomily said. Moon Shadow leaned back in his chair. He looked at the table in front of him, but it gave off an incomparably distant feeling. He said in a soft voice, the existence of the Dark Parliament has aroused much attention recently. So, I believe that this matter should be completed in secret and not leave behind too many traces. Sage nodded. I agree with Senator Moon Shadow's position. He swept his eyes over the round table. According to the latest information, Ning Qin has already brought Yun Dai to the Hidden Fog sect. It's likely they are there to rescue the Dark Star Ice Serpent that failed in its advancement. This might be our last chance. Oriel impatiently said, let's vote. Those senators who agree to directly attack, please raise your hand together with me. Limitless, Lone Mountain. 3 votes. Sage lightly said, I was the one who initiated this Senate operation. According to the agreement, I am the temporary speaker and I have 2 votes. Thus, the proposal will be suspended and we will continue with the second plan. The target is still Yun Dai. While the second plan is in progress, I hope that all of you can restrain yourselves for the time being and do not take any other actions. His gaze fell on Oriel and Limitless. As for Dushan, he had almost no bad records. Counselors, this operation is of great importance. I hope you can keep your promise. Otherwise, I will use my authority as the chairman to punish you. Humph. You'd better achieve your goal. Oriel roared angrily, and her figure immediately disappeared. Sen Luo said indifferently, this time, I won't make a move. He was the second to leave. Sage nodded, the meeting will end here. Representative Jasmine, if you are not in a hurry, Please stay here a little longer. Soon, there were only 2 people left at the round table. Thank you, Senator Jasmine, for staying. Sage nodded. He went straight to the point. I know that you possess a formidable sensing ability. As for what sort of feeling Ning-Chin gives you, I always thought that if it wasn't too important, you wouldn't have mentioned it in the meeting. Because sometimes, watching some people suffer a little is not a bad choice. Jasmine was silent for a moment. She slowly said, Sage, you really do have the ability to see through the hearts of others. You are a terrifying person. That's right, the reason I reminded them is because my intuition tells me that if the council members are allowed to provoke Ning-Chin, it will cause a great deal of trouble. This trouble might even spread to me. Sage's flame eyes revealed a dignified look. For him to be able to give you such a great pressure, you must pay enough attention to him. I will do my best to avoid him and not allow the council to stand on the opposite side of him. But if things cannot be avoided, the council will gather its strength and erase this hidden danger as soon as possible. Jasmine bowed. Your decision is correct. Then, I will bid my farewells first. As her voice fell, her figure scattered into flames and she flew back into the torch. Outside the Dark Star Ice Serpent's dwelling, Rong Wei saw Qin Yu. He quickly stepped forwards and cupped his hands together, deeply bowing. I thank Mr. for your assistance. Not too far away, the cold and indifferent Sai Jiao revealed a trace of shock in her eyes. She understood Rong Wei's character. Although he seemed warm and genial on the surface, the truth was that he was extremely proud. And when he faced Qin Yu, it wasn't just gratitude. Rather, it was respect that came from the depths of his heart. Her eyes fell on Qin Yu's back. Her complexion didn't change, but she felt even more anticipation in her heart. For Rong Wei to be like this, there had to be something extraordinary about him. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu calmly said, The reason I helped you is because I needed an assistant that was familiar enough with the Dark Star Ice Serpent. There is no need for you to be like this. Facing his indifference, Rong Wei became even more respectful. Yes, I will do my best to help Mr. complete the treatment. If Mr. didn't want to speak further, he would follow his will. But, a certain thought in his heart became increasingly clear because of Qin Yu's not claiming credit. Mr., the Dark Star Ice Serpent is in a pool deep within this cave. But because it failed to advance, it has lost control of its strength. If we enter, we must be extra careful and take extra precautions. Rong Wei lifted his hand. Xiong Ziyue, who had been respectfully following behind him, immediately took out 5 robes from a nearby cabinet. These are protective robes prepared by my sect. They can resist most attacks of strength and won't cause any damage to you. After we put them on, we can enter. Qin Yu nodded. With Yun Dai's help, he put on the robes. Immediately, a warm feeling wrapped around him. Rong Wei grasped the token and opened the spell at the cave entrance. An icy cold aura flowed out. Frost appeared on the ground and the temperature in the air rapidly dropped. I'm more familiar with this place, so I'll be the first to enter. Seeing Qin Yu nod, he walked into the cave first. Qin Yu followed behind. The interior of the cave was covered with thick ice and had long since turned into a world of ice. The ice was a faint translucent blue, reflecting the light of the illumination array formations and reflecting beautiful rays of light. But right now, no one was in the mood to look at these beautiful rays of light. The temperature in the cave was much lower than imagined. It was like thin needles piercing through the robes and mercilessly stabbing into one's body. Then, it turned into an extreme cold that rapidly spread outwards. It was painful and numb. The deeper they went into the cave, the more terrifying the chill became. Rong Wei came to a stop. Xiong Ziyue stiffly continued to walk forwards, almost bumping into her teacher. She looked up to reveal a deathly pale face. Teacher. Rong Wei's eyes were filled with pain. If you can't withstand it, then say so earlier. If the Dark Star Ice Serpent's strength invades your body, you will suffer greatly. He took off the robes and handed them to her. Put them on. With my cultivation, you should be able to withstand it for the time being. After a moment of hesitation, he looked behind him. Mr. Ning-Chin, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's berserk strength has become even more serious. It was my lack of consideration. How about we leave first and prepare ourselves before coming back in? He didn't know what Qin Yu's cultivation was, and comparatively speaking, beast trainers were lacking in terms of cultivation. Rong Wei didn't want Qin Yu to collapse before he could even begin the treatment. Qin Yu shook his head. It's fine. He also took off his robes. Yun Dai, put them on first. If you still feel uncomfortable, then you can wait outside. Yun Dai hesitated for a moment. She took the robes that still carried her teacher's warmth. Her pale face flushed red and she quickly lowered her head. Teacher, I can do it. Qin Yu nodded. Let's continue. Rong Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Zhong Xian's indifferent expression. Hold on. Sai Jia's cold face revealed a helpless expression. In the eyes of these two people, it seemed as if they only cared about their own disciples. No one cared about her situation at all. This caused Sai Jia, who had always been the center of attention, to feel a bit uncomfortable. Everyone, I'm afraid I need to go out first. Rong Wei had an apologetic expression. Sai Jia had spoken up for him in front of everyone, and this was a favor he owed her. It seemed that he had neglected her too much. It's fine. Sai Jia, you go out first. We will wait for you at the pool. Sai Jia nodded and turned to leave. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. In his opinion, with Sai Jia's cultivation, she should be able to withstand the cold here. But the feeling she gave off right now wasn't too good. Without thinking too much about it, he followed behind Rong Wei and soon arrived at the deepest depths of the cave. The temperature here was terrifyingly low. The ice was over a foot deep and had turned a pure blue. As for the pool he spoke of, it was completely frozen solid. Luckily, the pool water was clear. Looking through the ice, one could faintly see a black shadow curled up in the deepest part of the pool. This should be the dark star ice serpent. The experimental platform was protected by an array formation, but even so, its surface was covered with a thin layer of frost. It could be seen that no one had entered for a long time. In other words, after Rong Wei was locked up in the dungeon, the hidden fog sect had given up on treating him. Rong Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the tumbling anger in his chest. He quickly stepped into the experimental platform and began to inspect the various instruments. Luckily, the array formation had been constantly running, preventing them from being directly damaged. The thin layer of frost hadn't caused any damage. Rong Wei skillfully controlled the instruments and retrieved the Dark Star Ice Serpent's data. His complexion became increasingly ugly. Originally, when he attacked with all his strength, he was only able to slow down the worsening of the backlash. But after being interrupted for over a day, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Mr. Ning Qin, there is detailed data recorded here. Please come and take a look. From his complexion, Qin Yu could guess that the situation wasn't good. He looked up at Yun Dai. She bowed and stepped forwards. Mr. Rong Wei, please give me the data. Her teacher never personally inspected the data. She was already used to this. After quickly sweeping over several sets of data, Yun Dai's heart tightened. She said, Teacher, this Dark Star Ice Serpent's life points are very low and its consciousness has fallen into a coma. The berserk strength is constantly damaging its body. The situation isn't too optimistic. This was already a euphemism. Without accident, this Dark Star Ice Serpent would soon reach the end of its life, and because its strength had gone berserk, it would likely release a massive firework at the end of its life. Rong Wei bowed. Mister, please save it. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. In his heart, he didn't care about the life or death of this Dark Star Ice Serpent. But it was the key to participating in the Beast King War. If it really died, his chances of obtaining the Jade Pendant would be slim. He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He said, the data from the instruments will inevitably be biased. I will need to personally inspect it to determine whether or not it can be saved. Rong Wei hurriedly said, I will immediately break open the ice. Mister, please wait a moment. The array formation was activated. Runes lit up, condensing into a beam of light that quietly annihilated the ice it touched. But not only did this beam of light not cause any heat, but it instead caused the surrounding temperature to rapidly fall. A faint blue light appeared on the surface of Rong Wei's body. He had no choice but to mobilize his cultivation to resist the invasion of the cold. Even though Yun Dai and Xiong Ziyue each wore 2 robes, their complexions paled once more. It was clear they had been invaded by the cold. Only Qin Yu remained standing where he was, his eyebrows furrowed together as if he were thinking of a treatment plan. It was like he didn't feel the change in temperature at all. The sound of footsteps rang out. Halfway back, Sai Jiao arrived at the bottom of the cave. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes shook. When she looked at Qin Yu again, there was a faint sense of awe in her eyes. To resist the cold without mobilizing his strength, just how tyrannical was his mortal body? Even if he were to disregard his status as a beast trainer, just this cultivation was amazing enough. At this time, the shining runes of the array formation rapidly dimmed and the light that broke through the ice vanished with it. Rong Wei's complexion changed. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He roared out, "They didn't replenish the laboratory with enough energy." Because of the extremely low temperature in the air, the ice that had disappeared began to reform. Qin Yu frowned. He stepped forwards, causing the ice on the ground to shatter. He leapt into the air like a great bird, howling into the pool of water. He couldn't wait any longer. "Teacher!" Yun Dai cried out in alarm. Soon after, there was a deep thumping sound from deep within the pool. The ice that had just formed shattered and cracks rapidly spread out like a spider web. Qin Yu squatted on the ground, his ankles submerging into the ice. Without hesitation, he lifted a hand and struck the ice. Bang a bang, the sound was like a giant beast going berserk. The entire cave trembled and the ice rapidly disintegrated beneath his fist. Rong Wei's eyes widened, clearly not expecting this to happen. He quickly regained his composure and a look of fear crossed his face. "Mr. Ning Qin, please stop. If you do this, the Dark Star Ice Serpent might awaken. After its strength goes berserk, it will become extremely aggressive and dangerous." Yun Dai paled. "Teacher, it's dangerous." Bang! Qin Yu's fist fell down again. The cracks in the ice rapidly slid down until they reached the deepest depths of the pool. The slumbering Dark Star Ice Serpent suddenly opened its eyes. A terrifying and cruel aura wildly erupted from its body, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Roar! With a loud roar, the shattered ice was shaken away. Visible shockwaves rose up in the air, sending Rong Wei, Yun Dai, and the others flying away. A fishy smell wafted through the air. The terrifying aura caused Qin Yu's black robes to fiercely flutter. Beneath him, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Facing the open mouth of the Dark Star Ice Serpent, he lifted a hand and pressed forwards. The Dark Star Ice Serpent's eyes were filled with pain, brutality, and destruction. Suddenly, its body shivered. It could feel the strongest suppression coming from its bloodline. This suppression instantly suppressed it. Even though its consciousness had fallen, its instincts didn't allow it to act recklessly. Chapter 7:11. The terrifying aura from the depths of the pool dissipated as soon as it appeared. Yun Dai fell to the ground, her face pale. Ignoring the pain in her body, she cried out, "Teacher," and rushed towards the pool. There was finally a glimmer of light in her gloomy life, and her teacher was the lighthouse that illuminated the path of her life. If anything happened to her teacher, her future would once again descend into darkness. "Teacher, please don't let anything happen to you, please don't." The short process of rushing towards the pool was incomparably torturous for Yun Dai. She wanted to confirm her teacher's safety, but she also feared seeing something she couldn't accept. The intense conflict of emotions in her heart made her ignore Rong Wei's shout of danger. If teacher goes, then perhaps leaving with him wouldn't be a bad choice. This thought appeared in Yun Dai's mind. Then, in the next moment, she arrived at the edge of the pool. She looked down nervously and was instantly stunned. Rong Wei and the other 2 stared at her from behind and sighed inwardly when they saw this. They had already guessed the final outcome of the matter. Was there even a need to think about it? Even Yun Dai was stunned. It was clear that she had been shaken by the tragedy in front of her. Xiong Ziyue's face was drained of blood and pain filled her eyes. How could the result be like this? Mr. Ning Qin, who had given her her last hope, had carelessly lost his life. There was no hope of saving the Dark Star Ice Serpent, and teacher still couldn't escape the framing of the sect. His fate had already been decided. Sai Jia's cold eyes widened. She never imagined that Mr. Ning Qin, who she knew was gradually becoming more and more plump, would end his life in such a comical way. Wasn't this too irresponsible? Not only did he die, but he also implicated others. She glanced at Rong Wei's solemn face and sighed lightly in her heart. She couldn't help but feel slightly worried. Miss Yun Dai, this tragedy cannot be reversed. We must immediately leave this place. Once the Dark Star Ice Serpent goes berserk, neither you nor I will be able to stop it, Rong Wei said in a low voice. He had to immediately notify the sect and gather experts to suppress the situation. Otherwise, there would be a bloodbath. Although he had already decided to escape, he still found it difficult to do so in the end. But he didn't want to see the Hidden Fog sect suffer a backlash from the spirit beast. Just as he finished speaking, Yun Dai, who was standing at the edge of the pool, felt her legs go soft and she fell into it. Miss Yun Dai, Rong Wei cried out. This is, to be buried with teacher. Xiong Ziue and Sichu were completely stunned. Suddenly, the sound of a strong wind came from the bottom of the pool. Rong Wei's face changed. Not good, let's go. But he had clearly misjudged the Dark Star Ice Serpent's speed. Before the three of them could leave the cave, a massive shadow had already flown out from the pool. Determination appeared in Rong Wei's eyes. Even if he managed to leave this place alive, it would be difficult for him to escape a miserable fate. It was better to die in battle in this cave so that Xiong Ziue and Sichu Yi could leave safely. Perhaps the Hidden Fog sect would see him fight to the death and be tolerant of his disciples so that they wouldn't be implicated by him. Having made up his mind, he forcefully flung the two of them away and growled, "Leave immediately. Don't look back." At this moment, Rong Wei suddenly turned around. He faced the Dark Star Ice Serpent, his eyes filled with determination. In the air, Xiong Ziue shook his head in pain. Sichu looked at his back, his eyes filled with sorrow. But this heart-wrenching and sorrowful farewell didn't last for too long. Rong Wei's fist that had summoned all of his cultivation froze in midair. His eyes widened, incredulity etched on his face. Xiong Ziue and Sichu Yi, who were flung away in the air, also revealed shocked expressions, as if they had seen a miracle. This was because above the Dark Star Ice Serpent's head, a figure was crouching. Although his black robes covered his figure, it couldn't conceal his tall and straight aura. His hands were in front of him. In his arms was Yun Dai, who had fallen into the pool and was buried with him. At this time, the Dark Star Ice Serpent gently let out a breath. Faint traces of white air gushed out from its nostrils, causing icicles to condense in the air. These icicles slowly fell down, setting off the master and disciple standing atop the Dark Star Ice Serpent's head. It was as if they had stepped out from a mythical world. Mr. Ning Qin. Rong Wei nearly lost his voice. He believed that his will was firm, but even he was in a trance at this moment. And there was no need to mention Xiong Ziue and Sai Jia. They had blank expressions as if they were wondering who they were, where they were, and what they were seeing. With a slight push from his feet, he held Yun Dai and leapt down. With a loud thud, his feet firmly landed on the ground and he placed her to the side. "Are you all right?" No. Yun Dai regained her composure, her face flushing red. If there were a crack in the ground, she really wanted to crawl in. When she saw the Dark Star Ice Serpent lying at her teacher's feet and allow him to stroke its head, her legs had gone soft and she had fallen down. Luckily, her teacher had reacted quickly and controlled the Dark Star Ice Serpent to catch her. Otherwise, wouldn't she have suffered the tragic fate of falling to her death? This was just too shameful. And it wasn't just that. When she was held in her teacher's arms just now, she could feel the faint traces of his warmth. In this icy cold environment, it was extremely warm. She even wanted to stay in her teacher's arms forever. She couldn't think about it. This was just too shameless. Yun Dai lowered her head. Where was her usual calm? She was like a frightened little quail. Qin Yu didn't think too much about it. He wasn't so bored as to try and guess what this female disciple was thinking. Seeing that she didn't seem to have any problems, he nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked at Rong Wei and the others and said, "I'm sorry, there was a small accident. Luckily, we didn't stir up any trouble. This can be considered an unexpected harvest." Qin Yu stroked the dark star ice serpent's horn. He discovered that his blood energy could suppress the rampaging strength within its body. Although it could only temporarily alleviate the situation, it could still buy precious time to treat it. Rong Wei let out a long breath. He looked at the dark star ice serpent that was lying on the ground, not daring to move. When he looked at Qin Yu again, his eyes erupted with incomparable heat. By relying on his aura, he was able to suppress the rampaging dark star ice serpent. In the legends, only an existence that had stepped into the peak of beast trainers could accomplish this. No wonder Mr. Ning Qin was able to easily obtain a high-grade Heaven Step result in Sky Declaring Pavilion's mission evaluation. With his strength, accomplishing this was simple. Rong Wei took a deep breath and took several steps forwards. He cupped his hands together and deeply bowed. Rong Wei greets. Mr. Ning Qin. Mr. Please rest assured that we will absolutely not reveal Mr. Ning Qin's identity to anyone. If we disobey, we will be struck to death by 10,000 bolts of thunder. Sai Jiao took a deep breath. She pulled at the stunned Xiong Ziwe and the two of them followed suit and bowed. The Grand Master Boundary. This was the legendary Grand Master Boundary. Looking at the entire world, such a character stood at the peak. Although they didn't know why Grand Master Ning Qin would hide his identity, they absolutely didn't dare to disobey the will of a Grand Master. After the shock and fear passed, there was excitement and ecstasy that came from the depths of their hearts. To be able to follow at the side of a Grand Master and learn from him, this was enough to make any beast trainer's eyes turn red with envy. Qin Yu was a bit stunned. He really didn't know why Rong Wei and the others' attitudes had suddenly changed so much. In order to not expose himself, he had crammed in some basic knowledge of beast trainers. But he hadn't looked at anything that recorded such a profound boundary. He naturally didn't know what sort of fierce mental impact his actions had on Rong Wei and the others. Yun Dai saw her teacher remain silent. She suppressed the fluctuations in her heart and stepped forwards. Mr. Rong Wei, Miss Sai Jiao, fellow Daoist Xiong, my teacher is currently tempering himself in the world of mortals and is attempting to reach the realm of returning to his true self. If you three can remain silent, then allow me to thank you in place of my teacher. Qin Yu, what is this? I don't know anything and you're admitting it on my behalf. Tempering himself in the world of mortals? Returning to his true self? Yun Dai, teacher really misjudged you. You're such a fresh and lively little cabbage, how could you lie so casually? It had to be said, it really did seem like it. At the very least, looking at the expressions of Rong Wei and the others, they immediately believed her words. Miss Yun Dai, please rest assured that the three of us will keep our mouths shut, Rong Wei respectfully said. This was a grand scholar disciple. Just this title alone was far higher than theirs. Qin Yu coughed. All right, the Dark Star Ice Serpent's condition has temporarily stabilized. But it can't continue for too long. Let's start treating it as soon as possible. Yun Dai drew back to the side. As Rong Wei and the others respectfully bowed, their hearts shook once more. If Qin Yu hadn't mentioned it, they wouldn't have discovered that the Dark Star Ice Serpent's aura had stabilized. Its rampaging strength seemed to have been suppressed. In this short period of time, they hadn't even seen Qin Yu do this. From this, it could be seen that Mr. Ning Qin's Grand Scholar realm strength wasn't fake at all. The last bit of uncertainty in the hearts of the three of them disappeared at this moment. Rong Wei respectfully said, Mr. Please list out a treatment method. The Hidden Fog sect will fully cooperate with you. In his opinion, with a Grand Scholar helping out, let alone the Dark Star Ice Serpent suffering a backlash from failing to advance, even if it was on its last breath it could still be saved. This wasn't a problem at all. The others, including Yun Dai, all looked over with expectant eyes. How many people in this world had the good fortune to personally witness a Grand Scholar take action? To put it crudely, today's matter was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Qin Yu's breath caught in his throat and an imperceptible stiffness flashed across his face. This was a bit embarrassing. Although he could disguise himself as an unfathomably deep beast trainer and the results seemed to be amazing, if he wanted to give a treatment opinion, that would be too much. However, if he were to give his opinion on the treatment, it would be too much for him. He would probably only be able to say a few words before his image would collapse. He couldn't panic, he had to remain calm. He was a fierce character right now, so how could he do whatever you wanted him to do? The right to speak should be in his hands. I do have a plan. At this time, he had to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. But this is a very good opportunity. Don't you want to give it a try? Bait. If the treatment plan you propose works, then perhaps I will use it. As his voice fell, Rong Wei, Xiong Ziyue, and Saijio's eyes brightened. To obtain the guidance of a grand scholar and even have the chance to cooperate with him and personally participate in the process of treating the Dark Star Ice Serpent, was there any greater temptation in this world? Mister, we are willing. They took the bait. The corners of Qin Yu's lips curved up, revealing a mysterious smile. Yun Dai's eyes swept over him. Respect and worship gushed out from her heart. Besides strength, her teacher was never stingy with his guidance. Compared to some beast trainers who treasured their own knowledge, the difference was like the distance between the heavens and earth. Chapter 7:12. He reached out a hand and patted the Dark Star Ice Serpent. Listen to me and don't cause any trouble. He moved to the side. You can examine it now. Once you've thought about it, tell me the treatment plan. If there was something he didn't understand, he had to do as little as he could. If he wanted to maintain his image as a great master, he had to pay attention to strategy. Yun Dai was the first to step forwards. She had already experienced something similar, so she accepted it even faster, that Wonder Beast had been subdued by her teacher like this. But the disparity between the Dark Star Ice Serpent and Wonder Beast was far too great, so she had panicked before. Seeing Yun Dai safely arrive at the Dark Star Ice Serpent's side and begin to examine it, Rong Wei and the others flushed red and hurried over. Ziyue, this time you do it yourself. There is no need to work together with teacher. As they approached, Rong Wei turned and instructed. Xiong Ziyue certainly knew that his teacher was giving him a chance. He excitedly bowed, "Thank you teacher for helping me." To obtain the evaluation of a Grand Master, even if he only learned a tiny bit, it would be enough to benefit him for the rest of his life. Saijio glanced at Rong Wei. She walked past the two apostles and began to use their own methods and tools to obtain detailed data on the Dark Star Ice Serpent. This would be the basis for their treatment plan. Qin Yu found a chair behind the experimental table and sat down. He didn't care about the examination process of the four people. In any case, what he chose wasn't necessarily the best. As long as it was helpful to him and had a certain effect, it was fine. He closed his eyes, thoughts racing through his mind. He was increasingly puzzled as to why the ancient race bloodline was able to suppress the spirit beasts of this world. From the Skylark to the Wonder Beast, and now the Dark Star Ice Serpent, no matter how strong or weak a spirit beast was, in front of the ancient race bloodline, none of them had the ability to resist, just what was hidden here. Could there be some connection between this world and the ancient race? But he had read through many ancient texts recently and hadn't found any clues about the ancient race. Was he overthinking things, or was there some other reason? As he thought about it, time passed. In the blink of an eye, almost an hour passed. Rong Wei, Xiong Ziyue, and Saijio had all stopped. Only Yun Dai was still hesitating. She placed a hand on the Dark Star Ice Serpent's body. No one discovered that its giant body suddenly trembled. After several breaths of time, Yun Dai drew back her hand, a bit of exhaustion in her eyes. She let out a light breath. Her guess had been correct. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Have you finished inspecting them? Yes, teacher, sir. I presume you're all prepared. Tell me your treatment plans and explain the reasons for your choices. Qin Yu's eyes swept around. Let's start with Miss Saijio. Saijio respectfully nodded. Mister, my judgment is that the Dark Star Ice Serpent wasn't able to obtain enough energy to complete its breakthrough, thus leading to a backlash that led to today's situation. Therefore, my treatment plan is to use the Heavenly Letter Flower, the Eternal Forest Wood, and the essence of the Spirit Spring, these three spiritual items, to complement each other. To sum up, this is my shallow understanding. There must be something wrong with it, please correct me, sir. Qin Yu nodded, non-committal. He looked at Xiong Ziwe and said, tell me your plan. Xiong Ziwe had a bitter expression. Mister, my treatment plan is similar to Miss Sai Jia's, but the specifics aren't perfect. I won't waste your time. He never thought that his luck would be so bad. Such a good opportunity had actually collided with Sai Jia's treatment plan. In particular, when his plan was placed side by side with Sai Jia's, whether it was in terms of perfection or logical deduction, there was no comparison at all. If he said it out loud, he would simply be asking to be humiliated. Rong Wei patted his shoulder. He meaningfully said, that's enough. There might be another chance in the future. He looked at Qin Yu. Mister, let me throw out a brick to attract Jade. Let Miss Yundai appear last. Seeing Qin Yu nod, Rong Wei stepped forwards. Mister, the angle of my treatment plan is a bit different from Miss Sai Jia's. I believe that the reason the Dark Star Ice Serpent failed to advance isn't because it lacked energy, but because some uncontrollable factors appeared during the absorption process. So, if we want to treat its wounds, we must find the key. For this reason, I have adjusted my treatment plan. I will use the Buddha finger as the main point and then combine it with the Annihilation Black Vine, Spirit Devouring Grass, and other things to first consume some of the strength within its body. Sai Jia frowned. This was because she discovered that Rong Wei's treatment plan was essentially the opposite of what she had expected. One was to add more energy and attempt to restart the advancement process. Once this was completed, the Dark Star Ice Serpent would naturally recover. The other was to destroy the excess strength and find the true reason why the Dark Star Ice Serpent had failed to advance. Then, after making corresponding adjustments, they could treat it a step further. Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. This was a bit difficult. The two people's treatment plans were actually completely different. If so, how could he choose? If he made the wrong choice, then with the help of the little blue lamp, wouldn't he be able to kill the Dark Star Ice Serpent even faster? He furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Yundai. When this disciple of his had treated the Wonder Beast, although her method wasn't perfect, there was no need to say anything about the final effect. Moreover, he had obtained tremendous benefits. In this difficult moment, when he looked at her, there was a bit of anticipation in his eyes. Yundai could sense this anticipation. Her teacher had high expectations of her. The hesitation in her heart completely vanished. How could she allow her teacher to be disappointed in her? Yundai stepped forward and bowed. She had a calm expression. She said in a soft voice, Teacher, in my opinion, whether it is Miss Sai Jia or Mr. Rong Wei's plan, as long as it is handled properly, they can achieve the desired effect. Sai Jia and Rong Wei frowned. How could two completely opposite plans achieve the same effect? They stared at Yundai, waiting for her to give an explanation. Yundai looked at the two of them, not the least bit timid. If she dared to say such words in the past, she would only be laughed at by others. No one would be willing to listen to her explanation. But now, she was her teacher's disciple and had the qualifications to express her own views. There is only one point that Miss Sai Jia and Mr. Rong Wei might not have discovered. The fundamental reason for the Dark Star Ice Serpent's failure to advance isn't because it has too much or too little energy, nor is it because some uncontrollable factor occurred during the advancement process. As Yundai spoke to her, she seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, she took a deep breath and continued, the true reason is that someone took action. During the Dark Star Ice Serpent's advancement process, they added something called nebula wood and had it eat it. Rong Wei said in a low voice, Impossible. When the Dark Star Ice Serpent was advancing, I was present the entire time. No one could have done anything to it. As for the items that the Dark Star Ice Serpent ate before this, they were all personally chosen by me. Yundai had a calm expression. Even if Mr. Rong Wei chose them, could they have been changed or added during the transportation process? Even if nothing happened during this process, with Mr. Rong Wei's status, would he personally feed the Dark Star Ice Serpent every meal? Rong Wei's lips moved, but he had no way to refute this. This was because during the entire process, he really couldn't pay full attention to it. But if this was true, then didn't that mean, His complexion paled and his eyes brightened. He said, "Miss Yoon Dai, you should know that you must have evidence to back up your word." Facing his question, Yoon Dai nodded. "Since I have spoken, I naturally have confidence in myself. Nebula wood is colorless and tasteless, and it can fuse with almost any spiritual object. Unless it is intentionally done, it is extremely difficult for others to detect it. Moreover, even after it is eaten, unless the fluctuations of strength are too intense and surpass a certain limit, it will not be triggered. But once it is triggered, it will act as a catalyst, causing one's strength to go out of control. During the Dark Star Ice Serpent's advancement process, its bloodline will transform and it will cause all of its blood energy to boil. Thus, the triggering conditions are met. Of course, I won't make a judgment based on this alone. After the nebula wood fuses into the body, it will take at least a month before it can be completely expelled from the body. And, I just happen to know a method to verify whether or not this nebula wood exists." Yoon Dai looked up. "Teacher, I will have to ask you to help me take a drop of the Dark Star Ice Serpent's blood." Chin Yu nodded. With a flick of his hand, strength erupted. With a loud cracking sound, the scales shattered and a drop of dark red blood seeped out. Yoon Dai bowed in thanks. She took out a crystal tube and poured the drop of blood into it. Then, she entered the test bench and quickly extracted a transparent liquid from several ordinary materials. "This is a compound reagent that I have named Star Revealing. Once it comes into contact with the components of the nebula wood, it will be stimulated. Everyone will know once you see it." As she spoke, she dropped a drop of the reagent into the dark red bead of blood. Motes of light began to appear, flickering like nebulas in the night sky. Seong Ziwe's eyes widened. Teacher, Sai Jio's face was icy cold. This scene was the most convincing evidence. Rong Wei looked on in a daze for a long time. Then, he suddenly stepped forwards, his voice hoarse. "Miss Yoon Dai, please give me the star-revealing reagent." Yoon Dai seemed to guess what he wanted to do. A trace of unwillingness appeared in her eyes. "Mr. Rong Wei, darkness exists everywhere in this world. There is no need for you to care too much about it." She handed over the reagent and left the test bench. Rong Wei flipped his hand and took out a blade of grass. The blade of grass was jagged and the surface was black and common-looking. He clenched his fist and strength slowly burst out, squeezing out all of the plant juices and dripping them into the star-revealing reagent. In the next moment, countless motes of light appeared. With a loud crack, the crystal tube shattered into pieces on the ground. The motes of light rapidly spread outwards. Rong Wei's body swayed. He grabbed onto the test bench to prevent himself from falling down. "Teacher." Seong Ziue hurried over to support him. Rong Wei took a deep breath and slowly pushed him away. He turned and bowed. "I thank Miss Yoon Dai for pointing this out. Otherwise, the entire hidden fog sect would still be in the dark." He turned to Chin Yu. Miss Yoon Dai's strength is extraordinary, not something we can compare with. There is no need to compare treatment methods, we can choose Miss Yoon Dai. I ask Mr. to forgive me, but I must leave first, someone must pay the price for this matter." So there really had been a traitorous spy that had plotted to murder the Dark Star Ice Serpent. What was laughable was that this scandal had actually been discovered by him, someone that the entire hidden fog sect hated to the point of wanting to swallow alive. Sorrow, anger, resentment, all of these emotions wove together in his heart. Rong Wei bowed and left. Seong Ziue and Sai Jio bowed and hurried after him. Watching the three of them leave, Yoon Dai revealed a restless expression. "Teacher, did I do something wrong?" Chin Yu shook his head. "This has nothing to do with you. The one in the wrong is someone else." But deep in his heart, his impression of the hidden fog sect continued to fall. "Yoon Dai, take out your treatment plan. The effects must be good. There is no need to save money for the hidden fog sect." It wasn't good for him to meddle in the internal affairs of the sect, but if there were some losses in the treatment process, there was nothing they could say. Chapter 713. When Yoon Dai took out the complete treatment plan, Chin Yu listened to it once and was sure that she really understood. Heavenly South Mulberry Tree, Obsidian Black Dragon Birth, 9 Revolution Scarlet Flame Fruit Tree. These were all inexhaustible treasures, and now they were all listed in the plan. Although it was Qin Yu who first proposed using this opportunity to ruthlessly bleed the hidden fog sect, he still couldn't help but wonder if his mouth had been opened too wide. But as he looked at Yun Dai's calm expression, he quickly suppressed his emotions. As a teacher, he couldn't be looked down upon by his disciple. In any case, the initiative was in their hands. Even if the hidden fog sect knew they would suffer a loss, they could only swallow it down. However, looking at Yun Dai's calm appearance as if she hadn't done anything at all, Qin Yu secretly decided that it would be best if he didn't provoke women in the future, especially those who looked like little cabbages. The consequences would be far too severe. Very good. We'll follow your plan. When Rongwei returns, give it to him and have the hidden fog sect prepare as soon as possible. They had to prepare ahead of time. With so many treasures, even if the hidden fog sect was a large sect, they still might not be able to gather so many in a short time. Yun Dai respectfully bowed. Yes, teacher. Not long after Rongwei, Xiongziue, and Sai Jiao left the cave, news that the Dark Star Ice Serpent had failed to advance and had been secretly sabotaged by someone spread through the entire hidden fog sect like a violent storm that swept through the heavens and earth. Countless cultivators were blown away, all in a distressed state. Not long ago, most of them were still furious and participated in the demonstration, shouting for the glory of punishing spies. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, they would be slapped hard in the face? The person they viewed as a spy had actually found evidence that proved the existence of a spy. It was a great mockery. The high-level figures of the hidden fog sect were shaken. The Dark Star Ice Serpent could be said to be the lifeblood of the hidden fog sect. The sect needed it to fight for its glory and its future orthodoxy needed it to protect, but someone actually dared to attack it. This was simply unforgivable. In particular, the previously guilty higher-ups could finally straighten their backs and speak. It turned out that their suggestion was not wrong. The one who was wrong was that damned spy. A massive investigation rumbled as it began. Everyone that was able to come into contact with the Dark Star Ice Serpent, whether it was directly or indirectly, was included in the scope of the investigation. Within an hour, one of Rongwei's disciples committed suicide by consuming poison. In 4 hours, 3 people from the Internal Affairs Division had died in succession. 12 hours later, the 17 cultivators responsible for purchasing, transporting, and handing over the materials were all dead. For a time, all clues were cut off. The atmosphere within the hidden fog sect became even more solemn. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the true spy behind the scenes was definitely an important figure in the sect. That was why they could so decisively get rid of everyone involved and ensure their own safety. On the surface, the grand investigation gradually stopped as the clues were cut off. However, the in-depth investigation in the dark had just begun. This was the hidden fog sect master's order. We must dig out this cancer at all cost. This time, he had obtained the approval of all the higher-ups of the sect. Perhaps that included the spy with an extremely high status. Several days passed. The atmosphere within the hidden fog sect was still as tense as before. They still hadn't recovered from that great storm. But on this day, outside of the sect's Great Array formation, an imposing and high-profile group arrived. A giant carriage had a golden triangular flag fluttering in the wind. Embroidered on the flag was a tiger that had descended the mountain. The king character between its eyebrows was clearly visible and it exuded a monstrous killing intent, as if it could break free from the flag at any moment and become a true man-eating tiger. It was a sight that left one in awe. At this time, the carriage door opened from the inside and a young man with a round and pale face stepped out. He wore the trendy narrow-sleeved robes. Unfortunately, his body was round and he couldn't display the elegant and carefree aura he should have. However, this young man's aura was strong and his eyes were filled with disdain. To put it in simpler terms, as long as I stand here, all of you are nothing but trash. 6th Uncle, didn't I already tell Uncle that I would be staying at the hidden fog sect for a period of time? Why are we still waiting here? The young man had an impatient expression. The one who was addressed as 6th Uncle was a skinny middle-aged man with a deep bow. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Young master, I've already sent someone to inform them. I'm sure someone will come to welcome us in soon. Before his voice fell, the hidden fog sect's great array formation dispersed and a group of people walked out. The one leading them was unexpectedly Sai Jiao. At this time, her expression became increasingly indifferent. As she looked at the round-faced young man, her eyes turned even colder. The young man's eyes brightened. He excitedly said, "Cousin, I never thought you would personally come to welcome me. We haven't seen each other in a long time." His eyes swept over her body and his smile became even brighter. Sai Jiao coldly said, "Dozhan, take back your thieving eyes. If you dare to look around again, I will personally dig them out for you." "Haha, cousin, you are still as rude as ever." Good, I will listen to you. Where is uncle? Why didn't he come to welcome me?" Dozhan casually smiled. Sai Jiao turned and walked away. "Father is busy so he can't come. If you don't want to come in, you can leave now." Dozhan laughed. "How can I do that?" "Cousin, wait for me, let's have a good chat." After entering the hidden fog sect and arranging a residence for the Do family, Sai Jiao didn't say a single word. She turned and left. At this time, she only hated that she didn't have enough time. If it weren't for her father's orders, she wouldn't have taken a single step out of the laboratory. Moreover, if she stayed with someone like Dozhan, she would find it difficult to breathe for even a second longer. What sort of status does young master have? Even if she is a cousin, this sort of attitude is a bit too excessive. A favored maid angrily said to the side. Sixth uncle glanced at her and bowed his head as he drew to the side. The smile on Dozhan's face completely vanished. His round face gave off a particularly gloomy feeling as he expressionlessly stared at the maid. Young master, what is it? Did I say something wrong?" The maid felt as if she had been locked onto by a viper in the shadows. Dozhan reached out a hand. With a loud cracking sound, the maid's head tilted to the side and the light in her wide eyes rapidly faded away. What was crushed was not only her throat, but the fiendish energy that swept out had also torn her soul to shreds. Dozhan casually tossed her aside and muttered, "Why can't the people of this world recognize their own status and try to do things that overestimate themselves? Sixth uncle, she has been by my side these past days and has eaten a great deal of good food. Don't waste it and feed it to my tiger beast." He shook his head and turned to leave. "Yes, young master." Sixth uncle picked up the maid's still warm corpse. He looked at those eyes that wouldn't close even in death and turned to leave. Sai Jiao was in an extremely bad mood. As she thought of that round face and his perverted actions, she felt her chest tumble. If he wasn't her cousin, if the Do family wasn't so powerful, she had to endure it, "Miss Sai Jiao, are you all right?" As Yun Dai passed by, she saw Sai Jiao's ugly complexion and hesitated for a moment. It was as if she had left in a hurry and returned in such a state. "Ah, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Miss Yun Dai." Sai Jiao regained her composure and forced herself to speak. Yun Dai nodded. She didn't have the habit of prying into other people's privacy. Since Sai Jiao didn't want to say too much, she wouldn't ask. "I'll leave first. If teacher needs anything, I'll have to ask Miss Sai Jiao to help him." "You want to leave?" Sai Jiao had a strange complexion. If it weren't for her father's orders, she wouldn't have taken a single step outside. Yun Dai could guess her thoughts. She couldn't explain that her teacher's treatment process was very different and it was difficult to learn anything from it. I haven't washed myself these past few days and my body feels a bit uncomfortable. I'll be back soon." Sai Jiao revealed an envious expression. Thinking about it, this was also true. As the disciple of a grand scholar, how could she be afraid of not having a chance to learn from her teacher? She simply didn't need to be like her, staying here without eating, drinking, or washing herself. Watching Yun Dai leave, Sai Jiao glanced at the array formation that isolated the laboratory from the outside. She wondered when Mr. Ning Qin would come out. There wasn't much time left until the Beast King War began. Suddenly, Sai Jiao frowned. She felt as if she had overlooked something. Just what was it? A moment later, the absent-minded Sai Jiao's eyes widened. She finally remembered what she had overlooked. Damn it! Those bastards from the External Affairs Division had actually arranged for Dozhon's residence to be next to Mr. Ning Qin and Yun Dai's. Yun Dai had already gone back just now. With that bastard Dozhon's temper, if he saw Yun Dai, would he still be able to walk? Even an idiot could guess the result. Sai Jiao stood up. She told Rong Wei and his disciple that she had matters to deal with and then hurried out. Please don't run into him, please don't run into him. But in this world, there was a saying, the more you didn't want to face something, the more likely it would happen. Young Master Dozhon had eaten his fill and slept the entire way. After he personally killed off his new bed-warming maid, he couldn't find anything else to do, so he went out to wander around in boredom. Although his uncle was only an elder of the Hidden Fog sect, the Dou family's strength was enough for him to run rampant. He brought his group of subordinates with him like a swarm of locusts. The guards of the Hidden Fog sect had already received news of this ahead of time, so they stayed as far away as possible. They simply didn't dare to provoke this young master. After Yun Dai turned a corner, she heard laughter in front of her, interrupting her thoughts. She couldn't help but frown. She saw that in a small lake dotted between several residences, a Hidden Fog sect female cultivator was being chased into the water. Every time she tried to escape, she would be gently pushed back in. At the edge of the lake, there was a group of men. The one leading them should be the chubby young man. He swept his eyes over the female cultivator who was wet in her wet clothes, a playful and excited expression on his face. Before she entered her teacher's tutelage, she had lived by herself for many years. She had seen countless incidents of the strong bullying the weak. Although she was angry, she wouldn't meddle in other people's business. This was because she was well aware that her current status and identity were all bestowed upon her by her teacher. Even if she couldn't help her teacher, she absolutely couldn't add to his troubles. Yun Dai lowered her head and was about to leave in another direction. But then, she heard an excited voice. "Young master, look. It's a beauty, a great beauty." Her heart sank. She looked up and met the chubby young man's eyes. The other party's eyes were burning hot and filled with greed, causing Yun Dai to instantly recall many unpleasant memories. Her face turned icy cold. Dozhon's eyes brightened. This was the taste, cold and filled with loathing, completely in line with his tastes. What he wanted to see the most was this sort of arrogant woman violently struggling beneath him, her face filled with pain. Chapter 714. Yun Dai frowned, her face cold. What do you want to do? She didn't want to cause trouble for her teacher, but that didn't mean she was afraid of trouble. As long as she didn't take the initiative to provoke him, her teacher would naturally uphold justice for her. Something like aura was difficult to explain. But, it could be understood as the I'm not to be trifled with aura that someone naturally exuded when they had something to rely on. Dozhon was such a not to be trifled with person. Thus, he could clearly feel the stimulation from his own kind. This beautiful purple-haired girl in front of him had this sort of aura. This caused Dozhon's desire to conquer her to rise once more. His lips curved up in a light smile. Perhaps he should teach this girl a lesson and let her understand that aura was also divided into levels. Looking at the entire Hidden Fog sect, he didn't fear anyone, so what could this woman in front of him do? Dozhon walked forwards, a calm smile on his face. "I am Dozhon. Today is the first time I've come to the Hidden Fog sect's treasure land. Without a friend to accompany me, I feel a bit lonely. I wonder if Miss would be willing to be my friend and accompany me to pass the time? Miss, please rest assured that I am a very gentle person. I won't make Miss feel uncomfortable. If you don't believe me, you can follow me back." Yun Dai's eyes were ice cold. But before she could say anything, a cold shout sounded out. "Dozhon, shut your dog mouth. If you dare to be insolent again, I will never forgive you." Sure, with the sound of breaking air, Sai Jiao landed on the field. She looked at the unharmed Yun Dai and let out a long breath of relief. If this person had really been molested in broad daylight, then the entire Hidden Fog sect would have to pay a heavy price. Luckily she had arrived in time. "Miss Yun Dai, I am deeply sorry. I apologize for offending Dozhon. I ask that Miss Yun Dai does not take it to heart." Sai Jiao earnestly bowed. Yun Dai frowned. "Miss Sai Jiao knows this person?" Sai Jiao revealed an awkward expression. He is my cousin. Yoon Dai nodded. Without speaking further, she turned and left. Sai-jo relaxed. If Yoon Dai continued to be stubborn, then this matter would be difficult to deal with. She turned to Do-jeon and clenched her teeth. If you dare to stir up trouble again, I will immediately write to my aunt. If you don't believe me, then you can try. Do-jeon shrugged his shoulders. Cousin, aren't you making too much of a fuss over nothing? I just wanted to make friends with Miss Yoon Dai, but before I could even say 2 words, my plans were ruined by you. You should know that my mother really hopes that I can get married and start a career as soon as possible. If she finds out about this, she might even blame you. Sai-jo's complexion was icy cold. She didn't bother with his pestering. She coldly said, "Let me remind you again. No matter how ridiculous you are normally, this is the Hidden Fog sect, not a place where you can be insolent. Also, stay as far away from that lady as you can. Don't ever provoke her again, do you hear me?" Do-jeon's expression became solemn. He rubbed his chin and said, "For cousin to treat her so seriously, it seems that Miss Yoon Dai's identity isn't ordinary at all. Can you tell me a little bit about her background?" Sai-jo was expressionless. "Just remember what I said." He turned around and left. Currently, no one knew of Mr. Ning Chin's true identity. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread out, even his father would be implicated. Perhaps she should think of a way to persuade Yoon Dai to leave this place so that she wouldn't encounter Do-jeon again. Towards this bastard, although she had solemnly warned him, Sai-jo still didn't have much confidence in him. Watching Sai-jo leave, Do-jeon's lips curved up in a smile. Interesting, really interesting. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a challenge. 6th uncle hesitated. "Young master, that lady's background isn't ordinary. It would be best if we didn't provoke her." Do-jeon's lips stiffened. He turned his head and saw 6th uncle bend even lower, a bitter smile on his face. The surrounding guards subconsciously drew back, panic on their faces. "6th uncle, do you also think that I can't provoke her?" "Young master, you should know that this old servant doesn't mean that. Good. Young master is invincible under the heavens. No one can provoke her." Do-jeon snapped his fingers. "That's how it is. Since 6th uncle has spoken, then I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and inquire about this girl's situation. I'll be waiting for your good news." He turned and led his people away. As for the female cultivator from the Hidden Fog sect, she had taken advantage of the time when everyone was speaking to each other to climb ashore and disappear without a trace. To a certain extent, this also proved from another aspect that sometimes doing good deeds would not necessarily lead to good results. 6th uncle straightened himself. He looked in the direction that Do-jeon left, his expression calm and his eyes indifferent. "Young master, this is your own choice. It has nothing to do with this old servant." With a faint sigh, 6th uncle turned and left. After taking 2 or 3 steps, he vanished into thin air like a shadow. Sai-jo caught up to Yoon Dai and solemnly apologized once more. As she looked at Yoon Dai's calm expression, she bitterly smiled inwardly. She had been implicated by that bastard Do-jeon. The little bit of friendship she had built up over these past few days had now vanished into thin air. "Miss Sai-jo, as long as your cousin doesn't bother you again, you can pretend that today's matter never happened." Yoon Dai nodded and pushed open the courtyard doors. Sai-jo sighed. She looked at the closed courtyard doors and turned to leave. Although she loathed him to the core, she had no choice but to look for Do-jeon again. That bastard. There were countless playboy young masters in this world, and Yoon Dai had seen more than 1 or 2 of them. Her natural appearance had caused her a great deal of trouble. So, although she was a bit angry, she didn't care. After a simple bath and changing into a new dress, Yoon Dai pushed open the door and walked out of her bedroom. Her complexion changed and she calmly took several more steps. Then, she suddenly said, "Who's there?" She turned and looked at the shadows in the corner. "Hehe, Miss Yoon Dai's senses are quite sharp. My family's young master has fallen in love with you at first sight. Please come with me." A black shadow flew out from within and came crashing down from above. Yoon Dai lifted a hand and slammed down on a button on the wall. An ear-piercing alarm sounded out. The shadow paused for a moment before angrily roaring, Consider yourself lucky today, but it won't happen again. Whoosh, it flew backwards and sank into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Soon, a large number of hidden fog sect guards surrounded Yun Dai's residence. Sai Jiao had just left Do Zhon's residence. Before she could relax, she heard the alarm and her heart leapt into her throat. When she arrived, she just happened to see Yun Dai walk out of the courtyard surrounded by guards. She hurried forwards. "Miss Yun Dai, what happened?" Yun Dai's complexion was ice cold. "About this, Miss Sai Jiao should ask your cousin." Sai Jiao cried out in alarm. "What? It's related to him?" She panicked. She hurriedly said, "Is there a misunderstanding? I just came out from Do Zhon's residence. He promised me that he would never disturb you again." Yun Dai was expressionless. "Miss Sai Jiao, are you saying that I am framing him? Since something like this happened, I think I should ask my teacher to come forward and uphold justice for me." "Wait a moment." Sai Jiao's mouth was bitter. "Miss Yun Dai, I didn't mean that." Seeing Yun Dai's cold expression, Sai Jiao remained unmoved. Sai Jiao clenched her teeth. "Miss Yun Dai, please give me some time. The hidden fog sect will definitely give you an explanation." Yun Dai looked at her. After a long period of silence, she slowly nodded. "All right." Her mind raced. If this matter couldn't be resolved, then perhaps the treatment plan she gave to the hidden fog sect could be modified a little. Do Zhon's complexion paled. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. What was this? Not only had he failed to eat chicken, but he had also stirred up trouble. "Sixth uncle, what is going on? What did you do?" "Young master, this old servant swears to the heavens that this has nothing to do with me." Sixth uncle had an aggrieved expression. "I just found out where Miss Yun Dai lives, but before I could act, the alarm sounded. Young master, from the time you gave me the order to the time of this incident, only a little bit of time has passed. It is impossible for me to have done this." Do Zhon silently calculated. If he didn't know where Yun Dai lived in advance, it would indeed take him some time to find her. Sixth uncle didn't have enough time. Then who could it be? Suddenly, Do Zhon's eyes popped open. He said, "Sixth uncle, do you think that this matter was directed by that little girl to deliberately stir up trouble for me?" Sixth uncle sucked in a breath of cold air. "Young master, are you saying that Miss Yun Dai is retaliating against you?" Do Zhon was expressionless. "What else? I really can't think of any other possibility." He paced back and forth. "Interesting. This is too interesting. It has always been me who stirred up trouble, but this time someone actually tried to blackmail me." Sixth uncle bowed. "Young master, what should we do?" "Do nothing." Do Zhon sneered. "With my status, as long as there is no evidence, who dares to touch us? Little girl, if you have any methods then feel free to use them. I will receive them all." But soon, Do Zhon couldn't smile anymore. The final result was confirmed. The hidden fog sect had asked him to leave. In other words, he, Do Zhon, had been expelled. Elder Sai frowned. He strode in. The Do family cultivators hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, uncle. Rise." Looking at the motionless Do Zhon on the sofa, Elder Sai sighed. "Do Zhon, don't be angry. Uncle has let you down in this matter. I will definitely make it up to you in the future." Do Zhon sneered. "Uncle, your words are too serious. I am just a junior, so of course you can drive me away whenever you want. How could I dare to complain? But, what I don't understand is where the hidden fog sect's courage comes from. Aren't they afraid that my father will be angry?" Elder Sai forced a smile. "Listen to me and don't cause more trouble." He hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you know of the hidden fog sect's dark star ice serpent? Some time ago, there was an accident and it is currently being treated. As for Miss Yun Dai's teacher, Ning Qin, he is the only person responsible for treating it." Do Zhon's eyebrows shot up. A beast trainer? To others, this was a noble status, but in his eyes it wasn't even a fart. Just because of this, they wanted to drive him away. What a joke. Elder Sai frowned. "Do Zhon, Ning Qin is not an ordinary beast trainer. He has absolute Grandmaster level strength. Even your father has to maintain a certain level of courtesy towards him. All right, Don't be so upset. Take your people and leave first. I will definitely honor the compensation I promised you in the future. Grandmaster level beast trainer, Dojon cursed his bad luck. No wonder that little girl was so confident in framing him. But if he left like this, where would he put his face? He would be mocked by Sai Jiao for the rest of his life. Uncle, I can leave, but not today. Don't worry, I will leave tomorrow morning. As long as you agree to this, I won't ask for any compensation. Elder Sai pointed a finger at him. You. Fine, Uncle agrees. But remember your promise. Tomorrow morning, I will personally send you away. All right, it's been a long day. Rest early. His nephew was driven away and his face wasn't glorious either. But, who asked Dojon's reputation to be so poor? Even if Yun Dai didn't have concrete evidence, would such a beautiful little girl frame him for no reason at all? It was just that everyone knew who to believe. Moreover, the Hidden Fog sect was currently asking for someone's help. Shaking his head, Elder Sai stood up and left. Bang! The exquisite teacup shattered on the ground. Dojon's face flushed red. Yun Dai, just you wait, this isn't over. No matter how angry young Master Do was, he couldn't immediately counterattack. Before the storm had even begun, it was about to dissipate. But on that night, when the darkness was at its deepest, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out. The entire Hidden Fog sect could hear it. The young master has been killed. With a panicked howl, a guard collapsed to the ground, all the blood draining from his face. The young hedonistic playboy who had been running amok during the day had been killed on his bed. A terrifying strength had shattered his body, scattering red and white everywhere. He had died without an intact corpse. The high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect arrived as quickly as possible. As they saw the broken corpse on the bed, their complexions paled. Chapter 7:15. Yun Dai was awakened by a burst of noise. She quickly put on some clothes and walked over to the window. Pulling open the curtains, she saw that the lighting array formations outside were all activated and there were shadows of people in the distance. After wrangling with the Hidden Fog sect today, she was exhausted and hadn't returned to her laboratory. She didn't think that she would be woken up not long after she fell asleep. What happened this time? Recently, the Hidden Fog sect had been quite lively. Yun Dai thought with a hint of mockery. However, she would never have guessed that the storm of the night would soon envelop her. The doorbell rang out. Yun Dai put away her clothes and controlled the array formation to open the door. Sai Jiao was the first to rush in. Seeing that Yun Dai's clothes were still intact and her breathing was stable, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Behind him was a massive number of Hidden Fog sect cultivators. Most of the great figures he had seen in the Grand Hall were gathered here. Elder Sai's face was dark and his twitching eyebrows indicated that his current mood was terrible. He took a step forwards and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yun Dai, have you been in your room all night? Have you not left at all?" Yun Dai frowned. "That's right." She swept her eyes over everyone. "Everyone from the Hidden Fog sect has come so late at night. For what reason? It's you. You must have killed my young master." Sixth uncle roared angrily. His small stature had not attracted much attention before, but now he instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Yun Dai's complexion changed. Dojon died. That young thug from earlier had actually been killed. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly reacted and frowned. "You came to my residence. Could it be that you think I killed him? Other than you, who else would have the motive to kill my young master?" Sixth uncle clenched his teeth. He did do something wrong, but he doesn't deserve to die. "You vicious witch." Yun Dai remained expressionless. "The murder has nothing to do with me. If you continue to recklessly slander me, don't blame me for being impolite." Elder Sai lifted a hand to stop the enraged sixth uncle. "Miss Yun Dai, I also don't believe that you were the one who killed them. But, as everyone in the Do family has said, you are the greatest suspect. Moreover, Old Six saw the back of the murderer. It was a woman." Yun Dai panicked. Her first thought was that the Hidden Fog sect was framing her, but she soon calmed down. The current her was no longer that helpless little cultivator in Mid-Morning City. She was her teacher's disciple. Even if she faced the hidden fog sect, she could calmly deal with them without fear. Elder Sai noticed Yoon Dai's flustered expression and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Could it really have been this woman who did this? But soon, he discovered that Yoon Dai had calmed down once more. This wasn't an act, but a true calmness that came from the inside out. I'll say it again. The murder has nothing to do with me. Just as everyone has said, everything requires evidence. With these words, everyone from the hidden fog sect, including Elder Sai, felt their faces heat up. Who would have thought that the words he said to the young lady in the day would be kicked back at him at night? You want evidence? This old man will give you evidence. Sixth uncle jumped out again, his expression ruthless. My family's young master is a direct descendant of Hidden Tiger Pool. From the moment he was born, he was protected by the white tiger, and his body is filled with killing intent. Once he is killed, the one who kills him will be attacked by this killing intent. He raised his hand. Whether or not you killed my young master, we'll know once we try. His finger landed heavily. Beneath the illumination array formation, the living room was as bright as day. Faint traces of killing intent appeared out of thin air, condensing into the phantom of a fierce tiger that roared at Yoon Dai. Sixth uncle's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What else do you have to say? It really was her. The hidden fog sect cultivators all revealed shocked expressions. This result had clearly surpassed their expectations. Elder Sai's complexion darkened. Miss Yoon Dai, what explanation do you have for this? Yoon Dai was expressionless. I don't need an explanation, because the one who killed him wasn't me to begin with. Even now you still dare to be stubborn. Sixth uncle turned and cupped his hands together. Lord Uncle, please allow me to bring this witch back to Hidden Tiger Pool. Young Master Dujan is the Lord's most beloved son. She must be judged in Hidden Tiger Pool. Before Elder Sai could speak, Sai Jo jumped out. No, absolutely not. This scene left many people shocked. No matter what their relationship was, Dujan was still her cousin. Now that Dujan was dead and the murderer had been locked onto, Sai Jo had actually stepped forward to stop them. Just what was going on? Sixth uncle's face was filled with disbelief. Miss, you, although he was angry, he couldn't say anything. Elder Sai scolded, Sai Jo, shut up. There is no room for you to speak today. Sai Jo was caught in a dilemma. But there was one thing she was sure of, and that was that no matter how Dujan died, she couldn't allow them to take away Yoon Dai. Otherwise, not only would her father suffer a calamity, but the entire hidden fog sect would welcome a terrifying retaliation. This was the Grand Expert realm. Just thinking about the strength they could stir up was enough to make one tremble in fear. As her thoughts raced, Sai Jo looked up at Yoon Dai. Her expression was indifferent, without any expression. This kind of indifference was because she had enough confidence to face any situation. But Sai Jo didn't. She clenched her teeth and walked over to Elder Sai's side. She whispered several words in his ear. Elder Sai's complexion changed. Is this true? Sai Jo had a bitter expression. Rong Wei is well aware of this matter. If father doesn't believe me, you can find him and ask him. The hidden fog sect master had been silent tonight. One reason was that he didn't want to become enemies with Grandmaster Ning Qin, and the other reason was that Elder Sai had rushed to the front. But as he saw this, he frowned and asked, Elder Sai, what happened? Elder Sai looked at his daughter's bitter expression and believed most of what she said. His hands and feet felt numb and he hurriedly said, Sect Master, there is something that I need to confirm with Elder Rong Wei. The hidden fog sect master frowned. Is it related to tonight's murder? Elder Sai nodded. Of course it was related. If Ning Qin really was, then who would dare to move against his disciple? The hidden fog sect master turned and ordered, Go and invite Mr. Rong Wei over. A moment later, Rong Wei hurried over from the laboratory. It was clear that he had learned of everything on the way here. The first thing he saw was the unharmed Yoon Dai. He let out a long breath of relief and then bowed towards the hidden fog sect master. Elder Sai saw all of this happen. Although he hadn't asked anything, he already knew the result. It was true, it was actually true. The Grand Expert Realm, the legendary Grand Expert Realm. No, He couldn't lose himself because of Dojin. What nonsense. What was the difference between attacking a grand expert's disciple and pulling out a tiger's whiskers? No matter how fierce Hidden Tiger Lagoon was, today's events had nothing to do with him. Even if he didn't handle this well in the end, he would only have to shoulder some responsibility. In that instant, Elder Sai made his decision. Cough. There are too many suspicious points in tonight's events, so it's not easy to come to a conclusion. We might as well set this aside for now and wait for more evidence to be gathered before making a judgment. The wind instantly reversed. As the Hidden Fog sect cultivators looked at him, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was also possible. Was the one who died his nephew or not? Tonight's scene was truly filled with surprises. Sixth Uncle's complexion darkened. Elder Sai, what is the meaning of this? His attitude changed and he began to sound distant. His eyes swept over everyone in the hall. Or is it that the entire Hidden Fog sect wishes to protect this witch and have my young master die in vain? Good, very good. Our Hidden Tiger Lagoon stands in this world and we pay the most attention to distinguishing between gratitude and grudges. If this is really the case, then I will leave now. In the future, my Lord City Lord will come and seek justice from the Hidden Fog sect. This was a blatant threat. The Hidden Fog sect people felt a headache coming on. Who was willing to provoke those madmen from Hidden Tiger Lagoon? Brother Sixth, please calm your anger. The Hidden Fog sect has no such intentions. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning in Elder Sai's words. Elder Sai, hurry and explain to Brother Sixth. Dojin died in the Hidden Fog sect and we will definitely cooperate with you to severely punish the murderer. Elder Sai was silent. Explain? How could he explain? Could he say in front of everyone that this little girl Yun Dai's background was something they couldn't provoke? But if this matter really caused them to shed all pretense of cordiality with Hidden Tiger Lagoon, that would be troublesome. For a time, he fell into a dilemma. Rong Wei had already clearly seen the situation. Elder Sai should have learned of Mr. Ning Qin's true identity through Sai Jiao, but the other people of the Hidden Fog sect didn't know. The two sides had different information and this caused their attitudes to be completely different. If things continued like this, then unless they publicly announced Mr. Ning Qin's identity, this stalemate wouldn't last for too long. The situation would worsen in a direction that was unfavorable to Miss Yun Dai. After all, no matter how important the Dark Star Ice Serpent was, it couldn't compare to the current crisis. The terror of Hidden Tiger Lagoon was enough for the entire Hidden Fog sect to make the correct decision. His thoughts raced. Rong Wei stepped forwards and cupped his hands across his chest. Elder Sai, why don't we invite Mr. Ning Qin out? Perhaps he will have a solution. What was wrong with publicly announcing Mr. Ning Qin's identity? And watching as Yun Dai was taken away was even worse. Then, this was their only choice. With Mr. Ning Qin's wisdom and breadth of mind, he would surely understand the twists and turns and forgive their helpless actions. Elder Sai's eyes brightened. Good. Hurry and invite Mr. Ning Qin here. This was indeed a good method. Once Ning Qin arrived, the main conflict would shift to him and Hidden Tiger Lagoon. The Hidden Fog sect would be able to extricate themselves from this situation. At that time, no matter how bad the relationship between the two sides became, it would have nothing to do with them and they wouldn't be implicated too much. The Hidden Fog sect master frowned. Many high-level figures had similar actions. They could all see that Elder Sai's attitude wasn't right. Tonight's matters were becoming increasingly strange. Sixth Uncle's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Things were different from what he thought, but the problem was that he couldn't find the crux of the problem, much less solve it. He had to bring Yun Dai away. Now, it seemed that the only way to achieve his goal was to have her teacher back down. Soon, there was the sound of footsteps and a black robe reflected in everyone's eyes. Rong Wei hurriedly bowed. Mr. Ning Qin. Sixth Uncle had already been waiting for a long time. He let out a deep breath and shouted, "You are this witch's teacher? You killed my Hidden Tiger Lagoon's young master. If you dare to say another word, then you will be a great enemy of my Hidden Tiger Lagoon. I'm asking you if you're afraid or not." Qin, you didn't even glance at him. He said to Yun Dai, "How is it? You weren't bullied, right? These words caused Yundai's eyes to turn red. She hadn't shed any tears in front of everyone, but now she couldn't stop them. There was grievance, self-blame, and guilt. She had always been a burden to her teacher, unable to help him at all and constantly causing trouble for him. If her teacher grew tired of her, would he drive her away? Thinking of this, Yundai's tears flowed even more. Beneath the black robe, there was a moment of silence. Was there anything else to ask? It was clear at a glance. Chapter 7:16. He stood proudly in the field and coldly looked at the Hidden Fog sect disciples. He didn't place Hidden Tiger Lagoon in his eyes at all, as if he were looking down on all others. It wasn't that Qin Yu was too immersed in his role and thought of himself as a Grandmaster Beast Trainer, but in the current situation, he had no choice but to take a tough stance. On the way here from the laboratory, Qin Yu had made some simple inquiries and observed the expressions of those present. It wasn't hard for him to conclude that Hidden Tiger Lagoon was quite fierce. Then, now that their young master had been killed, it could be imagined what the Hidden Fog sect would do. Once he gave in and allowed Yundai to be taken away, Rong Wei and Sai Jiao would inevitably grow suspicious of his identity. There was no reason for a Grand Master to lower his head in front of Hidden Tiger Pool. At that time, he would also be in great trouble. So, whether it was to protect Yundai or for himself, he had to display the aura of a Grand Expert. Elder Sai already believed that he was at the Grand Expert realm. What he needed to do now was to make the entire Hidden Fog sect believe this. The Hidden Fog sect people frowned. Ning Qin was being far too arrogant. Even if he was a Grandmaster level character, he absolutely didn't have the qualifications to be so insolent in front of Hidden Tiger Lagoon. However, Elder Sai was an exception. His heart jerked, and he was even more certain that the person before him was a Grandmaster level almighty figure that possessed a status comparable to the divine Tao realm, an existence that stepped into the peak of the world. Impudent! Sixth uncle roared, since you want to protect this demoness, then die. He wanted to use blood and death to intimidate everyone, to let them understand how foolish of a decision it was to become enemies with Hidden Tiger Abyss. As for whether or not he could kill Qin Yu, haha, he was just a weak beast trainer. With a flick of his sleeve, there was a flash of light and a tiger beast appeared. Its body was over 20 feet long and its entire body was pure white. It was Dozhon's guardian beast. But now, perhaps because its master had died, its eyes were filled with savagery and ruthlessness. As soon as it appeared, it howled. Roar! The terrifying tiger's roar was like millions of thunder exploding, instantly resounding in all directions. The array on the surface of the wall lit up, then extinguished and cracked. In the next moment, the entire residence, with the main hall as the center, was shattered and sent flying by a violent force. This was the reason why Sixth Uncle was so confident. This pure white tiger was a gift from the city lord to Dozhon. It was extremely powerful, almost comparable to a great Tao realm existence. With it attacking, this little beast trainer would be torn to shreds in a single clash. Sixth Uncle sneered, "Tiger beast, kill him." He pointed a finger at Qin Yu. The tiger beast's eyes instantly locked onto Qin Yu. Its four limbs fiercely gathered strength and it shot forwards like an arrow. The Hidden Fog sect master sighed inwardly, a helpless look in his eyes. After so many twists and turns, the Dark Star Ice Serpent still had to die. Perhaps this was fate. In the eyes of the other upper echelons, there was pity and mockery. Disregarding Hidden Tiger Abyss as if it was nothing was truly an extremely stupid thing to do. This group of lunatics were not normal people. They had many concerns and considerations. If they were angered, they would immediately be attacked by swords. No matter who you were, they would kill you first. This time, Ning Qin's pretense had obviously failed, and he had instead delivered his own life. It was as if everyone could already see the scene of him being torn apart on the spot by the tiger beast and then being devoured by it. Elder Sai's eyes brightened as he stared intently at this scene. Without a doubt, this was the best test. If Ning Qin really was at the Grandmaster boundary, then this tiger beast wouldn't be able to injure him. On the other hand, if he wasn't a Grandmaster, then he couldn't blame anyone if he died. Rong Wei and Sai Jiao had calm expressions. They had already seen an even more astonishing scene. Even the powerful Dark Star Ice Serpent was as subservient as a kitten in front of Mr. Chin, much less this tiger beast. To order a spirit beast to attack Mr. Chin was simply ridiculous. Strong winds blew against his face and a foul stench wafted around him. Facing the tiger beast's gaping maw and its sharp fangs, Chin wasn't startled at all. Rather, he was overjoyed. He thought that this was a timely rain. Just as he was worrying about how he could quietly reveal his Grandmaster boundary strength and/or the entire hidden fog sect, someone had immediately handed him a pillow. If he didn't make good use of it, he would simply be letting down Mr. Chin. Thus, what fell into everyone's eyes was another scene. The following paragraph was from the autobiography of a hidden fog sect high-level figure in his later years. The white tiger rushed forwards. But it saw that Mr. Chin remained unmoved, like a mountain standing on the earth, unafraid of the wind and rain. The tiger beast savagely roared. As its sharp fangs and claws reached Mr. Chin lifted his hand and pressed it down. In the next moment, the tiger beast bowed down and everyone in Hidden Tiger Lagoon was horrified. To sum it up simply, Chin had smoothly displayed the demeanor of a great master in front of everyone. He had easily suppressed the tiger beast in front of him. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Only his calm voice spread into everyone's ears. Although it wasn't loud, it was like billowing thunderclaps that shook the mind. This tiger beast isn't enough to kill me. At this time, he had to call himself high and mighty in order to match his status. Sixth Uncle's eyes widened. He froze where he was. He never imagined that such a scene would appear in front of him. As for everyone else, their eyes popped out of their sockets and their jaws dropped to the ground. With just a lift of his hand, without any other movements or even any extra aura, the savage and bloodthirsty tiger beast of Hidden Tiger Lagoon had been directly subdued. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Beads of sweat dripped down Elder Sai's forehead. He felt as if he had just narrowly escaped death. Luckily, Sai Jian knew of this and told him at the critical moment, otherwise everything would have been over. To possess great potential and suppress the world's spirit beasts with a wave of his hand, the Grandmaster realm, this was the true Grandmaster realm. There was no mistake about it. In the deathly silence, Yun Dai suddenly stepped forwards and fell to her knees. Teacher, this is all this disciple's fault. I have caused you to go against your original intentions. I ask teacher to punish me. If it weren't for her, how could her teacher have exposed his identity? Although she didn't know why her teacher had hidden himself, she had undoubtedly ruined his plans. As a disciple, this was a grave mistake. Her words awakened the stunned crowd. Elder Sai was the first to speak. Mr. Chin, rest assured that the Hidden Fog sect will keep their mouths shut and not reveal a single word to anyone. The Hidden Fog sect master took a deep breath and bowed. Elder Sai's words are my promise to Mr. Chin. A bitter light flashed in the depths of his eyes before turning into relief. Perhaps this result was already the best he could hope for. With Mr. Ning Chin's help, the Hidden Fog sect would definitely have the last laugh in the Beast King War of the Seven Sects. They might even be able to lift the shackles that imprisoned them. However, the premise of all of this was that Mr. Ning Chin didn't change his original intentions and continued to help the Hidden Fog sect. Then, there was no need to discuss how to deal with tonight's matters. The Hidden Fog sect master had a solemn expression. Sixth brother, I believe that there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Let's investigate this matter before making a decision. No matter how overbearing Hidden Tiger Lagoon was, facing a Grand Master Realm Master they would inevitably choose to retreat. Even if Do Zhon was the City Lord's most beloved son, he didn't have just one son. If he were to become enemies with a Grand Master because of this, then that would truly be stupid. Everyone knew that Hidden Tiger Lagoon was a crazy and ruthless person who would often start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. But, if they were truly a bunch of lunatics, how could they have survived until today? Beneath the madness of a demon, there was also a calm heart that considered gains and losses. The Hidden Fog sect master believed that the City Lord would make the right decision. Grandmaster, it was actually a Grand Master. Sixth Uncle's complexion paled. This didn't match the information he had obtained. If he had known this earlier, the Parliament would have never arranged such an event. But he had already fallen into the trap. Unless he completed the mission, all that awaited him was death. Return to Hidden Tiger Lagoon? With the City Lord's strength and wisdom, he could easily find out the truth of the matter. At that time, his fate would be even more miserable. He was stuck in a dilemma. Either way was death. Sixth Uncle's thoughts raced. He clenched his teeth. Since he was going to die either way, he naturally had to go all out. He couldn't just helplessly wait for death to arrive. Ha 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 ha. What a great Grand Master powerhouse, the peak of the world. Mr. Ning Qin, you indeed have the qualifications to make a decision with a single word, leaving us helpless and protecting your disciples. But what about our fates? There are over 170 people that followed young Master Dozhen to the Hidden Fog sect. Once we return to Hidden Tiger Lagoon, we will surely welcome the wrath of the City Lord and be reduced to ashes in pain. Sixth Uncle roared. Because of a single word from you, we will all die without a grave. Mr. Ning Qin might not care about a mere 170-some lives, but we also have families and loved ones. Newlywed wives, elderly mothers, babies in swaddling clothes, they are all waiting for their loved ones to return. The air fell deathly silent. Only his roars echoed in everyone's ears. Many people revealed expressions of pity. This was because everyone knew that with the cruel and ruthless nature of the Hidden Tiger Lagoon City Lord, this was indeed the final result. Lifting his robes, Sixth Uncle fell to his knees. If Mr. Ning Qin still has a trace of compassion in your heart, then please allow me to try again. I have grasped a secret technique from Hidden Tiger Lagoon that can determine whether or not Miss Yun Dai is the murderer. Mr. Ning Qin, please rest assured that this technique will only take a short time and it will not cause any harm to Miss Yun Dai. If she really isn't the murderer, then our deaths will have nothing to do with Mr. Ning Qin. Of course, if Mr. Ning Qin thinks that we are worthless and not worth wasting your precious time, then you can directly refuse and we will commit suicide in front of everyone in the Hidden Fog sect. First, we will avoid being punished even more horrifying when we return to Hidden Tiger Lagoon. Second, I hope that the City Lord can consider the fact that we buried ourselves with the young master and reduce the punishment for our loved ones. The house was broken and the surroundings were empty. As the people anxiously waited in Hidden Tiger Lagoon heard his words, their complexions paled. Mr. Ning Qin, please have mercy on us. Hualala, in the blink of an eye, everyone fell to their knees. Even ants struggled to live, much less cultivators. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, they still had to fight for it with everything they had. Qin Yu had a light expression. He looked at the scene in front of him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. These people from Hidden Tiger Lagoon saw that they didn't have the qualifications to act tough, so they decided to play the pity card. Indeed, this was the best method available. But Qin Yu still felt that something was strange. Sixth Uncle seemed to be staring at Yun Dai. Was he really so sure that Yun Dai was the murderer? Moreover, even if he was sure, they couldn't take her away. Would they be able to avoid punishment after returning to Hidden Tiger Lagoon? Dream on. Thus, Sixth Uncle's current actions seemed a bit unnecessary to Qin Yu. But how could such a quick-witted person who had decisively changed his strategy when he saw that things weren't working out? Yun Dai respectfully said, "Teacher, I didn't kill them. This disciple is willing to accept the examination." A straight body didn't fear a crooked shadow. Her heart was calm. Moreover, with her teacher here, no one would dare to frame her. With her teacher's status, he might not care about the lives and deaths of these people in Hidden Tiger Lagoon. But if these people really committed suicide here, then the karma of over 100 lives would wrap around him. It would also negatively affect his teacher's reputation. This was something that Yun Dai didn't want to see. Qin Yu frowned. He slowly said, "Since this is your own choice, I won't stop you." Sixth Uncle bowed again and again. "Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Miss Yun Dai." Then, he revealed an awkward expression. "It's just that what I will be using is a secret technique from Hidden Tiger Lagoon. It is not good to show it in public. I will have to trouble the Hidden Fog sect to prepare a quiet room for me." The Hidden Fog sect master said, "Of course." Sixth Uncle gestured with a hand. "Miss Yun Dai, Please. Yoon Dai nodded and followed behind. Qin Yu, who had been observing sixth uncle this entire time, suddenly burst out with a bright light. Wait a moment. Yoon Dai, come over here. I will give you a few instructions. Don't fall into the trap of others. Just as he spoke, sixth uncle's body tensed. He turned around and forced a smile. Mister, I wouldn't dare. Yoon Dai walked over. Teacher, what instructions do you have? Just as she finished speaking, she was grabbed by Qin Yu and pulled behind him. Sixth uncle's face stiffened. Mister, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 717. Sixth uncle's field of vision darkened and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What was the meaning of this? The people from the hidden fog sect were also left speechless. They thought, with your status, was it really all right for you to turn around and go back on your words like this? Furthermore, your tone of voice is way too self-righteous. Sixth uncle roared out, Mr. Ning Qin, are you playing with us people that are about to die? He was nearly driven mad with anger. He was just about to achieve his goal, but he had failed at the last moment. If he knew this would happen, he would have attacked just now. Perhaps he would have had a chance to capture Yoon Dai. Damn it, what he said just now was just to make him lower his guard. How laughable. He had always believed himself to be intelligent, but it was only at the last moment that he realized this. Qin Yu was expressionless. If you want to understand it that way, then I won't object. He tightened his grip, not allowing Yoon Dai to speak. A short sword appeared in sixth uncle's hand. The sword point was pointed at his chest and his face was filled with sorrow and sorrow. If that's the case, then we 170 plus people will commit suicide in front of Mr. Ning Qin. I hope that our blood can dye your shoes red so that you will remember today's events. Sai Jiao didn't have any favorable impression of the people from Hidden Tiger Lake. At this time, she subconsciously frowned. It could be seen that most of them couldn't bear to do this. As they looked at Qin Yu, there was more or less a bit of anticipation in their eyes. This sort of silent gaze was sometimes a powerful oppression. Unfortunately, it had no effect on Qin Yu at all. His expression didn't change. His lips moved as he spat out two words, please. His eyes were focused on sixth uncle, as if he were waiting for the blade to pierce through his chest and blood to rain down. Bastard. Sixth uncle clenched his teeth. He was sure that the Qin Yu in front of him was different from the people he had met before. He really did have the mood to watch a play. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't stop Qin Yu. Qin Yu's attitude had forced sixth uncle into a hopeless situation, blocking off all chances of survival. This was the so-called 10 deaths without a chance of survival. But even if he were to die, sixth uncle wouldn't commit suicide. At this time, he hated Qin Yu to the bone. The raging anger in his chest caused him to instantly make a decision. The hand holding the sword suddenly clenched, and the sword blade reflected the light in the distance, forming a pale white waterfall. The surrounding people gasped, and some timid female cultivators closed their eyes, not daring to see what would happen next. But right at this moment, cries of alarm suddenly rang out. Countless people overlapped with each other, and with a rumbling sound, it actually formed a tide of sound. The short sword in sixth uncle's hand suddenly flew out from his fingers. It cut through the air with a shrill whistling sound, its speed unimaginable as it shot straight towards Qin Yu's chest. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. If he could accompany a Grandmaster Beast trainer to the Netherworld, even if he failed the mission, the Parliament would still consider letting his true family go. Die. Die. How dare you? The Hidden Fog Sect Master roared out. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Boundless energy gushed out from the void, pressing down like a mountain, causing the flying speed of the dagger to plummet. But right at this moment, it released a buzzing sound, and the blade actually began to vibrate on its own, directly tearing apart the shackles. The one in front of him was Qin Yu. Sixth uncle's face flushed red. This was the reason he had the confidence to kill Qin Yu. This dagger was bestowed upon him by the Parliament and it possessed an inconceivable strength. He had already smeared poison on it. As long as it pierced through the skin, he would die without a doubt. Teacher. The moment the dagger shot out, Yoon Dai cried out in alarm. She moved to block in front of Qin Yu. But as she moved, she was stopped. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Ding, his finger collided with the tip of the dagger. There was the sound of metal striking metal, followed by a wave of pain. Then, a cold yin aura rushed in. With a light sound, the dagger fell in front of Qin Yu. A shallow wound appeared on his fingertip and dark red beads of blood seeped out. But in the blink of an eye, this bead of blood turned pitch black. Black energy recklessly gathered beneath his skin. Ha 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 ha. Sixth uncle happily laughed. Mr. Ning Qin, I ask that you accompany us on the road to the netherworld. Yun Dai cried out in sorrow. She tightly hugged her teacher. How are you? How are you? The entire Hidden Fog sect was shocked. Could it be that a Grand Master would perish today? Qin Yu flicked his hand, allowing a drop of blood to fall to the ground. There was a sizzling sound of corrosion. Then, he looked up at the laughing sixth uncle, whose eyes were wide open. Do you find it strange that I haven't died yet? The poison you smeared on the dagger is indeed fierce, but in my opinion it is nothing more than a dessert. With a thought, the black energy that was rampaging around his body vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, all of it converged into his fingers hidden beneath his sleeves. No. This is impossible. Sixth uncle's mind was in chaos. In the next moment, he emitted a pitiful scream. Billowing infernal energy broke out from his body, condensing into the phantom of a fierce tiger that crazily tore at his soul. That strike just now had consumed too much strength. At this moment, he lost control of his mind and lost control of his body. Tiger slaughter. Several hidden Tiger Lagoon cultivators screamed out, he killed the young master. The white tiger that had been subdued by Qin Yu suddenly regained clarity in its eyes. It roared and rushed forwards, biting off sixth uncle's throat. Blood fell onto its pure white fur, particularly striking. It also confirmed the words of the hidden Tiger Lagoon cultivators. Dozhon had really died under his hands. Yun Dai stiffened. She seemed to think of something horrifying and her complexion paled. Qin Yu looked deeply at her. This disciple that he had casually accepted seemed to be hiding some great secret on her body. The entire Hidden Fog sect fell into a state of shock. Many reversals had occurred tonight, but none of them were as shocking as the one in front of them. The one who killed Dozhon was actually his old servant, a master from Hidden Tiger Lagoon. Fuck, this was too chaotic. What was the reason? Looking at his actions after killing Dozhon, it was clear he wanted to bite Yun Dai to death. Many people's eyes flashed. No one was stupid. The goal of today's strange play was clearly Yun Dai. Of course, no one would mention this. Sometimes, pretending to be ignorant was the best choice. The Hidden Fog sect master glanced at sixth uncle's corpse on the ground. He cupped his hands together and said, Mister, what should we do next? Qin Yu lightly said, since it has been proven that this matter has nothing to do with Yun Dai from start to finish, then have those people from Hidden Tiger Lagoon leave. Continuing to investigate is their business. He turned and left. Yun Dai followed behind. At this time, she had already calmed down from her initial panic. Her thoughts raced and she knew that she had to confess everything to her teacher. Otherwise, no matter how generous her teacher was, he wouldn't be able to tolerate a disciple like her. Yun Dai's face flushed red. But soon, her eyes flashed with determination. If she handed this matter over to her teacher, she wouldn't hate it. Perhaps this was the best result. Farewell, Mr. The people from the Hidden Fog sect bowed. Concerning Mr. Ning Qin's matter, I will issue a gag order today. No one is allowed to reveal even half a word, otherwise they will be severely punished. Yes, sect master. After tonight's events, the master and disciple clearly needed to communicate. This was the first time Qin Yu entered the residence that the Hidden Fog sect had prepared for him. She sank into a soft sofa. Before Qin Yu could ask anything, Yun Dai fell to her knees. This disciple has concealed something from teacher. Please punish me. Qin Yu looked at her for a moment. He slowly said, everyone in this world has secrets that they don't want others to know about. I don't blame you for hiding it, but if what you are hiding will cause additional danger, then that is a completely different situation. I think you should at least give me some reminders. Yun Dai trembled. This disciple knows her wrongs. Teacher, please don't drive me away. I am willing to give it to teacher. Looking at her flushed face, Qin Yu was a bit puzzled. At this time, she wasn't afraid at all and was actually acting shy. Indeed, a woman's thoughts couldn't be guessed with common sense. He lightly coughed and simply ignored her. He said, "Tell me. I'm listening." He had his own methods of judgment. If Yun Dai still didn't want to speak the truth, then Qin Yu would really be disappointed. Perhaps he really would expel her. Luckily, Yun Dai had already made up her mind to confess everything. After several breaths of silence, she said, "Teacher, the truth is that Yun Dai is only my alias. This disciple's real name is Ying Qingju. 10 years ago, the Ying family was an overlord to the north of the Upper Prime Mountain Range. Unfortunately, because of a rare treasure, it led to the extermination of their entire family. Following that, Yun Dai told a cliché story. It was nothing more than a random treasure that attracted the greed of powerful enemies. Finally, her family was destroyed and she was the only one left to escape with the treasure. But it was precisely because such events occurred far too often in the world of cultivators that it gave off a cliché feeling. Thinking about a family of several thousand people, only an orphan girl was left behind. From a flower in a greenhouse, she was suddenly exposed to the world of ice and snow. She had to rely on herself for everything and had to hide everywhere. This was a sad and torturous experience that no outsider could understand. Yun Dai paled. Now, they have found me again. They want to take away the treasure that my Ying family paid with thousands of lives. Qin Yu frowned. Although he had the title of Grand Master, in truth he was only a calamity immortal who had yet to fully recover from his wounds. In truth, he didn't like too many troubles. But, looking at Yun Dai's expression that was like a little abandoned beast, he couldn't make a ruthless decision. Qin Yu secretly mocked himself for being soft-hearted. He said, "Yun Dai, what do you plan on doing next? If everything was as she said, then things wouldn't end here." Yun Dai looked up. "Teacher, I have decided to offer this treasure to you." Qin Yu's first reaction was, "Are you trying to throw the blame on me?" But as he thought about the several thousand lives of the Ying family, he quickly suppressed this thought. "Since this is something that your Ying family risked their lives to protect, how could you give it away to others? You should keep it for yourself." Yun Dai had a bitter expression. In the end, this is all a disaster caused by greed. If the Ying family elders had been able to recognize the situation in the past and promptly gifted the treasure, then we wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Besides me, the entire Ying family bloodline has been severed. In the world, treasures belong to those who are capable. This is an unchanging truth of the world of cultivators. Only someone as powerful as teacher can wield it without fear of it being stolen by others. This disciple has no other request. I only hope that teacher can do this and that the several thousand lives of the Ying family are not lost in vain. As she spoke to hear, she suddenly approached Qin Yu. Her face flushed red and her body shivered. For the last 10 years, the treasure has fused together with this disciple. Since teacher obtained me, you can also obtain it. As she spoke to hear, Yun Dai couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs buckled and she fell towards Qin Yu. Her eyes were half closed, and her breath was like orchids, as if she were waiting for him to pluck her wherever he wanted. Moreover, there was also a treasure that had caused a bloody massacre. This temptation was enough to move one's heart. But Qin Yu's reaction gave him a fright. He hurriedly stood up and supported her. "Yun Dai, stand still first. If you have anything to say, then let's talk it out." Yun Dai mumbled, "Teacher, I won't pester you and I definitely won't make you take responsibility for me. Just consider this as helping this disciple free herself." Chapter 7:18. The low shouts were like the claws of a cat, constantly scratching at Qin Yu's heart. If he said that he wasn't moved at all at this moment, then he would definitely be bragging. But if he wanted to take advantage of the situation and bully his disciple, that was impossible. The reason people were human was that there were things they could do and things they couldn't. "Yun Dai!" With a loud shout, Qin Yu galvanized a bit of his blood vitality. Like a morning bell, it penetrated into his mind. Yun Dai, who was leaning against Qin Yu, instantly widened her eyes. She cried out and covered her face as she retreated to the side. This was just too shameful. As her mind cleared, Yundai almost couldn't believe that the one who threw herself into her teacher's arms just now was her. Shame, restlessness, fear, all sorts of emotions wove together in her heart. Tears gushed out and Yundai hugged her knees as she cried. Qin Yu let out a breath of relief and took a step back. Seeing that Yundai was only crying, he relaxed. He had actually been able to resist that kind of temptation just now. He really couldn't help but praise his own luck. His face stiffened a little, as he thought, if even these kinds of random thoughts were forming in his mind, it was clear that his heart was in chaos. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He sat down to the side, not disturbing Yundai. There were far too many emotions that had accumulated in her heart and it was good to vent them all. After a long time, the crying gradually stopped. But Yundai still didn't look up. Qin Yu wasn't an insensible little boy. He coughed and said, "All right, it's already late. I'm going to rest first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it tomorrow." The current situation clearly wasn't suitable for further conversation. Qin Yu stood up and left. After returning to his room, he heard the sound of footsteps fading away. Luckily, Yundai hadn't come back from the dead and wanted to push him away again. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. The night passed without words. Qin Yu cultivated. When he pushed open the door, Yundai was already waiting for him in the living room. Her face blushed red. She calmly bowed. "Greetings, teacher." Qin Yu smiled. "It's been a long time since I've eaten breakfast. If you can, go and prepare some so that we can eat together." Yundai let out a breath of relief. She quickly said, "Yes, teacher. I will immediately go and prepare." After a round of tossing and turning, when the two of them sat down at the table, Yundai was no longer embarrassed. After taking a bite, Qin Yu exclaimed in admiration. Only then did he get to the point. "All right, let's continue our conversation from last night." If he didn't say it, Yundai probably wouldn't have the courage to bring it up again. Yundai stood up and bowed. "Teacher, please forgive me for my offense last night. It was really me who was confused." Qin Yu smiled. "There's no need to mention the past. I still don't know what that treasure is, but I'm a bit curious." Yundai's face was filled with praise and disbelief. "Although this disciple has already obtained it for 10 years, I cannot say exactly what sort of treasure it is. But without a doubt, it is an existence that can seize the good fortune of the heavens and earth." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "Sit down and talk." He also understood Yundai's temperament. She didn't have the habit of exaggerating things. Since she said this, it must be very precious. "Thank you, teacher." Yundai sat down. After making some preparations, she continued to say, "This treasure is called the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. It is rumored to have endless miraculous uses, but I have only obtained the abilities of a beast trainer. As long as you have a thought, the Chaotic Sky Chronicle will give you an answer." Qin Yu was startled. His eyebrows gradually furrowed together, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Yundai nodded. "That's right. It is just as teacher thought. When I treated the Dark Star Ice Serpent and the Wonder Beast, the treatment plan I proposed came from the Chaotic Sky Chronicle." As she spoke to hear, her face blushed red. "This disciple must apologize to teacher. At the time, I was afraid that I would arouse too much attention, so I deliberately altered the treatment plan. This is why it gave off the feeling that there was a great flaw in it. But as long as it is treated according to the law, there will still be satisfactory results. This disciple would never dare to harm teacher." "Wait a moment." Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. "Did you just say that even if the treatment plan wasn't completed, there would still be satisfactory results in the end?" Yundai sighed inwardly. Teacher truly had a keen sense. He had immediately grasped the crux of the matter. She respectfully said, "Yes, teacher. This is what I wanted to say next. It is another amazing ability of the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. Any beast trainer treatment plan it gives, whether it is training, treatment, or enhancement, will have an amazing effect of turning something rotten into something magical. It is because of this that I deliberately altered the treatment plan. I didn't want the results to be too amazing and draw too much attention." But now, it seems that I was still too careless. In the end, I was found by them. Qin Yu remained silent. Reason told him that this was impossible. How could a treasure possess such an inconceivable ability? But Yun Dai wouldn't lie to him. Looking at Qin Yu's silent face, Yun Dai was at a loss as to what to do. She fiddled with the hem of her clothes, her face flushing red. If, teacher changes your mind, disciple is still willing to give the Chaotic Sky Chronicle to you, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted. If he could obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle and then combine it with the Little Blue Lamp's abilities, he would instantly transform into a genuine Grand Master level character, perhaps even more fierce than a Grand Master. But last night he had sternly refused, and just now he said that there was no need to mention matters of the past. How could he have the face to have any thoughts of hitting on a female disciple? Cough. Yun Dai, you've misunderstood. I was just thinking that such a mystical treasure actually existed in this world. Qin Yu waved his hand. He thought for a moment and then said with a solemn expression, as you said, the Chaotic Sky Chronicle is so precious. Since it has already been discovered, they won't give up so easily. Yun Dai shivered. She bitterly nodded. Teacher is right. Qin Yu said in a low voice, do you know who it was that killed your Ying family's several thousand people? Knowing who they were was always better than not knowing anything. But Yun Dai's reply caused his chest to tighten. Teacher, this disciple was very young in the past. The elders in my family only said that it was a terrifying influence. In other words, she didn't know anything. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Whatever. From how they used Hidden Tiger Lagoon to kill people and frame others, it can be seen that while the influence coveting in the dark is powerful, they still have great scruples and don't dare to recklessly attack. This is good news for you and me. Yun Dai's eyes widened, a moved expression on her face. Teacher, you won't drive me away. In her opinion, even if her teacher didn't expel her, he would still drive her back to Mid-Morning City to avoid being implicated in the future. I ruined their plans last night and have already formed a grudge with them. Even if I let you leave, you might not be able to avoid trouble. Qin Yu's expression was light. Moreover, since you are my disciple, I will do my best to protect you. With Yun Dai by his side, it was no different from him wielding the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. With his attributes superimposed together, he was a true Grand Master. Even if he faced the influence coveting in the dark, he would still have the strength to fight back with this status. Moreover, the Beast King War of the Seven Sects was about to begin. With Yun Dai's help, the Hidden Fog Sect had a greater chance of winning. Qin Yu had his own considerations. But in Yun Dai's opinion, her teacher didn't covet her treasures nor did he covet her beauty. Rather, he was willing to shelter her from the wind and rain, to protect her. Her teacher was too good. In this world, there was no teacher better than him. Yun Dai's eyes were red and watery. She respectfully bowed to the ground. If this disciple can be safe, it will all be because of teacher's protection. In the future, even if my bones are torn to pieces, I will repay teacher's graciousness. Looking at Yun Dai kneeling on the ground and the enchanting curves of her body, Qin Yu's eyes slid to the side. He felt a bit awkward, and he couldn't help but think that this time, he had likely caused this female disciple's favorable impression of him to explode. Although he didn't have any other thoughts towards Yun Dai, this didn't stop Qin Yu from feeling a bit refreshed. Perhaps this was the unavoidable and deep-rooted bad instinct of a male when facing a beautiful female. Zhu Li hesitated outside the reception hall for a moment before walking in. This young girl who came from a small village in the mountains had changed in status and identity. In addition to her increasing cultivation, she had become increasingly beautiful. At this time, she wore a light blue dress that fell on her slim body. When combined with some exquisite and gorgeous accessories, she gave off a noble temperament. Strictly speaking, Zhu Li's current appearance had already surpassed the scope of a maid's. This sort of behavior was originally taboo, but there were rules in this world. As a maid, how could she dress up like this? But Feng Qing was very good to her. Not only did she trust her, but there were times when they were as close as sisters. For instance, the dress Zhu Li was wearing right now and some of the expensive accessories she wore were all gifts from Feng Qing. No one would point fingers at her. Now, within Sky Declaring Pavilion, everyone knew that Miss Fengqing valued one of her maids. No one dared to look down on her in the least. "Miss, I've returned." Fengqing nodded. Looking at her beautiful appearance, her eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly together. She wanted to say something, but in the end she sighed inwardly. Someone was pursuing Zhu Li. She had already secretly investigated this person and found that he was indeed an outstanding young man with a good family background. If it weren't for this, Fengqing would have already secretly taken action and driven away those people that tried to approach Zhu Li. Zhu Li also had pursuers in the past, but this time was clearly different. Fengqing could sense that she didn't dislike this young man, and today's exquisite dress was the best proof of this. A woman would dress up for the man she likes. In all fairness, if she were purely considering her own interests, Fengqing should have stopped her. But during this period of time, she really did like Zhu Li. After hesitating again and again, Fengqing chose to remain silent. She didn't stop her nor did she encourage her. After all, you've never revealed your feelings for Zhu Li. She could not ruin Zhu Li's beautiful marriage because of her own misgivings. Zhu Li lowered her head, glancing at her from time to time. Her hands also moved a little more. Fengqing smiled. "If you have something to say, just say it." Zhu Li blushed red. "I knew I couldn't hide it from Miss. If possible, I would like to ask Miss for several days of leave." Fengqing said, "What? You want to go home and take a look?" Indeed, for two old people to live alone makes one feel worried. If they want to, they can move to Mid-Morning City. "Thank you, Miss." Zhu Li's blush deepened. "I do want to go see my grandfather and grandmother, but before that, I should go with Ji Yun to the Eastern Plains. He has invited me many times to watch the Beast King battle of the 7 sects. Miss, you know that one of my dreams is to become a true beast trainer, so I agreed." Fengqing's expression sank. "Your relationship with Ji Yun is already Zhu Li cried out in embarrassment. "Miss, what nonsense are you speaking? I am only friends with him. There is nothing between us." Fengqing relaxed. Although she didn't stop the two of them, she didn't hope for their relationship to have a breakthrough too quickly. "You secretly went to the Hidden Fog sect. Although you didn't state the reason, with Fengqing's intelligence it shouldn't be hard for her to guess the twists and turns. You should also be participating in the Beast King battle of the 7 sects. If you see Zhu Li and Ji Yun go together, you will naturally understand everything. At that time, whether you want to help them or not, that will be up to you to decide." With a decision in her heart, Fengqing nodded. "All right, I approve your vacation. Go out and have fun, but you need to be extra careful in matters between men and women. I think you should understand this." Zhu Li was both happy and embarrassed. She stamped her feet. "Mrs. Speaking nonsense again. I won't bother with you anymore, I'm leaving." She turned and flew away like a butterfly. Looking at her departing back, Fengqing sighed. She didn't know whether to feel happy for Zhu Li or regretful. Chapter 719. In the Dark Parliament's mysterious and gloomy hall, the 6 senators gathered together once more. Oriel's clear and tender voice was filled with deep anger. "Before your stupid plan was carried out, I already expected that it would fail. But I never imagined that you would make such a big mistake and nearly expose the existence of the Dark Parliament. Because of your mistake, the Dark Parliament's arrangements in Hidden Tiger Lagoon have been completely destroyed. Someone must take responsibility for this." Limitless gloomily said, "This time, our losses are indeed great. Moreover, Hidden Tiger Lagoon seems to have obtained some evidence. The Dark Parliament must resolve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Hidden Tiger Lagoon's style, the Dark Parliament will face the risk of being exposed." It was clear that this was another troublesome matter. Moon Shadow's light and faintly discernible voice seemed to come from far away. "The failure of this mission was due to my lack of consideration. I will properly handle Hidden Tiger Lagoon." Sage nodded. "I will leave this matter to Senator Moon Shadow." He swept his eyes around the hall. "Everyone, the second attempt has failed. There are many reasons for this, but the most important one is that we failed to discover that Ning Qin has the strength of a Grand Master. But fortunately, the direction we are working towards isn't wrong. The plan that Yoon Dai took out at the Hidden Fog sect to treat the Dark Star Ice Serpent has been confirmed to have an extremely formidable effect. Without a doubt, it comes from the chaotic Sky Chronicle. Oriel coldly sneered. I propose once more that we immediately pressure Ning Qin and force him to hand over Yoon Dai. This time, I don't think there will be any senators who will object. Limitless lightly said, if the matter of Hidden Tiger Lagoon is exposed, Ning Qin will surely be suspicious. We cannot wait any longer. He raised his hand. I agree with Senator Oriel's proposal. This time, no one objected. It was passed with 6 votes. Oriel's voice was filled with excitement. I am the leading proponent. Then, leave this matter to me. I will definitely achieve the Dark Parliament's goal in the shortest time possible and obtain the chaotic Sky Chronicle. She looked at Sage. Sage was silent for several breaths of time and then slowly nodded. All right, but I hope that Senator Oriel will act appropriately. This was a vague reminder. Senator Jasmine's premonition seemed to have been verified. But, she feared that a Grand Master-level beast trainer still wasn't Ning Qin's bottom line. Huang Ying's figure dissipated with a bang. When the flames flowed back to the torch, her loud laughter echoed in the hall. This is my business. I don't need to trouble Counselor Sage for advice. Limitless chuckled. Then, I'll wait for the good news. At the end of the 3rd meeting, the Hidden Torrent had already begun to quietly attack the Hidden Fog sect. In order to prevent anything from happening to Yoon Dai, after a short discussion, the master and disciple decided to stay in the laboratory for the time being. At the same time, he used the excuse of an experiment to request the Hidden Fog sect to clear out the surroundings and send a massive number of cultivators to guard the area. All sorts of defensive array formations were activated one by one. The losses would be borne by the Hidden Fog sect, so this naturally wasn't within the scope of the master and disciple duo. Of course, after learning that Mr. Ning Qin was a Grand Master, the Hidden Fog sect's attitude became even more respectful. They agreed to this small request without batting an eyelid. At the same time, a generous gift passed through Rong Wei's hands and was delivered to Qin Yu. According to the Hidden Fog sect's explanation, this was only the basic reward for troubling the Grand Master. After the Beast King War of the 7 sects, the Hidden Fog sect would deliver a truly great gift. There was clearly a hidden meaning in these words. Qin Yu smiled and naturally responded. He had Rong Wei pass on the message that the previous promise was still valid, but he also asked the Hidden Fog sect to remember their promise. After winning the Beast King War, one of the rewards would be given to him. That jade pendant was the key to restoring Qin Yu's soul injuries. He absolutely could not lose it. Regarding this, the high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect had the same attitude. Mr. Ning Qin could rest assured. What nonsense. Mr. Ning Qin was a Grand Master. Even if they ate the guts of a leopard, they still wouldn't dare to go back on their word. Everyone was happy. Within the laboratory, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged, not moving at all. He didn't move a single step from the experimental table. Of course, most of the equipment had already been changed. He still needed to disguise himself. The little blue lamp purified the materials and then handed them over to Rong Wei to mix. This was clearly a lazy action, but it actually moved Mr. Rong to the point where he nearly burst into tears. Mr. Ning Qin treats me well. Thus, the current Qin Yu spent a great deal of time recovering from his injuries. In the treatment plan that Yoon Dai had given to the Hidden Fog sect, the Dark Star Ice Serpent was only able to use around half of it. As for the remaining precious spiritual objects, he could freely control them. Many of them could be used to nourish and strengthen the mortal body. Because of the power of space annihilation, his bodily strength had reached a bottleneck. Even so, it was still useful. It was just that it wasn't too obvious. Before he could find a way to expel the power of space annihilation, every bit of strength he could improve was every bit of strength he could. Perhaps in a critical moment he could save his life. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, a happy smile on his face. You've finally woken up. Within his soul space, the purple moon that had been silent for a long time suddenly began to shine with a dim brilliance. Then, a mote of light flew out, expanding into the cosmic Sea-Cross bell. But now, its surface was stained with a purple hue. Although it was still damaged, It seemed to have gained a bit more texture. Qin Yu. It's only been a short period of time since we last met, so how did you end up in such a distressed state? Mai cried out in alarm. Then, there was a flash of light and a cute girl in a purple dress appeared. Qin Yu's withered soul opened its eyes, a helpless look on its face. After you fell asleep, many things happened. It's hard to explain them all at once. Mai waved her hand. Then there's no need to explain. I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry. Helping you this time really was a great loss, she grumbled as she stared at Qin Yu. You can definitely help me find delicious food, right? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He certainly knew what food the little girl was talking about, but where would he find it in such a short period of time? Purple moonlight gathered, forming the outline of a purple moon. It was translucent, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. She softly said, Mai. Although the little girl was unhappy, she obediently shut up. The purple moon continued to say, Qin Yu, we do need to replenish our strength. If possible, I hope you can hurry up, Anne. Her voice suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened as she looked at Qin Yu's soul, a strange expression on her face. Mai cheered out loud. Yay! I knew it. Qin Yu is a superhuman-shaped food bait. As long as he's around, there will definitely be food. 1, 2, 3, wow, there are actually 3 full meals. They smell so good and they must taste amazing. Mine, they're all mine. The purple moon was expressionless. I want one. Hummer quietly, the phantom of a dim blue sun appeared beside her. Although it didn't speak, its attitude was clear. Mai scowled. She stammered for a long time and then reluctantly nodded. Qin Yu, you have to work hard. It's best if you can attract 10 more like this today. No, even 100 wouldn't be too much. Within the laboratory, Qin Yu's eyes were closed, as if he were immersed in cultivation. At this time, the various tools on the experimental platform began to roll around in the shadows of the illumination array formations, like boiling water. They flowed out and fell onto the ground. As if they were poured into a mold, they rapidly formed 3 figures. A woman and 2 boys. They looked at Qin Yu, their blood-red eyes filled with an irrepressible thirst for blood and greed. Mother, he looks so delicious. Your son is hungry. A boy sucked his finger, constantly shaking the woman's arm. The other boy nodded again and again. Yes, your son is also hungry. The woman had a gentle appearance and a doting expression on her face. You 2 little foodies, endure it for a while. You must first complete Master's orders before you can enjoy the blood food. The 2 boys revealed looks of fear. It was clear they were afraid of their so-called master. They said in unison, Mother, let's start. As they spoke, they didn't try to hide anything. They simply stood there, as if they weren't afraid of being seen or heard. The woman smiled. Okay. She licked her lips. Mother was also a bit hungry right now. Luckily, this person's blood vitality was abundant. It should be enough for the 3 of them to eat their fill. She led the 2 boys over to Qin Yu's side. The 3 girls held hands and surrounded Qin Yu. Shake and shake, shake to Grandma's bridge. Grandma isn't home so there's nowhere to eat. Shake and shake, shake to Grandma's bridge. Grandma isn't home so there's nowhere to eat. Shake and shake, shake to Grandma's bridge. I ask you to be kind and be my meal. Shake and shake, shake to Grandma's bridge. If you don't speak, I'll take it as you agreeing. The boys cheerfully sang. They jumped up and down, pulling their mother as they spun around Qin Yu. Gradually, strands of bloody light emerged, like a spreading spiderweb, trying to drill into his body bit by bit. At this time, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. Everything around him was quiet, but he could clearly feel the cold yin energy rolling around him. All of the hairs on his back stood up. A blue light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Then, he saw the blood-red net as well as the woman and boy in front of him. My. Purple Moon's dissatisfied voice sounded out. Hehe, I'll give it a try and see if Qin Yu's courage is big or not. Alright, I don't want to play anymore. I'm so hungry, so hungry. As Mai spoke, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. A boy suddenly stopped. Mother, I think this person can see us. The song came to an abrupt end. 6 blood-red eyes stared at Qin Yu. Indeed, they could see their reflections in his eyes. Roar! The woman and boy exploded at the same time. 3 terrifying figures ran out. They were all over 10 feet tall, as if countless pieces of meat had been stitched together. At this time, they opened their bloody mouths, revealing rows of disorderly fangs as they ruthlessly bit down. But in the next moment, these 3 figures all emitted panic-stricken cries. Each one of them seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, instantly losing all strength to resist. Whoosh, 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 the 3 terrifying figures rapidly shrank, turning into 3 blood-red dots that submerged into Qin Yu's forehead. Chapter 720. In a tranquil mountain village, low wooden huts were haphazardly stacked together. The crooked village path had become muddy because of a recent rain. But this didn't affect the children in the village from playing. They held wooden spears, wooden swords, or dirty dolls or cloth horses in their hands as they ran around in groups. Their tiny feet left deep footprints on the muddy ground, and not long after, they were completely covered up. The muddy road was still muddy, as if nothing had changed from before. It was still dark and dirty. Big sister, slow down. I'm tired and can't keep up. A cute little girl covered in mud but with a fair and tender face shouted up. She held a steamed bun in her hand. She gripped it so tightly that it was still steaming. Haha, little Junjun, are you trying to catch me? Only a girl who can run fast can grow tall in the future. Only then can she win Big Brother's favor and become his most beloved bride. The 11 or 12-year-old girl in front of him turned around. She had a soft and beautiful oval face, a small and delicate nose, and long eyelashes. Unlike the other children who were covered in mud, she had been running for a long time without a single speck of mud on her body. The little girl looked to be around 7 to 8 years old. She bit her lips and said, "Big sister, I will definitely run very, very fast. I will grow tall and beautiful and then marry Big Brother." Just as she finished speaking, she stumbled and covered her mouth with a steamed bun. When she took it away, an eye-catching red flower bloomed on the white steamed bun, like a rose in full bloom in the wind. The little girl paled. She looked not too far away, at the edge of the village. The sky was a bit dark there, so even if there were flames burning, it would be difficult to notice. She looked at the small courtyard that was rapidly swallowed up by the flames, as well as the 3 figures that were struggling in pain and then escaping. The little girl lowered her head and took a bite of the red steamed bun. There was a look of surprise on her face. She whispered, "I actually failed." The flames were extinguished. Everything, including the small courtyard, vanished from sight, leaving behind a silent emptiness. It was like there was one piece missing from a complete jigsaw puzzle. Then, the sky that covered that area was slowly extinguished. The emptiness was swallowed up and the village became complete once more. Her sister walked over and patted her little head. She looked at the bloody steamed bun and said, "What is this?" The little girl smiled innocently. "Mother secretly made me a rose steamed bun. It's filled with flower petals. Sister, try it. It's really sweet." The elder sister took a bite and smiled happily. "It's really sweet." The little girl hugged her. "Big sister, I'm a little tired. Let's go back and sleep for a while before playing." The elder sister looked at her little friend who was running away. She hesitated for a moment before nodding and taking her away. They returned to the room and closed the door. The 2 girls took off their dirty clothes and went to bed. The older sister lay down and soon became drowsy. The little girl held her chin and looked at her beautiful face. She said softly, "Big sister, you ate my steamed bun. In return, let me eat you. How about it?" Okay. The elder sister seemed to be murmuring in her sleep. The little girl smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big sister." She pulled open the blanket and sat on her big sister's body. She hesitated for a moment before quickly bending down. Sizzle, she sat up and chewed with relish. Dark red blood dripped down from the corners of her mouth. She vaguely said, "As I thought, after so many times, what I like to eat the most is still big sister's nose." Beneath her, the girl's entire nose had been bitten off, revealing a horrifying nostril. Blood flowed out and dyed her clothes red. But she was still sleeping, as if she didn't know what had happened to her. Pater, pater, the sound of lips touching continued for a long time before it stopped. The little girl swallowed the last bite and patted her bulging belly. She smiled in satisfaction. After I sleep for a while, I'll be all right. At that time, we can continue playing games. As she spoke, she lay down on the blood-soaked blanket and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. The skies darkened and the skies brightened. Smoke rose from the chimneys of the village. The little girl opened her eyes. Her face was flushed red and there wasn't the slightest bit of weakness from yesterday. She jumped out of bed and put on her clothes. She pushed open the door and saw that familiar figure again. She was facing the rising sun, drying the washed clothes. As the sunlight passed through, it outlined the young girl's youthful and slender figure. The little girl enviously looked at her for a moment. Then, she smiled and shouted, "Big sister, you're out again." The young girl turned around. It was the one who had played with her yesterday. She smiled and said, "Little Junjun, it rained last night and many people were jumping into the mud. Do you want to go with big sister?" The little girl clapped her hands. "Great, great. I love playing games with big sister the most." Pulled by the young girl, the two of them happily ran out the door. The little girl looked at the blazing sun and smiled. The game was about to begin. In the laboratory, there were two more beauties, one big and one small. In particular, the little one chattered incessantly, tearing apart the silence. "Chinyu, you have no idea. That taste, that texture, it was the most delicious meal I've ever had in my life. I nearly chewed on my tongue." Mai squinted her eyes, happiness written all over her small face. Chinyu was a bit suspicious. Could such an ugly thing really taste good? Mei's eyes widened. "If you don't believe me, you can ask big sister Purple Moon. She is such a cold and aloof person. You didn't see how she ate yesterday, it was simply, cough." Purple Moon coughed. She looked over, a bit of anger in her eyes. Mei's voice came to an abrupt stop. She smiled and shrank her head back, but there was a trace of smug satisfaction in her eyes. She had finally obtained a small handle on big sister Purple Moon. Purple Moon helplessly looked away. As if she wanted to change the topic, she explained to Chinyu, "Mai is right. It was indeed delicious." Purple Moon's face flushed red. By saying this, she seemed to be admitting to Mei's previous accusations. Mai immediately stuck out her chest. "See, I wasn't lying." Chinyu smiled and nodded. "It's good that it was helpful to you." This was the first time he saw Purple Moon's embarrassed appearance. It was quite interesting. Of course, he could only say this in his heart, he didn't dare to let Purple Moon know of it. Ever since he experienced Yoon Dai's fierceness, Chinyu knew that provoking a woman, especially a smart and beautiful woman, was far too risky. Mai blinked her eyes. She looked at Chinyu with a gentle and encouraging expression. "You have to work hard and attract more delicacies here. It's best if they are like yesterday. I don't mind the trouble. Really, just do whatever you want." Chinyu was left speechless. Did she really think of him as a human-shaped food bait? But, how could he control this sort of thing? As for the three resentful spirits that appeared yesterday, he would call them that for the time being. These three resentful spirits should be related to the hidden influence that was plotting to steal the chaotic Sky Chronicle. Unfortunately, before he could ask anything, the three resentful spirits were cleanly eaten up by the hungry people. Purple Moon revealed a dignified expression. She thought for a moment and said, "Chinyu, these resentful spirits give me a very different feeling, but I can't say exactly what is different. But, you must remember that the master that sent these resentful spirits is definitely not someone you can provoke. I don't know why you formed a grudge with them, but if possible, you should think of a way to resolve this grudge." To explain Purple Moon's words more bluntly, the enemy you provoked was too strong. Hurry up and admit defeat and apologize to them, otherwise you might be done for. Chinyu bitterly smiled. He didn't want to make another powerful enemy for no reason, but even if he wanted to resolve this, he didn't even know who the enemy was. Moreover, how could he resolve this matter? Did he have to hand over Yoon Dai with both hands and allow this female disciple who worshipped her teacher and was willing to sacrifice herself to be hurt by others? He really couldn't do such a thing. Looking at Qin Yu's expression, Purple Moon could guess what he was thinking. Her expression became even more dignified. Then you had best be careful from now on. Mai happily clapped her hands. If I can't resolve it, then that's great. It's best if that person sends more resentful spirits over. I'm still very hungry. Purple Moon glared at her. This brainless little foodie didn't believe that she didn't notice that the resentful spirits from yesterday were different. If someone could control such resentful spirits, how could they be ordinary? It was enough that they suffered a loss once. How could they make the same mistake again? She feared that after this, the enemy would change their strategy. Qin Yu's injuries hadn't healed yet and they were also in a weakened state. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Qin Yu let out a long breath. I've overcome so many great storms and waves, so I'm sure I can do it again this time. I will be careful. You haven't recovered yet and maintaining your form will consume extra strength. Go back to your soul space and rest. Purple Moon nodded. She grabbed Mai, who clearly hadn't played enough, and vanished from sight. The laboratory finally quieted down. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. After several breaths of silence, he bitterly smiled. Even he didn't know Purple Moon's origins. But he didn't doubt her mysteriousness and strength at all. The person controlling the resentful spirits was someone that even Purple Moon found difficult to deal with. That would definitely be difficult to deal with. Qin Yu and Purple Moon's thoughts were the same. Since the other party had failed to control the resentful spirits, they would definitely switch to a different method. With how precious the chaotic Sky Chronicle was, it was more than enough for the other party to fight to the death. In his current state, Qin Yu didn't have too much confidence in himself. He still had to borrow the strength of the hidden fog sect. As for the future, he would take things one step at a time. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He stood up and walked out. He believed that he needed to have a face-to-face discussion with the hidden fog sect. Jijihei, you killed my wife and child and you think you can leave so easily? You are far too naive. A deep and strange laugh echoed out. The temperature in the air began to rapidly fall. As Qin Yu reached the door, he discovered that the array formation on the door was entangled in black energy. He could no longer open it. Qin Yu turned around in amazement. He was stunned for a moment, and then a purple light flashed in his eyes. He saw that the shadows of the 4 supporting pillars around the laboratory flowed out at the same time, gathering in the center and forming a blue-clothed man. He was handsome and elegant. As he stood there, he looked like a gentle and refined scholar. His blood-red eyes seemed to tumble with waves. Chapter 721. Within her soul space, the Purple Moon was in chaos. She felt as if her own intelligence had been insulted. To be able to control such an extraordinary resentful spirit, one had to be an extremely powerful character. And in common sense, powerhouses were usually smart people, because idiots had long since been eliminated. But now, she had clearly warned Qin Yu that it was best for this terrifying enemy to admit defeat and beg for mercy. Yet, she had fallen into the same pit twice, and besides the resentful spirit being stronger, there hadn't been any changes at all. But was there any meaning to this? Mai excitedly jumped up and down. In the eyes of someone as hungry as her, intelligence and idiocy weren't important at all. In this world, there was only delicious food that couldn't be let down. Moreover, this was a bigger, more fragrant, and more tasty superfood. She was already drooling. She couldn't wait any longer. Mine, it's mine. The delicious food is mine. Outside, within the laboratory, Qin Yu was awakened by the movements in his soul space. He subconsciously shouted out, "Wait a minute." He wanted to ask about some information regarding this unknown enemy. Across from him, the scholarly blue-clothed resentful spirit smiled. "Do you want to beg for mercy? Or perhaps stall for time? Sorry, I won't give you any chances." He snapped his fingers and was just about to make a move when he suddenly felt himself being hugged. He looked down in astonishment and saw a little girl in a purple dress hugging his thigh with all her might, rubbing her head back and forth. Mine, it's all mine." Ever since he had become like this, how many years had it been since anyone dared to approach him? He didn't expect that there would be such a cute girl hugging him so intimately. Inexplicably, the resentful spirit in green clothes was deeply moved from the bottom of his heart. But this feeling only lasted for an extremely short period of time before it was instantly erased from his heart. Cute little girl, he suddenly thought of something and a chill erupted from the depths of his heart. It was like a bone-chilling wind in the dead of winter, directly blowing into his heart. The blue-clothed resentful spirit's body that had already lost all warmth felt as if it had been frozen by eternal ice. Roar! With a loud roar, the elegant scholar's image shattered and a 70 to 80 foot high resentful spirit's true form appeared. Just like the three wraiths from yesterday, its body seemed to have been repeatedly torn into countless pieces, and then stitched back together piece by piece. That was why it looked so horrifying right now. What caused the vengeful spirit's heart to collapse was that it had already revealed its true form. The cold and murderous aura around it was strong enough to devour the life force of tens of thousands of living beings. However, the little girl lying on its legs was still hugging it tightly with no intention of letting go. Faintly, one could see that her face was filled with even more excitement and saliva was flowing out of the corners of her mouth. Wait. Saliva. The vengeful spirit widened its blood-red eyes and saw the little girl open her mouth. In the next moment, it was as if a rusty iron nail had pierced through its brain. It let out an extremely miserable howl. And the most frightening thing was that it couldn't move. Why was this happening? The little girl's aura was clearly very weak in its senses. Woo-woo, I feel like I've lived all these years in vain. There's actually such a delicacy in this world. Mine, please don't fight with me. Tears streamed down Mai's face as she chewed and swallowed hard. Shua, a purple moon's figure appeared. She first glanced at Chinyu and then faintly sighed. I take back the warning I gave you before. However, to have such a powerful and idiotic enemy seemed to be a very happy matter. As Purple Moon looked at Mai who was gorging herself on the food, she subconsciously licked her lips. When combined with the desire that flashed on her face, there was a particularly soul-stirring temptation. But in the eyes of the vengeful spirit, this expression was so horrifying that it left it in despair. But soon, the vengeful spirit discovered that its despair was far from reaching its limit. A blue sun phantom appeared. This time, it was different from before. A vague figure appeared within it. It was tall, its curves slim. Chinyu's lips twitched. He always thought that the silent and cold blue sun would be a male. If others were to learn of this in the future, how would they evaluate him? Chinyu obtained the support of the three beauties and his divine might was unparalleled. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Ah! The vengeful spirit cried out miserably. Its massive body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye and its voice became weak. Mai swore that this was already the limit of her eating speed. But compared to Purple Moon and Blue Sun, she was still at an absolute disadvantage. Woo, my food. Woo, you guys eat slowly. Woo, I can't compete with you, I feel so bad. More tears flowed down Mai's face. As the vengeful spirit saw this, its heart twitched. Are you crying for the food buried in your bellies? As this absurd thought flashed through its mind, it emitted a final pitiful cry before vanishing into thin air. Cough. Purple Moon covered her mouth, trying to maintain her calm. I'm going to rest for a bit. She had eaten far too much. Today, she was finally able to understand just how excited and happy a glutton felt after enjoying good food. Mai slumped to the ground, her hands wrapped around Primeval's belly, not wanting to move. Big sister Purple Moon, help me up. I can't get up. Shua, the two vanished from sight. Within the blue sun, the slim figure seemed to glance at them for a moment before turning around and vanishing. As expected, they were still so arrogant. Chinyu shook his head. He felt helpless as he watched the three of them leave without even saying a word of thanks. But soon, he was stunned. He lifted a hand and slapped between his eyebrows. Damn, in his momentary distraction just now, he had actually forgotten to interrogate them about their origins. It was all because of the three women. They were like the reincarnation of starving ghosts. The speed at which they ate was frighteningly fast. Before he could regain his composure, they had already dismembered the vengeful spirit on the spot. A mistake. This was an absolute mistake. Chinyu bitterly smiled. As he looked at the place where the vengeful spirit had vanished, he couldn't help but think that if the heavens gave him a third chance, he would definitely grasp it. But was that really possible? To fall into the same pit 3 times, just how stupid would that be? Qin Yu sighed. He stepped out. He felt that he should first go and negotiate with the hidden fog sect. It was the same mountain village, it was the same muddy village road. Children ran around, splashing mud everywhere. A 7 or 8-year-old cute and fair little girl stood where she was with a gloomy expression. The steamed bun in her hands was soaked in blood once more. She raised her head and looked outside the village. It was dark and everything was blurry, but she could clearly see a figure covered in flames. He was screaming miserably, and in the end, he was reduced to ashes and completely disappeared. She had failed again. The first time she had been careless, and the second time she had been careful, but the result hadn't changed. This was the first time in countless years that the little girl had encountered such a thorny matter. "Little Junjun, what's wrong? You don't look too good." The big sister walked in front of her, worry etched on her gentle face. The little girl nodded. "Big sister, I don't feel too well. Let's go home." "Okay, what are you holding in your hands?" "Mother secretly made rose steamed buns for me again, but I don't like them." "Big sister, you eat them. Again? Did mother make them for you before when I didn't know about it?" She really is biased. "Big sister, is it delicious?" "Delicious, it's too sweet." "Then wait a moment. You have to promise me something in return." "Don't worry, for big sister, it's very simple." "Okay." The 2 sisters left hand in hand. Another day passed. It rained in the night, soaking the clothes that their mother had confiscated yesterday. The big sister woke up early and washed them again. Then, facing the rising sun, she began to dry the clothes piece by piece. Creak, there was the familiar sound of a door being pushed open. A trace of guilt and bitterness appeared in the girl's calm eyes. She thought for a moment and then turned around. "Good morning." This sudden greeting startled Junjun, who had been staring at her big sister in a daze. Her eyes widened for a long time before she said, "Good morning, big sister." "Junjun, it rained last night and many people are jumping into the mud. Do you want to go with big sister?" Okay. I love playing games with big sister the most." The little girl seemed to relax. "Wait for me to dry the clothes." The big sister turned around. Her eyes drooped, concealing all her emotions. For 3 days, the anticipated attack of resentful spirits didn't arrive. Qin Yu was disappointed and had to endure Mei's sarcastic remarks. Was it because the humanoid food trap had failed or something like that? Seeing the little guy sucking his fingers and rubbing his stomach pitifully, Qin Yu could only pretend not to hear. Sure enough, hoping that others would fall into the same pit 3 times was a very stupid thing to do. Alas, one wrong step after another. If he could determine the enemy's identity, it would be much easier to deal with them in the future. He had to learn his lesson. Qin Yu bitterly smiled and shook his head. In his soul space, the chattering Mai revealed an awkward expression and shut her mouth. In fact, she couldn't be blamed. The taste was too tempting. After one bite, she couldn't stop. Humph. It was all Qin Yu's fault. His ability to attract food had greatly decreased. Otherwise, he could have just caught another one. She had already guaranteed that before he obtained useful information, he wouldn't eat first. It was Qin Yu who didn't attract the resentful spirits. It had nothing to do with her. Yes, that was it. Mai became confident again. But thinking that from now on, it would be difficult for her to eat that delicious food again, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. At this moment, Mai suddenly discovered that the purple moon above her head seemed to have brightened. Then, the phantom of a blue sun appeared. The sun and moon contrasted with each other, their auras twisting and weaving together. Mei's eyes widened. This is, the purple moon's voice sounded out. "Little guy, hurry up and come over. There is going to be a tough battle." Her tone was dignified, but there was even more excitement and anticipation in her voice. Ah. Mai screamed out in excitement. Wait for me. Her figure flashed and she turned into a purple bell that submerged into the intersecting sun and moon. Qin Yu looked around the laboratory in a daze. Shadows constantly flowed out from the shadows, and he could feel the increasingly cold air in the air. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind: in this world, there was actually such a stupid and touching existence. The same pit, 3 times. Chapter 722. In the mountain village, the little girl wept 3 liters of blood. Her whole body went limp in the mud. When she lay on her sister's back and walked home, she looked at the 11 courtyards in the village that were engulfed in flames. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She had really suffered a great loss this time. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that she had completely failed in this game. If this were to continue, the entire village would probably be destroyed, and they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lying on her sister's back, the little girl closed her eyes. She needed to rest for a long time before she could barely recover. But this matter was definitely not over. All these years, when had she ever suffered such a great loss? Ning Qin, just you wait, I'll definitely teach you a lesson, just you wait. 4 days later, the Dark Parliament convened a 4th meeting on the matter of obtaining the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. Just like before, there were only 6 senators present. The atmosphere was heavy and depressing, like a sponge that had absorbed too much water. Councillor Oriel's operation had failed. Even though the Parliament had never been able to determine Huang Ying's true strength over the years, she had always been successful in taking action. That was why when Huang Ying volunteered and received permission, Sage seriously reminded her to be careful when doing things. But now, it was clear that Councillor Jasmine's words had been confirmed. Ning Qin was not someone to be trifled with. Sage glanced at the silent Jasmine and sighed softly in his heart. Because now, the Parliament had severely provoked him. Sen Luo's gloomy voice rang out, "Representative Oriel, do you have any experience in failing a mission?" Oriel sneered, her crisp and tender voice filled with hostility. "Senator Sen Luo, are you trying to find out information about me?" Her eyes swept across the people at the round table. "If all of you think the same way, then I'm sorry, but I have nothing to say. Ning Qin is an extremely dangerous person. The Parliament has already become enemies with him, so we must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will become a great disaster." This was the Dark Parliament style of doing things. They would not leave behind any extra trouble. The more troublesome the problem was, the more they had to solve it as soon as possible. Moreover, with the Book of the Chaos as a lure, the Parliament was not willing to give up, so they would certainly accept her proposal. At that time, Ning Qin would have to face the suppression of the entire Covenant of Darkness. No matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Senro raised his hand. Agreed. He was determined to obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. Du Shan was the second to raise his hand. Half of the 6 councillors were in favor. Sage looked at Jasmine, who was still silent. He sighed inwardly and said in a low voice, "I have a different opinion." Huang Ying, Sen Luo, and Lone Mountain immediately focused their oppressive gazes on him. But since he spoke, the sage's choice already expected this. He continued, "Ning Qin is a Grand Master Realm Beast trainer, and it is likely he has a background that you and I haven't discovered yet. It isn't impossible that the Parliament misjudged his strength. If we kill him, it's very likely that it'll lead to unpredictable consequences. It'll bring great trouble to the Parliament, and it might even expose our existence. Therefore, I propose to send 2 representatives to contact Ning Qin and make a final effort to resolve this peacefully. Fellow councillors, this won't take up much time, and it won't expose the existence of the Parliament either. It's just an appropriate display of strength to let Ning Qin know that opposing the Parliament is an extremely foolish choice." Jasmine raised her hand. "I agree with Senator Sage's determination. In addition, if the proposal passes, I am willing to come forward and contact Ning Qin." The temporary speaker had 2 votes, 3 against 3. Around the round table, everyone's eyes gathered. Senator Moonshadow's flaming figure seemed near yet also far away. After several breaths of time, he looked up and said in a calm voice, "I am also a bit curious about this Mr. Ning Qin." Sage revealed a smile. "Just that, When it appeared on his flaming face, it seemed particularly fierce. He looked around at everyone. If that's the case, then I ask Senator Jasmine and Senator Moonshadow to come forward and deliver an ultimatum to Ning Qin. This was indeed an ultimatum. If they couldn't obtain a response, then for the safety of the Parliament, Sage would stop at nothing to destroy him. The Parliament would not allow an uncontrollable threat to exist. Huang Ying screamed, "You are wasting our time." Bang, her figure exploded. Sen Luo and Lone Mountain sneered and left. In the Parliament, the three of them basically had the same opinion. As for Sage, Jasmine, Morningstar, and Moonshadow, they were on the other side. Now that Morningstar wasn't here, with the help of the temporary speaker's 2 votes, they temporarily held the upper hand. But things couldn't be done more than 3 times. This was the second time that Sage had used his authority as the temporary speaker. If he returned without any results, then he would lose the right to speak on this matter. Sage's voice was hoarse. "Then, I will leave the following matters to you 2 senators. I hope that you can smoothly achieve your goal." He stood up and bowed. His flaming body returned to the torch. Purple moon, blue sun, and pretty beauty all quieted down after a sumptuous feast. Although they didn't say anything, according to Qin Yu's speculations, they must have obtained tremendous harvests. Those were over 20 vengeful spirits that they yearned for even in their dreams. Qin Yu couldn't help but sympathize with the Dark Parliament senator who had attacked him, the one called Huang Ying. Her losses were indeed great this time. Of course, Qin Yu originally had no way of obtaining this secret information. This was because once a vengeful spirit was asked a similar question, it would directly blow itself up. But the effects of the 3 beauties' blessing were truly amazing. It forcefully helped Qin Yu extract enough information from the fragments of those vengeful spirits. However, Qin Yu didn't publicize matters concerning the Dark Parliament. Through his subtle probing of the hidden fog sect and Fengqing, he discovered that this seemed to be a secret organization that hadn't been exposed yet. Perhaps this was the reason why after they discovered Yun Dai's existence, they tried to use a tactful method to achieve their goal. This was clearly a weakness that could threaten them. Qin Yu had a faint intuition that they would come again. But this time, it definitely wouldn't be Huang Ying again. This was indeed a regrettable matter. Where there were people, there would be rivers and lakes. In fact, another way of putting it was, where there were people, there would be transactions. And transactions would promote the movement of the market, helping money and materials to circulate according to different needs. Not too far away from the hidden fog mountain where the hidden fog sect was located, there was a massive city. Every day, countless cultivators entered and exited this city and a massive amount of goods were taken in and out. On this day, 2 common-looking teams entered the city at nearly the same time. Then, one person from each team found different excuses to leave. But, the same thing was that when they left, some people in their respective teams were reluctant to part with them. "Miss Jasmine, we will be leaving in 3 days. If you can make it in time, you can come with us." The veiled girl's face was hazy, but just her perfect figure was enough to stir one's soul. She nodded to the several youths and floated away. "Mr. Yu Ying, I will stay in the city for 7 days. My address is, no matter what you need, you can come find me. Thank you, miss, for your good intentions. If there is anything you need, I will." A warm and soft voice came out from his thin lips. He couldn't be considered too handsome, but he had an extraordinary affinity to him. Anyone who saw him would feel close to him from the bottom of their hearts. Stepping off the carriage, the man waved his hand and walked away. An hour later, the veiled girl and the surprisingly amiable man met in a common-looking shop. The 2 of them didn't look at each other, but they had already determined that the other was the person they were waiting for. Thus, when they walked out of the shop, they stood side by side. "Senator Yu Ying, I've already completed my task. I wonder if you're ready?" "Senator Jasmine, don't worry. We will soon be able to see Mr. Ning Qin." The 2 of them stopped. In front of them was an intersection filled with surging streams of people. They stood on the side of the road, illuminated by the beautiful patterns of the street lamps. They were like 2 silent stones in a flowing river. Anyone that walked past them would subconsciously retreat a certain distance away. So, although the two of them were outstanding, there wasn't a foppish playboy like in the stories where a love-struck girl came forward to strike up a conversation. Time slowly passed. Qin Yu ordered Yun Dai to stay in the laboratory. Then, he brought several hidden fog sect masters with him. He looked like a rich young master that was about to go out and stir up trouble. 2 hours ago, he had received an invitation letter. The other party had asked him to meet them. Although the letter wasn't signed, it wasn't hard to guess their identity. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu decided to meet them. If possible, he didn't want to have another enemy with unfathomably deep strength. Of course, he had to make the necessary preparations. Qin Yu didn't want his head to be separated from his body because of a moment of carelessness. An hour before he left, someone from the hidden fog sect had already arrived at the appointed location and met with the two messengers. The other party must have guessed this and was willing to openly appear. Although that didn't mean they didn't have any ill intentions, it was at least a kind of attitude. This attitude meant that they were willing to communicate with him. This was the key to Qin Yu's success. Using the hidden fog sect's transmission array, Qin Yu soon arrived at the appointed location. At the intersection of the busy streets, he saw a man and woman silently waiting under a street lamp. It was unknown what method the other party used, but they also discovered Qin Yu's arrival at the same time. They looked up and nodded in greeting. The hidden fog sect master touched his chest and solemnly guaranteed that once he received any external attack, it would automatically activate. It could resist several all-out attacks from those below the divine Tao. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He stepped onto the appointed time and walked towards the intersection. At this time, there were over a dozen hidden fog sect cultivators scattered around the intersection. They were all waiting with rapt attention, ready to attack at any moment. When he was several steps away from the street lamp, Qin Yu stopped. He cupped his hands together and said, "My name is Ning Qin. I have come by invitation." The man and woman across from him looked at each other. They bowed in return. Jasmine, Moon Shadow greets Mr. Ning Qin. Powerhouses deserved to be respected. Qin Yu smiled. What virtue or ability do I have? This is the first time I have come into direct contact with the parliament, and yet 2 senators have come in person. I am truly honored. Chapter 723. Before arriving at Hidden Fog Mountain, Yu Yin and Jasmine had made many preparations. Since the two of them had a mission to accomplish, they had to do their best to suppress Qin Yu and make him fear him so that he wouldn't become enemies with the Dark Parliament. But today, under the streetlights, before they could do anything, Qin Yu's words overturned all of their preparations. He knew of the Dark Parliament's existence. Moreover, it was clear that he had a certain understanding of the Dark Parliament, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to know their identities as senators. In the deathly silence, Yu Yin's voice sounded out. Just who is Mr.? He began to believe Sage's guess that Ning Qin had an unknown background. People would leave behind traces wherever they went, much less a large-scale organization. It was only because the Dark Parliament had always been low-key and had cleaned up most of their loose ends that they were able to remain hidden in front of the world. But over the endless years, there were still some influences that had sensed the existence of the Dark Parliament. It was just that for some reason, they had remained silent. Of course, any influence that knew of the Dark Parliament's existence and could remain unscathed was inevitably a peak existence with a terrifying strength. At this time, in Yu Yin and Jasmine's eyes, it was highly likely that Qin Yu was one of them. If this was true, then he would have to change some of his plans, otherwise it would cause a great storm. Qin Yu relaxed. Although he had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, avoiding a direct conflict was still the best result. Looking at it now, his plan was correct. He had pointed out the existence of the Dark Parliament at the first moment and disrupted their rhythm, thus temporarily gaining the upper hand. Qin Yu's thoughts raced as he savored her words. He said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What is important is that I do not wish to become enemies with the Dark Parliament." Jasmine said, "But Mr. has already stood on the opposite side of the Dark Parliament. The one who attacked first wasn't me. In fact, I never took the initiative to harm the Dark Parliament's interests." Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's voice was calm. Rather, It was the Dark Parliament that wanted to take away something from my disciple, thus leading to today's situation. The space fell silent once more. This was the second important piece of news that Qin Yu had tossed out. She wasn't sure how much he knew. After a moment of silence, Jasmine said, "The things of this world belong to the virtuous, otherwise it will only bring harm." She acknowledged his words, but didn't reveal the slightest bit of actual information. Qin Yu lightly said, "The thousands of lives of the Ying family have been sacrificed. Their blood can gather into a lake. Is that not enough?" Yu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Does Mr. know what it is?" "Book of the Chaos." His tone was flat, as if he was talking about a stone or a piece of rubble. There was a long silence under the streetlight. Yu Yin and Jasmine exchanged glances with each other, and confirmed each other's thoughts. The person in front of them must have come from some top-notch power, or he must have an extremely high position. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to know such secret information. Just what was his goal in taking Yun Dai as his apprentice? If he simply wanted to take away the chaotic Sky Chronicle, why hadn't he done so yet? These puzzles wove together, covering Qin Yu's black robes in a layer of fog. Observing their expressions, Qin Yu knew that the deceit he laid down had already formed. Now that the hearts of these two people were shaken, this was the best time to take another step forward. "Counselor Yu Ying, Counselor Jasmine, this Ning is an old friend of the Ying family. That's why I'm protecting his bloodline, the only remaining descendant of his bloodline in this world. If the Parliament is willing to stop, this Ning will be very grateful." After giving them an explanation, he seemed even more profound and unfathomable. "I apologize, but the chaotic Sky Chronicle is extremely important to the Parliament. We will not give up on it." Jasmine had a dignified expression. She refused without hesitation. "Since Mr. isn't willing to reveal his identity, then we can only rely on our own methods." Yu Yin nodded. "Next time we meet, I hope Mr. will take care of yourself." Their hearts were heavy. If the Parliament wanted to achieve their goal by protecting Yun Dai, there would inevitably be conflict with the influence behind him. Great waves were about to rise. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Indeed, this matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. As Yu Yin and Jasmine were about to leave, a voice sounded out from beneath the black robes. "Counselors, please wait a moment." Yu Yin and Jasmine looked over. "Is there something else Mr. Ning Qin wants?" Qin Yu said, "I have a proposal. I hope that we can resolve this matter in a gentle manner so that there won't be too much of a disturbance." Jasmine's eyes flashed. "Mister, please speak." Qin Yu said, "I will help the Hidden Fog sect participate in the Beast King War of the Seven Sects. If the Hidden Fog sect wins, then the Parliament will no longer disturb my disciple. How about it?" This was the proposal he had truly prepared after careful consideration. He was gambling that the Dark Parliament would agree. Yu Yin seemed near yet far. His voice seemed to come from the horizon. "Mister, are you serious?" Qin Yu nodded. "If I fail, then I will offer up the chaotic sky mirror with both hands without any complaints." Jasmine deeply looked at Qin Yu. "This matter is not something that the two of us can decide. I ask Mr. to wait for a moment. I will give you a reply within 3 days." Qin Yu smiled. "Take care." Under the street lamps, Yu Yin and Jasmine turned and left. Their figures merged into the flow of people and soon vanished from sight. Qin Yu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. That seemingly peaceful exchange just now had actually been filled with danger. He even suspected that if it weren't for him continuously revealing shocking news that surpassed the Dark Parliament's expectations and brought them into his own rhythm, he feared they would have violently attacked him just now. Up until now, the Dark Parliament had always hidden themselves from the eyes of the world. They were absolutely familiar with killing people to silence them. Luckily, there hadn't been any accidents in the end. Moreover, there had been some extra harvests. It seemed that in the eyes of the Dark Parliament, he had a great background behind him. This wasn't difficult to detect from Yu Yin and Jasmine's actions. If so, then even if he did something despicable in the future, the Dark Parliament would have some misgivings when they attacked him. This could be considered an additional guarantee for their own safety. Letting out a deep breath, Qin Yu turned and left. Not too far away, he saw several infatuated gazes of Yu Yin and Jasmine. He wryly smiled and shook his head. These people had been attracted by the appearance of the two senators, but they likely didn't know that they had just been standing at the mouth of a volcano that was about to erupt. They had taken several trips to the gates of hell. If a conflict had erupted just now, all of them would have been instantly sucked in. At that time, there was no need to think about what would have happened. The hidden fog sect cultivators gathered around. The one in the lead said, "Mister, should we send someone to follow them?" Qin Yu shook his head. "No need. Don't meddle in our affairs, otherwise you will cause great trouble for the hidden fog sect." This wasn't some alarmist talk. With the Dark Parliament's strength, subverting a sect was far too easy. The hidden fog sect cultivator across from him was covered in a cold sweat. He knew of Qin Yu's status as a grandmaster, so he firmly believed his words. For Mr. Ning Qin to give such a serious warning, their background and strength could be imagined. Luckily, he hadn't acted on his own, otherwise it would have been too late for regret. "Let's go." After warning the hidden fog sect cultivator, Qin Yu turned and left. He was only worried that these people would act recklessly and cause a misunderstanding in the Dark Parliament, ruining all of his hard work today. Otherwise, what did the life and death of these hidden fog sect people have to do with him? The Dark Parliament was extremely efficient. The next day after their meeting, Qin Yu received a reply. The Dark Parliament agrees with Mr. Ning Qin's proposal. We will welcome Mr. Ning Qin's arrival on the battlefield of the Beast King War of the Seven Sects. Who, as Qin Yu listened to Yun Dai read out the information from the jade slip, he let out a long breath and smiled. As he expected, the Dark Parliament had agreed. Yun Dai was moved, but there was also a bit of worry and restlessness. She asked in a soft voice, "Teacher, are you really confident?" Qin Yu only told her that he had found the influence that was secretly plotting to steal the Chaotic Sky Chronicle and that he had made contact with them. He mentioned some matters regarding the bet, but didn't go into too much detail. But with Yun Dai's intelligence, it wasn't difficult for her to guess just how strong this other party was. After all, the incident at Hidden Tiger Lagoon was the best evidence. Even someone as powerful as her teacher had been faintly placed in a passive position when facing this other party. They clearly knew that her teacher was a Grand Scholar realm existence. With how strong this other party was, they must have obtained information, and yet they still dared to agree to the bet. From this, it could be seen that they weren't afraid. Qin Yu smiled. "Don't worry. Since I proposed the bet on my own initiative, I naturally have confidence in myself. With the Dark Parliament's strength, since they had agreed to decide victory or defeat in the Beast King War, they wouldn't do anything else." In other words, the danger alarm had been temporarily lifted. Qin Yu looked at the female disciple who was still frowning. "There's no need to think too much. You've been thinking too much these past 2 days. Go back and rest well." Qin Yu's confidence allowed Yun Dai to relax a little. "Yes, teacher." She respectfully bowed and turned to leave, a resolute look on her face. Towards her teacher, she was filled with gratitude. If she could win the bet, that would be the best result. Even if she lost, she wouldn't hold any resentment towards her teacher. But those people could forget about obtaining the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. At worst, she would die and this supreme treasure that could seize the good fortune of the world would be destroyed along with it. The Ying family had lost thousands of lives, so why would she fear death? As Qin Yu watched Yun Dai's back fade away, he could feel the firm and resolute will within her thin body. Praise lit up in his eyes. When a person walked through the world, how could they not hold on to their bottom line? This was also the case for him. Thus, he was even more satisfied with this female disciple he had casually accepted. Of course, Qin Yu wouldn't stare blankly on as Yun Dai stepped onto the road of mutual destruction. This was because his previous stance wasn't just to comfort Yun Dai. The Dark Parliament was indeed powerful, but with the little blue lamp in his hand and the super strong attributes of the Chaotic Sky Chronicle, it wouldn't be difficult for him to roll over a Grand Scholar on the path of beast trainers. Perhaps the Dark Parliament was confident in this bet, but in Qin Yu's opinion, the moment they agreed, the result was already decided. What he needed to consider now was what would happen after the bet. If the Dark Parliament decided to go back on their word, How would he deal with them? After all, the so-called influence behind him simply didn't exist at all. After thinking for a long time, Chinyu let out a deep breath and suppressed all his thoughts. Since there was no solution to this matter right now, he might as well wait and see. Perhaps there would be a favorable turn in the future. Chapter 724. Ju Li and Ji Yun left Mid-Morning City. Following Ji Yun's suggestion, they didn't choose to use the transmission array. Instead, they rode a large passenger airship across the upper Yuan mountain range and then entered the eastern plains. The entire journey would take around 10 days. Luckily, they had left early so they wouldn't miss the wonderful opening of the Beast King War. Ju Li agreeing to ride the airship was in itself a signal of sorts. Ji Yun became increasingly spirited. Along the way, he introduced the scenery, geography, and the stories of powerhouses that had appeared, displaying his profound knowledge. Ju Li didn't dislike Ji Yun's closeness, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to travel with him. But as for whether or not she should confirm her relationship with Ji Yun, Ju Li still hadn't decided. It wasn't that she was dissatisfied with Ji Yun, she just instinctively believed that she had to be extra cautious in this sort of matter. Ju Li, the airship stopped not long ago to replenish supplies. That place just happens to produce a strange spirit fruit. After eating it, it can nourish one's body and preserve one's youthful appearance. You can enjoy the scenery first. I will ask if you can buy it on the airship, Ji Yun said with a smile. After traveling for several days, Ji Yun had recommended some food, and each of them had their own unique characteristics. Ju Li smiled and nodded, but there was one bottom line that hadn't changed. Go. We'll split how much we spend later. This was a rule the two had agreed upon before they set out. They would each bear their own expenses. Ji Yun bitterly smiled and nodded. Ju Li, when will you give me a chance to flatter you? Without further ado, he stood up and left. This was an important reason why Ji Yun was able to obtain Ju Li's favorable impression. He acted with propriety, expressing his feelings without making her feel pressured in the slightest. Hearing such a confession, even though this wasn't the first time, Ju Li still blushed. She turned her head through the thick window to admire the white clouds beneath the blazing sun as they rapidly passed by. The mountains were like dragons, with rivers rushing through them. Occasionally, powerful monster beasts would stand atop the peaks and roar at the airship, warning this massive being that had intruded into their territory. To ride the airship through the world and look down at the world below, Ju Li would never have dared to imagine such a thing a year ago. But now, as she sat on the airship, she suddenly felt as if everything around her was a beautiful and illusory dream. As Ju Li's thoughts drifted away, a figure appeared in his mind without any warning. It was a young man dressed in a black robe. The corners of his mouth curled up in a leisurely and warm smile. He looked very ordinary, but his pitch-black eyes were very eye-catching. Ju Li instinctively wondered when he had seen this scene. It was like the time when she returned home from herding and saw him sitting on a chair, talking to her grandfather. It had clearly only been a matter of a few months ago, but now that he thought about it, it actually seemed especially long ago. She had now changed her fate and become a true cultivator. As for him, perhaps he was still ordinary and would continue to be ordinary in the future. Decades later, she would be the same as she was today, but he would be old and frail, or struggling on his sickbed, or dying amidst the cries of his children and grandchildren, and then turning into soil. Ju Li pursed his lips and suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his mind. Because right now, they were no longer in the same world. She raised her head, looking at Ji Yun who was walking over. His handsome face shone with self-confidence and a high-spirited aura, full of vitality. What Ji Yun didn't know was that a large part of the reason Ju Li was so close to him was because of his soaring and enterprising aura. The man she fancied had to have great ambitions in his heart and work hard to win his future. He absolutely wouldn't be a mediocre person. Ju Li, our luck is really good. There are only 2 fruits on the flying boat, just enough for us to enjoy. They aren't expensive, only 50 spirit stones each. Eat them while they're fresh. Once we get off the flying boat, you can pay me back. Okay. The high-level figures of the hidden fog sect left the laboratory one after another. Although they tried their best to suppress it, they still revealed happy expressions. He was truly worthy of being at the Grand Expert realm. His actions were truly extraordinary. Not only was he able to reverse the backlash in a short period of time, but the Dark Star Ice Serpent had also taken another step forward. In this Beast King War, the Hidden Fog sect was sure to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. If they could obtain the final victory, their harvests wouldn't just be fame. The conflicts between the 7 sects were mostly resolved in the Beast King War. This meant a massive amount of wealth and harvests. Because of this, when Mr. Ning Qin mentioned that he wanted to keep the sect treasure for self-defense, the Hidden Fog sect master hadn't even furrowed his eyebrows before agreeing. This caused the elders who thought the sect master was a coward to have a whole new level of respect for him. As long as they could be on good terms with Mr. Ning Qin, what was a mere treasure? They had sent over 7 blue wonder flowers that the sect owed him. They had heard that Mr. Ning Qin had asked for a 1-1 exchange, so now they had to follow his wishes. Everyone, the Beast King War is about to begin. We need to leave. The Hidden Fog sect master's sharp eyes swept around the hall. This time, my Hidden Fog sect will surely stand out amongst the 7 sect. Yes, sect master. Elders left one after another. They would carry out a series of preparations according to the plan. Soon, only the Hidden Fog sect master was left in the hall. His expression became tranquil and his eyes became gentle. After a long period of silence, he stood up and left the hall. After several steps, he stood high in the skies. He looked down at the entirety of Hidden Fog Mountain, as if he wanted to imprint everything here into his mind. Traces of reluctance, pain, and helplessness appeared in the depths of his eyes. But soon, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was only determination left in the Hidden Fog sect master's eyes. After this matter, the Hidden Fog sect would no longer be shackled. They would be reborn. Half a day later, a giant flying boat shot into the skies. Beneath the gazes of countless Hidden Fog sect cultivators, it howled into the distance. Yundai sat by the window. It was rare that she wasn't reading or studying. Instead, she propped up her chin and casually looked out at the passing scenery. Every once in a while, she would turn her head and look at her teacher's closed door, admiration in her eyes. Even on the road, her teacher didn't relax in the slightest. He was the most diligent person she had ever seen in her life. No wonder her teacher could have his current achievements. And the steady composure he displayed in his efforts gave Yundai a great deal of confidence. Her teacher would win, he would definitely win. In a dim hall, the 6 senators gathered around a round table. They had already obtained news that the Hidden Fog sect was leaving. Lone Mountain's icy voice sounded out. The parliament made a bet with Ning Qin to prevent the Hidden Fog sect from becoming the final victor. If all of their participating spirit beasts die, then we will have already won. Yellow Oriel's eyes brightened. This proposal isn't bad. Limitless smiled, his laughter dark and gloomy. Perhaps we can give it a try. Sage lightly said, the reason the parliament has been able to hide until today is because we keep to all of our promises. This is the only reason those who know won't mention it and prevent the parliament from being exposed. If our team's Qin Yu breaks his promise today, then no one will ever trust us again. Do the 3 senators want to see this happen? Lone Mountain coldly sneered. He rarely spoke, but he was actually the most radical member of the parliament. But what Sage said was right. After he fell silent, this proposal was directly pressed down. Sage continued to say, fellow senators, the parliament has already made preparations. Even if Qin Yu is a true grand expert, it is impossible for him to win. We will win the bet fair and square and then obtain the Chaotic Sky Chronicle. I hope that before then, everyone will remain quiet. This is the respect that should be given to a formidable opponent. The place where the Beast King War was held was a grand city located in the heart of the Eastern Plains. The 7 great sects had fought dozens of times because of this place, but none of them had been able to claim this city as their territory. It was rumored that this city had existed for far longer than the 7 great sects. There was a massive secret hidden beneath the earth. Whoever could obtain this secret could become the true master of this vast plains. And the name of this city was Dragon City. Above the city gates, there were 2 large characters that had been eroded by the passage of countless years. The edges had become blurry and indistinct. But if anyone stood beneath the city gates and looked up, they would feel endless awe in their hearts. It was as if the person who left behind these words in the past had poured a bit of their own spiritual will into them, allowing them to endure the passage of countless years. Legend has it that in ancient times, a large number of dragons were suppressed in Dragon City, and they were ordered around by the original rulers of this world. But later, for some unknown reason, the rulers vanished without a trace, and the dragons in Dragon City also disappeared overnight, Ji-yoon said, his face filled with emotion. Ju Li was shocked. Her eyes became incomparably bright. This world was far vaster than she had imagined. The more she came into contact with it, the more awe she felt. As she listened to Ji-yoon's narration, she looked at the words Dragon City once more. Her vision blurred for a moment before a magnificent picture slowly unfurled in front of her. She saw a great golden dragon. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and there were giant shackles on its head and horns. It was being controlled by a person as it soared through the highest heavens. Then, the person atop the dragon clenched his fists towards the earth. The entire city rose up from the ground and appeared above the plains. Then, he leapt down from the dragon and stood outside the city gates. He lifted his hand and wrote down 2 words. "Ah!" Ju Li cried out in alarm. The picture in front of her rapidly vanished. Ji-yoon stood in front of her, a worried look on his face. "What is it?" Ju Li stared at the words Dragon City in a daze. She constantly recalled the picture she had seen before, because what that person had written down was exactly what she had seen. Could it be that what she saw just now wasn't an illusion, but something that truly happened in the distant past? The guards at the city gates hurried over. The one leading them was a cultivator wearing dragon-patterned armor. He bowed. "Miss, may I ask what you saw?" Ju Li nodded in a daze. "I saw an enslaved golden dragon." As for what happened afterwards, she didn't know why, but she didn't speak of it. Perhaps even now, she subconsciously didn't dare to believe it. The dragon-patterned guard flipped his hand and took out a stone. "Miss, please place your hand on it. Please rest assured that we have no ill intentions." Beside her, Ji-yoon's eyes widened, a look of surprise on his face as if he had seen something unbelievable. He met Ju Li's gaze and slowly nodded. Ju Li hesitated for a moment. She placed her hand on the stone. In the next moment, there was a dragon's roar and the phantom of a transparent dragon flew out. The dragon-patterned guard immediately became respectful. He fell to one knee. After 1700 years, Dragon City has finally welcomed a new guest. Chapter 725. A day later, the Hidden Fog Sect's flying boat arrived at Dragon City. Yoon Dai knocked on the closed door and respectfully said, "Teacher, we're about to arrive." Soon, the faint array formation fluctuations converged and the door opened from within. Chin-yu stepped out, a smile on his face. The Hidden Fog Sect's blue wonder flowers were indeed extraordinary. After using 3 of them, he could clearly feel the remnant annihilating power of space in his body disperse a little. Seeing Chin-yu's smile, Yoon Dai's mind calmed. She walked to the window and pointed down. "Teacher, this is Dragon City." Chin-yu looked over and his heart skipped a beat. This was because the silent and massive city below gave him a familiar feeling. At this time, a loud and resonant rumbling sounded out from the side, interrupting Chin-yu's thoughts. He frowned and just happened to hear a burst of laughter. On the surface of the Hidden Fog Sect's flying boat, many cultivators were frightened and many of them fell to the ground. As they crawled back up, their faces flushed red as they cursed and glared at the flying boat behind them. On this flying boat, a large flag fluttered in the wind. The flag seemed to be soaked in blood, and there was a picture of a centipede and toad fighting on it. The centipede and the toad were pitch black in color. The few strokes seemed simple, but they vividly displayed the charm of the 2 poisonous creatures. It was as if they would jump out of the flag at any time, open their bloody mouths, and devour all living beings. As the Hidden Fog Sect cultivators saw this flag, they stiffened. Although they were still angry, there was a bit more dread in their eyes. Their curses fell to a whisper. Yoon Dai revealed a look of disgust. "Teacher, that is the witchcraft sect. According to what I know of the 7 sects, the Hidden Fog sect doesn't get along with them. Qin Yu nodded. He wasn't a Hidden Fog sect cultivator and he didn't have any plans of getting close to them. Both sides only had a cooperative relationship. Since this matter didn't concern him, he didn't care about the current provocation. On the witchcraft sect's flying boat, as they saw the Hidden Fog sect cultivators' performance, their mocking laughter became even louder. On a tower, a young man in bright red robes leaned against the railing. He arrogantly sneered, "With just this bit of courage, it's no wonder the Hidden Fog sect is declining with each generation. With this sort of trash, do you think you can become enemies with my witchcraft sect?" He turned around and looked at the white-haired old man beside him. "Elder Lian, since we've met, we might as well teach them a lesson." Elder Lian hesitated. "Little ancestor, the Beast King War is about to begin. If we waste our strength, it will only benefit others." Little ancestor was not an honorific title, but his own name. When he first entered the witchcraft sect, he had suffered much ridicule because of this name. But soon, he silenced everyone. Step by step, he walked to his current dazzling position. Little ancestor lightly said, "I know what to do." Elder Lian's eyelids jumped up. He cursed inwardly but didn't dare to reveal anything. He smiled and nodded. "If that's the case, then I ask Little Ancestor to teach the Hidden Fog sect a lesson." Little Ancestor clapped his hands. In the next moment, a ruthless aura erupted from the witchcraft sect's flying ship like a volcano, soaring into the skies. Black mist drilled out of the void, rolling and gathering violently. It actually condensed into the phantom of a giant scorpion. Its entire body was pitch black, and it seemed to be able to swallow all the light that approached it. The surrounding space suddenly became dark. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from the giant scorpion phantom. It carried with it an absolute natural suppression that covered the Hidden Fog sect's flying ship. Spirit beasts whimpered in fear from within the flying ship. 5 auras appeared, each of them condensing into phantoms of their true forms that shivered in midair. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter spread out from the witchcraft sect's flying ship. The Hidden Fog sect spirit beasts are only at this level and yet they still have the face to participate in the Beast King War. Their skin is really thick. Once my sect's spirit beasts are angered, all the Hidden Fog sect spirit beasts will bow their heads. Hurry up and return home, otherwise you'll lose even more face in the arena. Fellow Taoists of the Hidden Fog sect, you should understand that my sect is doing this out of good intentions. This is all so that you won't lose face in front of everyone. Taunting voices sounded out. Spurred on by strength, they rumbled out in all directions. Within Dragon City, a massive number of cultivators had already discovered the confrontation occurring outside the city. All of them revealed excited expressions. Every time the Beast King War opened, the various sects would pressure each other in an attempt to suppress each other's confidence before entering the arena. But today, before they even entered the city, the Hidden Fog sect and the Witchcraft sect had already begun fighting. The only pity was that the scene of them being completely crushed wasn't interesting at all. It's said that the 7 great sects of the Eastern Plains are about the same in strength. But seeing it with my own eyes today, I know that the rumors are far too exaggerated. That's right. The Hidden Fog sect spirit beasts were completely crushed. From this, it can be seen that there is a great disparity between their overall strength and the witchcraft sects. I once heard that the Hidden Fog sect is declining day by day and is no longer at the peak of their strength. Now, it seems that those rumors are true. Buzzing sounds of discussion spread out. The people on the Hidden Fog sect's flying ship all paled and their eyes blazed with anger. Eyes gathered on the tower. Before they even entered Dragon City, the Hidden Fog sect had been ruthlessly humiliated. The high-level figures of the sect wouldn't sit idly by. Yun Dai's face tightened. Although she wasn't a Hidden Fog sect cultivator, her teacher was also on this flying ship. As some ugly words fell into her ears, anger began to rise in her heart. "Teacher," Qin Yu smiled. He waved his hand, "Wait a little longer." Without any benefits, why would he help the Hidden Fog sect? As for the Dark Star Ice Serpent, it was their spirit beast to begin with. If you can control it, then feel free to do so. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Yun Dai quickly opened it and Elder Sai and Rong Wei entered. Mister, I ask that you help restore the hidden fog sect's face. Elder Sai took out a storage treasure. This is my sect's extra reward for Mister. It was their own spirit beast, yet they had to ask others to control it. This was simply the greatest mockery. But no one in the hidden fog sect dared to express any dissatisfaction. Qin Yu nodded, all right. This simple and direct response caused Yun Dai's face to heat up. Teacher, if you did this, wouldn't it damage your own dignity? You should know that you are a Zhongsha through and through. If Qin Yu knew what this female disciple was thinking, he would have snorted disdainfully. What was dignity? Could it be eaten or drunk? Anyone who cared about face was an idiot. There was nothing more practical than obtaining something in their hands. Elder Sai was overjoyed. Thank you, Mister. Even after being extorted, he still had to act gratefully. Yun Dai lowered her head. Teacher was truly fierce. In truth, this was normal. Compared to paying Qin Yu, the hidden fog sect's face was clearly more important. Otherwise, before they even entered Dragon City, their own spirit beast would be pressed to the ground and begging for mercy. At that time, they might really have to turn around and return home. Qin Yu gently stepped forwards. Somewhere within the flying boat, a pair of giant eyes opened in the darkness. Elder Lian glanced at little ancestor's expressionless face and sighed inwardly. Not only had he crushed the hidden fog sect, but he had also torn off their faces and trampled on them without revealing the true strength of the giant scorpion. The sect master naturally wouldn't blame him for this. Rather, he would be even more satisfied with little ancestor. No wonder this young man had always been arrogant in his actions, but he had gained the sect master's trust more and more. In the future, he might even have a chance to become the next leader of the witchcraft sect. Little ancestor's methods are exquisite. After today, the hidden fog sect will never be able to raise their heads in front of my sect again. Little ancestor sneered inwardly. Since he had taken action, he naturally had full confidence in himself. Now that he had knocked the hidden fog sect to the ground, he could take advantage of this opportunity to stop. This way, others wouldn't be able to see through the depths of the giant scorpion. But at this time, little ancestor's heart trembled. He fiercely looked up, his pupils shrinking as he stubbornly stared at the hidden fog sect's flying boat. Roar! Oh, a deep roar sounded out. The temperature between the heavens and earth crazily fell. Icicles appeared in the air, pulled by an invisible strength. They formed the phantom of an incomparably massive spirit beast in the skies. Darkstar Ice Serpent. It opened its eyes. The witchcraft sect's giant scorpion spirit beast phantom wailed as if it had suffered a fierce attack. Black energy scattered in all directions and the giant scorpion phantom rapidly shrank. Its body lay flat on the ground, no longer possessing any of its previous ferocious momentum. Good. The suppressed cheers of the hidden fog sect's flying boat soared into the skies. But the Darkstar Ice Serpent's attack didn't stop here. On the surface of the witchcraft sect's flying boat, a thin layer of icicles began to form. The flying boat's array formation began to revolve and it was greatly affected. Its speed rapidly dropped, as if it had been frozen in midair and thrown off. The hidden fog sect master calmly said, "I thank fellow Taoists of the witchcraft sect for making way." A powerful cultivation poured into his words. Every word rumbled like thunder, stirring up winds and clouds that swept out in all directions. In that moment, everyone subconsciously looked at the flying boat with awe in their eyes. On the witchcraft sect's surface tower, little ancestor's complexion darkened. He angrily coughed and was about to attack when he heard a light voice in his ears. "Whatever, let them go first." Little ancestor bowed. He was normally overbearing and ruthless, but he wasn't without a brain. He could naturally guess the reason. The sect master didn't want to expose too much of his strength here. Humph, the hidden fog sect, once they entered the arena, they would settle the score. The situation instantly reversed. The jeering and questioning voices came to an abrupt end. As the flying boat approached Dragon City, cultivators began to draw back on their own initiative. I knew that if the hidden fog sect can stand proudly above the eastern plains, then they definitely aren't weak. That's right. That spirit beast that appeared last was able to freeze the witchcraft sect's flying boat with just its aura. Its strength is simply terrifying. Humph. I think that the hidden fog sect has been forced to take out their trump card ahead of time. I fear that once they enter the arena, they will be targeted by the other 6 sects ahead of time. After all, that last spirit beast clearly controls ice attribute supernatural powers. Even so, the hidden fog sect hasn't lost any face. As for what the final result will be, it will be decided in a single battle. On the flying boat, the hidden fog sect cultivators held their heads high and chests out. At this time, no one dared to underestimate them. At the window of the tower, Qin Yu had a calm expression. He didn't care about the situation that had been reversed. As he looked at the giant city, a familiar feeling appeared once more. As he approached, it became increasingly strong. But it was clear that this was Qin Yu's first time here, so why did he feel a sense of familiarity towards this strange city? As he got closer, he could clearly see the towering city gates. Qin Yu looked down. Then, the 2 large characters on the city gates were like meteors falling from the heavens, carrying with them an indescribable impact that directly impacted his mind. Chapter 726. At this moment, Qin Yu felt his line of sight rapidly rise. After passing through layers of fog, he saw a fierce battle taking place. A towering giant stood in the endless sea. He held a black iron staff in his hands as he fought a golden dragon. The giant golden dragon's body was hundreds of thousands of feet long. Every scale on its body seemed to be burning with golden flames. As it moved through the sea, its giant body stirred up billions of tons of seawater, forming a terrifying wave that connected the heavens and the earth as it rumbled towards the giant. Ha ha ha. Come. The giant wildly laughed. He raised the black iron staff in his hands and his body began to grow. In the blink of an eye, he was 100,000 feet tall. From top to bottom, it was like a mountain range crashing down from the highest heavens, crashing into the waves and splitting them in half. Woo! The golden dragon mournfully cried out. Its massive body sank to the seabed. The giant took back the black iron staff and leapt into the sea. In midair, he emitted a thunderous roar. From today onwards, the dragon bloodline of this world will be my slaves. Images flashed. The golden dragon's horn and dragon head were wrapped in giant shackles. The other end was held in the giant's hand as he rode it through the highest heavens. Heavenly winds were like sabers, cutting down on man and dragon. There was the sound of metal colliding and sparks splashed out, but they weren't harmed in the least. Stop resisting. Otherwise, I will not spare you. I will make sure that your dragon tribe vanishes from this world. The golden dragon beneath the giant roared. It flew out of the range of the heavenly winds, sorrow in its eyes. Ha ha ha. The giant laughed. Today, I will build a great city to be the dwelling of the dragon race. In the future, without my orders, no one is allowed to take a single step out. Pulling on the shackles, the golden dragon dived down. Soon, a vast plain appeared in the giant's line of sight. The giant grasped a hand and then pulled backwards. With a loud rumble, the earth trembled and a city rose up from the ground. This city will be built for your dragon bloodline. Let's just call it Dragon City. The giant leapt down from the dragon's back and stood in front of the city gates. He drew a finger in front of him and in the blink of an eye, the words Dragon City appeared above the city gates. At this time, the giant suddenly turned around. His eyes seemed to pierce through the barriers of space and time, making Qin Yu feel as if they were looking at each other. After pausing for several breaths of time, the giant grinned and said in a gratified tone, I don't know how many years have passed, but you've finally arrived. I hope. The following words seemed to be erased by some strength. Qin Yu watched as Dragon City rapidly rose up in his line of sight, turning into a beam of golden light that hurtled towards him. His feet swayed and he grabbed onto the windowsill. Yun Dai was admiring the majesty of Dragon City, but as she saw this she was startled and hurriedly supported him. Teacher, what's wrong? Qin Yu shook his head. It's just that I've consumed too much of my energy during this period of time. It's fine. A calm voice sounded out, causing Yun Dai to feel a little more at ease. But, she couldn't see the shocked face beneath the black robes. The giant who had fought against the golden dragon and subdued it was none other than an ancient race being, To think that this dragon city before them was constructed by an ancient race being. This was truly a place that was used to suppress and imprison the dragon race. Could it be that he found it familiar? However, what did the last sentence, "I've finally waited for you," mean? In his soul space, a golden key floated in the air. It wasn't complete, it was only the tip of the key. This was the dragon city that had crashed into him just now. It was also because of this that Qin Yu was sure that what he saw wasn't an illusion. This was because the aura of the ancient lingered around this damaged golden key. It was so strong that it caused his mind to tremble. As for how strong it was, Qin Yu didn't know. But it shouldn't be difficult for it to shatter the heavens and earth with a single punch. But even though Dragon City still existed, the ancient race that built it had vanished without a trace. Had they left? Or had something happened that he didn't know about? The flying boat began to descend. Even though it was one of the 7 great sects, it still had to maintain a certain level of respect towards Dragon City. Qin Yu lightly ordered, "Yun Dai, after we enter Dragon City, help me gather some information regarding the origins of this city." "Yes, teacher." A long time ago, Dragon City had its own protectors. They called themselves the Shadow Clan. From the day that their clansmen were born, they would never take half a step out of the boundaries of Dragon City. Ju Li was currently at the Shadow Clan station. She received the highest level of hospitality. After a luxurious banquet, the Shadow Clan patriarch invited her to enter the holy temple. The doors that had been covered in dust for many years slowly opened with the prayers of the Shadow Clan members. Ju Li stood in front of the long stone steps. She looked up at the magnificent holy temple, a look of hesitation on her face. "Lord Patriarch, I still don't understand why I was chosen by Dragon City. Perhaps you should examine me once more to avoid any mistakes." The Shadow Clan patriarch was tall and had a dignified appearance. He faintly smiled and said, "Miss Ju Li, there is no need to worry. If Dragon City chose you, there must be a reason for it. There is no mistake about this." A fluctuation flashed deep in his eyes. In truth, the Shadow Clan patriarch also couldn't figure out why Dragon City, which had been silent for almost 2,000 years, would choose such an ordinary woman. There was nothing on her that met the conditions recorded in the clan's records. The Shadow Clan patriarch suspected that perhaps it was because someone at her side had given her the ability to sense Dragon City. But through his previous inquiries, he learned that Ju Li's background was ordinary. This severed any possibility of a bloodline, and the man beside her also didn't meet the conditions. Of course, the Shadow Clan patriarch wouldn't question Dragon City's ability. Since it chose this woman, there must be a reason. "Miss Ju Li, please follow me." After a moment of silence, Ju Li followed behind, her fists clenched beneath her sleeves. In truth, she was extremely excited at this moment. Before entering the Shadow Clan station, Ji Yun had explained to her a few things about being a true guest of Dragon City. That was an extremely glorious status. Just this point alone was enough for her status to rise dramatically. She would have the chance to enjoy an even higher level of scenery. After walking down the long stone steps, the Shadow Clan patriarch stood at the entrance of the holy temple and respectfully bowed. He stood up and solemnly said, "Miss Ju Li, please enter the holy temple. No matter what happens, there is no need to panic. Afterwards, bring out the things you took." Ju Li took a deep breath. She nodded and stepped inside. With a single step, she vanished from sight. An hour later, Ju Li was wrapped in an invisible bubble. She had already fallen unconscious, and the slender phantom of a dragon was faintly discernible between her eyebrows. The Shadow Clan patriarch revealed an envious look. He carefully and respectfully placed her to the side and then looked at the things Ju Li had brought out. There were a total of 3 items, a drop of dragon blood, a dragon soul, and a dragon tooth. The Shadow Clan patriarch's face flashed with surprise. He knelt towards the holy temple and said, "Thank you for bestowing upon my clan's highest saintess. May your light shine forever." Quietly, the great doors of the holy temple closed. Yun Dai had used the hidden fog sect to complete the task her teacher had given her in the shortest time possible. She had organized the information and read it out to her teacher. He never took the initiative to look up the contents of the jade slips. This was her teacher's habit, she was well aware of this. Qin Yu leaned back on a soft sofa, nearly sinking into it. His eyes were slightly closed and his expression was light and unfathomable. Around an hour later, Yun Dai placed down the last jade slip. Teacher, it's all here. I have already told the Hidden Fog sect to continue searching. If there are any more harvests, I will immediately inform you. Qin Yu nodded. I understand. He rubbed the point between his eyebrows, relieving the sore discomfort that came from overexerting himself. Yun Dai had announced a great deal of information regarding Dragon City, but there wasn't anything he wanted to find. All of the records only stated that Dragon City had existed for an extremely long period of time, but there was no mention of the people who built it. There were only two possibilities for this. Either too much time had passed and the matters of ancient times had disappeared in the long river of history. Or, someone had deliberately erased the information from that period of time so that current cultivators couldn't investigate it. Qin Yu wasn't sure which possibility it was. He needed more information before he could make a judgment. There was a knock on the door. Yun Dai glanced at her teacher. Qin Yu put down his hand and nodded. Yun Dai quickly walked to the door. She opened it and bowed. Greetings, Lord Sect Master, Elder Sai, Mr. Rong Wei. The Hidden Fog Sect Master had a gentle expression. May I ask if Mr. has the time? We have an important matter to attend to. Yun Dai drew to the side. Teacher is resting. Please enter. Greetings, Mr. The three people from the Hidden Fog Sect bowed. Qin Yu restrained his emotions. His voice was calm. Sect Master, may I ask why you have come to visit? The Hidden Fog Sect Master said, I have just confirmed some news. Yesterday, Dragon City, which has been silent for almost 2,000 years, actually sensed something again and selected a new guest. His face flushed red and there was a trace of excitement in his voice. It just so happened that the information Yun Dai read just now had a description of this matter. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He knew why the Hidden Fog Sect Master was so excited. The Shadow Clan is going to hold an auction? Yes. The Hidden Fog Sect Master took out a dragon-patterned jade archive. We have already received an invitation from the Shadow Clan. One day before the Beast King War begins, they will officially hold an auction. Every time a new guest appeared in Dragon City, they would have the qualifications to be entertained by the Shadow Clan and take out true treasures from the Shadow Clan's holy temple. And according to the rules of the Shadow Clan, they couldn't keep these treasures for themselves. They had to sell them all in an auction. That was why this auction was held. Yun Dai received the jade archive for her teacher. She probed it with her divine sense and soon finished reading it. There was very little information inside. Besides the plainly worded invitation, there were only descriptions of the three treasures. That's right, the only things that had the qualifications to be recorded in a jade archive were items taken out from the holy temple. Dragon blood. It contained a boundless vitality. It could increase a cultivator's lifespan and improve their physique. In theory, it had the ability to repair all mortal wounds. Dragon soul. After a great dragon died, it would leave behind a soul fragment. Because it contained the essence of the entire dragon soul, a cultivator could fuse with it and cause a qualitative change in their soul and greatly increase their cultivation. Dragon teeth. A great dragon's hardest tooth. It was a transcendent treasure for refining. If a grandmaster was asked to forge it into a dragon tooth sword, its might would be unparalleled. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Besides the dragon teeth, the dragon blood and dragon soul seemed to be tailor-made for him. Chapter 727. Shadow Clan. The news of the auction had already been sent out, and it would be held in 2 days before the opening of the Beast Fighting Coliseum. Everyone in the clan was already bustling about. Patriarch, now that the 7 sects have gathered in Dragon City, why should we be in such a hurry to hold the auction? I'm afraid we'll just increase their strength. The one-eyed Shadow Clan elder with a black leather eye patch sighed in worry. Even if it was the rules set by their ancestors, they could still act according to their rights. They could wait until the end of the Beast King War and wash their hands clean of the 7 sects. It had to be known that the Shadow Clan and the 7 great sects stood on opposite sides, even if their relationship seemed harmonious these past few years. The Shadow Clan leader had a calm expression. My clan respects the rules of our ancestors. We cannot leave Dragon City without permission. Even now, our bloodline is showing signs of withering away. Elder One Eye was stunned. He somewhat understood the patriarch's decision. The Shadow Clan needed the profits from this auction to strengthen their clan. The day before the opening of the beast fighting arena was chosen to attract the 7 sects to compete and increase the final harvest. Single Eye, I know what you are worried about, but as long as our clan maintains a certain amount of strength, the 7 great sects will not act rashly. On the contrary, in order to protect their own vested interests, they will even become a barrier for the Shadow Clan. As for the 7 sects increasing their strength because of the gains from the auction, strictly speaking, it doesn't have much of an impact on my Shadow Clan. Over the years, they've tried dozens of times to annex Dragon City, but none of them succeeded. Is the reason really because the 7 sects are at a stalemate with each other? The Shadow Clan leader coldly sneered. The 7 great sects had surrounded Dragon City for many years, trying to obtain its hidden secrets. But even now, they still hadn't found a way to truly control Dragon City. In the end, it was just a pipe dream. Thinking about it, it was laughable. But there was one thing that the Shadow Clan's leader didn't understand. Why were all the items taken out of the Holy Temple unrelated to spirit beasts? This was the first time in the clan's records. Because of the Beast King War of the 7 sects, cultivators from all over had gathered in Dragon City. Unexpectedly, before the Colosseum had even opened, a woman had already been recognized by Dragon City. The Shadow Clan took this opportunity to announce that they would be holding an auction. It had been nearly 2,000 years since the last auction by the Shadow Clan. Even though time had corroded everything, it was impossible to forget the many mystical items that appeared in the last auction. Most of them couldn't be found in the outside world and were extremely beneficial to cultivation. Hence, Dragon City, which was already rather restless, became even livelier as the news spread. Countless gazes converged together, and they were filled with anticipation, excitement, and wild joy. They were waiting for the auction to begin, and they hoped that they would be able to obtain something by spending a fortune. Time passed quietly in this warm atmosphere. Tomorrow, the Colosseum would open, and the 7 sects would officially enter to compete. But today, the atmosphere had been ignited, because the Shadow Clan's auction was about to begin. A moment after the Hidden Fog sect master led the high-level figures of the sect away, another figure quietly left. After entering the streets, the black robes covering his figure disappeared, revealing a handsome and firm face. It was Qin Yu's appearance. He still had a bet with the Dark Parliament that hadn't been concluded. He absolutely could not allow them to discover the true identity of Ning Qin and his desire for the auction item, otherwise it would be ruined. Thus, today, Ning Qin announced that he was going into seclusion to conduct experiments. He wanted to ensure that the Hidden Fog sect would be able to stand proudly in the Beast King War. Qin Yu was like a cicada shedding its carapace. He was like a carp that had entered the river. At this time, he followed the tide of people and soared straight towards the Shadow Clan's camp. A moment later, Qin Yu stopped outside the Shadow Clan's camp. He swept his eyes around and found several sneaky figures mixed in the crowd, constantly looking for someone to talk to. Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile as he walked towards one of them. After a while, he returned with a white jade archive in his hand. He handed it over to a Shadow Clan guard. After the guard inspected it, the guard moved to the side. From start to finish, he glanced sideways, as if he hadn't seen Qin Yu's purchase process. The Shadow Clan were also people and they needed to eat. And where people needed to eat, how could they not have a yellow ox? Obtaining an invitation jade slip was a very simple matter. Ju Li had already accepted the fact that she had become the Shadow Clan's saintess. This was because she had carefully confirmed that she hadn't suffered any losses. In fact, because of the Holy Temple, she wasn't restricted by the Shadow Clan's ancestral rules and had the qualifications to freely enter and exit Dragon City. As for the saintess, because of the existence of Dragon City, she had an extremely high status. To this day, she had received congratulatory gifts from the 7 great sects, many of which were precious. This was the embodiment of status. Thinking back, Julie still felt that this was all an illusion. If it weren't for Ji-yoon being by her side, she would have suspected that this was a dream. How had she suddenly become the Shadow Clan's saintess? She lifted a hand and traced the point between her eyebrows. There, the phantom of a dragon was faintly discernible. Ji-yoon swept his eyes over her and guessed her thoughts. He smiled and said, "Julie, this is a fortuitous encounter in your life. Feel at ease and accept it." At the start, he had been a bit worried about how he would be accepted by his family. He had chosen an ordinary woman, but now this problem had been easily solved. If he could marry a Shadow Clan saintess, a woman with a draconic aura, his father definitely wouldn't oppose it. Julie nodded. Ji-yoon had helped her a great deal that she was able to understand the changes in her status so quickly. But her complexion remained light and she didn't say anything. Ji-yoon forced a smile. "Julie, I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that when I leave home to cultivate, my family forbids me from revealing my identity." At the Shadow Clan's grand banquet, Julie had eaten the same spirit fruit that Ji-yoon had bought on the flying boat. With her intelligence, how could she not know that this fruit was incomparably precious? Thus, she discovered the truth that Ji-yoon had been concealing all this time. Although she wasn't angry, she was actually a bit gratified and happy. But because of a woman's face and modesty, she had to maintain a cold demeanor. Ji-yoon was well aware of this, so he didn't panic. He only lowered his head, believing that he would soon be able to dispel her anger. Someone knocked on the door. Ji-yoon drew to the side. Julie said, "Please enter." The Shadow Clan maid stepped in. Her voice was extremely respectful. "Your Highness Saintess, the Patriarch has asked me to invite you. The auction is about to begin." Julie nodded. "All right, I understand." She stood up and subconsciously took a deep breath. Waves tumbled in her heart. Not too long ago, the shepherdess of a mountain village in a side courtyard was now standing on a stage she had never dared to imagine. And today would be the highest level scene she had ever encountered in her life. But Julie believed that this wasn't the peak, but the beginning of her dazzling future. Since she was lucky enough to become the Shadow Clan saintess, she had to live a wonderful life so that she wouldn't disappoint the favor of the heaven. The white jade archive represented the status of an ordinary guest. When Chi-Yu purchased it, he had clearly been deceived by the yellow ox. The seat wasn't in the front, but in the back, near the corner. However, Chi-Yu didn't care about this. After finding his seat, he sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. Because he had set out relatively late and also because he had spent some time buying the invitation, not long after he sat down, the surrounding noise quickly subsided. The Shadow Clan's auction had begun. Chi-Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing deep within them. For today's auction, he had already made all the necessary preparations. He was determined to obtain the dragon blood and dragon soul. Honored guests, welcome to participate in the Shadow Clan's auction. Nearly 2,000 years have passed since the last auction. My clan still has some meager savings, so I hope that you won't be disappointed. The round stage was brightly lit and soft. The one managing the auction was a Shadow Clan elder. Before this, he had introduced himself, but Chi-Yu hadn't cared. The first auction item is a pill produced by the Shadow Clan. It can increase one's cultivation speed. I apologize, I cannot reveal the materials, but I am sure the results will be satisfactory. The Shadow Clan has 200 cultivation pills, each set of 10 pills. The starting price for each set is 100,000 spirit stones. If any honored guests are interested, please bid. There were only 3 products produced by the Holy Temple. The Shadow Clan had organized such a massive auction, so they naturally wouldn't just be selling them. The Dragon Blood, Dragon Soul, and Dragon Fang would appear at the end of the auction as the finale items. Before that, there would be internal matters of the Shadow Clan being auctioned off. However, this was also the reason why a massive number of cultivators rushed to participate in the Shadow Clan's auction with excitement. Their goal was to obtain all sorts of treasures unique to the Shadow Clan. As for products of the Holy Temple, that was something that only true great figures had the qualifications to compete for. Looking at the entire auction house, just how many people had the qualifications to bid? A slightly arrogant voice sounded out from the side. Little Sister Sun, the pills produced by the Shadow Clan have very ordinary names, but you absolutely cannot underestimate them. I have used several Shadow Clan pills in the past and their effects are indeed amazing. The starting price was 100,000 spirit stones per set. Looking at the fierce competition in the arena, the final transaction price would likely be several times that. In other words, a single Shadow Clan pill was worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. If this young Master Li could eat several of them for cultivation, it could be seen how rich he was. Several surrounding cultivators couldn't help but look over, their eyes filled with shock and flattery. Those that came to participate in the auction didn't necessarily want to buy something, but rather spend some spirit stones to broaden their horizons. For instance, in this corner, 7 or 8 out of 10 people were simply spectators. Ah, Big Brother Li, you can even use such expensive pills. This little sister doesn't even dare to think about it. The female cultivator surnamed Sun's mouth fell open, her face filled with shock. Young Master Li saw everyone's reactions. He pretended to be calm and smiled. It's just a minor matter, not worth mentioning. He sighed. If it weren't for the fact that I angered the old man some time ago and cut off the family's food supply, I would have definitely bought a set and given it to Little Sister Sun as a gift. The female cultivator surnamed Sun was moved. Everyone's eyes changed once more, revealing awe and reverence in their eyes. To casually give away a gift worth several 100,000 spirit stones, this was beyond their imaginations. Young Master Li's eyes swept over the silent Qin Yu from the corner of his eyes. His complexion became a bit ugly. He had moved away from his Little Sister Sun, and when he mentioned swapping places with this person, this should have been a minor matter, but he had been directly refused. Thinking of this, young Master Li's eyes became increasingly unfriendly. He put on a fake smile and said, "Fellow Daoist, would you like to participate in the auction? In any case, I am preparing to bid for an item as a gift for Little Sister Sunday." Everyone had seen the small disturbance of swapping places just now. They knew that young Master Li had done this on purpose to make this person lose face. Qin Yu was expressionless. If there is something suitable, I might bid for it. Oh, this fellow was stubbornly holding on and not willing to lower his head. Chapter 728. Qin Yu felt a bit helpless. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have cared about this person's attitude. He would have swapped his seat with him so he wouldn't have to listen to his nonsense. With his current status, vision, and level of contact, he really wasn't in the mood to waste his breath on this young Master Li, so he simply ignored him. But Qin Yu's silence, in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, became a sign of guilt and a lack of confidence. Several cultivators' lips curled into a mocking smile. The young man was stubborn and cared about his face, but he didn't know that bowing his head and taking a step back was a better choice. With young Master Li's flamboyant personality, if this person didn't bid, he wouldn't let go of the chance to kick him when he was down. They were afraid that it would be even more humiliating later. Of course, if it didn't concern them, they wouldn't care. They would just treat it as a good show. Young Master Li, I am Wen Juguan, originally from Fengxian City. I've been doing some small business these years. I wonder if you are related to the Li family of Dongyuan. A middle-aged cultivator on the left side said with a smile. His body was full of glistening white fat, filling up his seat. Young Master Li subconsciously straightened his back and said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist when has good eyesight. I am indeed from the Li family." "Ah, I didn't expect you to be the young master of the Li family. My apologies for not recognizing you." Fatty Wen's face immediately bloomed into a smile. He sent out a series of flattery and probed with a few indirect questions. "Oh, fellow Daoist when knows brother Lian. Then we are not strangers. I grew up with him and we have a good relationship." Young Master Li's tone was calm, as if he suddenly realized something. In reality, he was bragging, but his skill in acting was so good that no one could tell. Young Master Li was indeed from the Li family of Dongyuan, but he was only from an unremarkable branch. Li Donglian was the second son of the direct bloodline. He had only seen him from afar a few times during ancestral worship. In other words, young Master Li would not know who he was standing in front of Li Donglian. Fatty when looked excited as if he had found a leg to lean on and tried to curry favor with him. The others around also swarmed over like flies. For a moment, young Master Li became the center of the corner. Even though everyone lowered their voices, flattery still filled the sky. The female cultivator surnamed Sun's eyes shined. Looking at her expression, her maiden heart had long since become dizzy, floating away to who knew where. Qin Yu's lips twitched and he simply closed his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He had come here for the final treasure to begin with. He had no interest in the other Shadow Clan treasures. But soon, a strange feeling arose in his heart. That was because he had learned the foundation of the East Root Li family from everyone's conversation. The Li family's patriarch was a powerful cultivator. In his early years, he had befriended a certain beast trainer. Afterwards, that beast trainer soared into the heavens and now had an extremely high status within the Hidden Fog sect. In consideration of their old friendship, he looked after the Li family and supplied the Hidden Fog sect with some supplies, allowing the Li family to have their current status. As for the beast trainer that everyone was so secretive about and filled with, or when he was mentioned, his surname was Rong. In the Hidden Fog sect, if they weren't wrong, then there was only Rong Wei who had a high status and was also surnamed Rong. What a coincidence. But now, Rong Wei already had thoughts of leaving. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Li family would no longer receive the care of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, this young Master Li feared it would be difficult for him to be in such high spirits like he was today. The auction was filled with climaxes. The Shadow Clan had indeed put out many good things, causing everyone to compete for them. But this didn't have much to do with this small corner. Under the increasingly admiring gazes of the crowd, young Master Li won a Shadow Clan accessory worth 30,000 spirit stones. Although his heart was dripping with pain, he still maintained a calm expression. Little sister Sun, this little toy is for you. In a few days, once my family's anger has cooled down, I'll buy you something better. At this moment, as young Master Li looked at the blushing and bashful female cultivator surnamed Sun and the amazed gazes of the crowd, he was filled with satisfaction. The only thing that left him unhappy was that Qin Yu's eyes were closed the entire time, as if he didn't want to see him in the limelight. How hateful. Humph. Fellow Daoist, the auction is already more than half over. If you don't make a move now, I fear you won't have another chance. The later the auction items were, the more expensive they were. Once the finale items were brought on stage, it would be time for the great figures to fiercely compete for them. Seeing Qin Yu continue to rest with his eyes closed, young Master Li sneered again and again. Are you pretending you can't hear me? Qin Yu opened his eyes. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Daoist Li. But now, can you be quiet for a moment? Young Master Li's complexion sank. Calm down, calm down. I can't let this brat anger me and ruin my own image. He suppressed his anger and sat down. He didn't have any interest in speaking and patiently waited for the auction to end. At that time, he would ruthlessly humiliate this brat. Everyone looked at Qin Yu with sympathetic eyes. This young man didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. He would definitely lose all face later. No one cared about what was happening in this remote corner. The auction continued and soon reached its climax. Precious items appeared on stage one after another, causing all sides to compete for them. The atmosphere reached a white-hot climax ahead of time. The number of transactions was so shocking that it left the ordinary auction area silent. This was the stage of the great figures. For a single treasure, they could spend trillions and trillions. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but open his eyes. As he looked at the auction stage, his eyes brightened. But in the end, he restrained his desire to make a move. Although he had made ample preparations, the final competition was bound to be fierce. It was best to be cautious. Another Shadow Clan treasure was auctioned off. This was an ancient blue sword. Light surged on its surface and cracks occasionally appeared within the crystal box it was placed in. This was the damage caused by the invisible sword intent that radiated outwards. Luckily, the crystal box itself was a treasure that had been specially refined and possessed the ability to repair itself. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. In the end, This ancient blue sword was taken away by the Limitless Sword sect. At the same time, it was sold for the highest price of the day, causing countless cultivators in the auction hall to sigh in admiration. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder managing the auction had a ruddy complexion. Because of the violent fluctuations in his mood, his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He picked up a white towel and wiped his face. Then, he drank a mouthful of spirit tea, immediately feeling refreshed. Everyone, the auction of the items prepared by the Shadow Clan has come to an end. Thank you all for your support. What follows next is the finale of this auction. As mentioned in the invitation letter, the 3 supreme treasures that my clan's saintess took out from the holy temple. The Shadow Clan elder clapped his hands. 12 Shadow Clan cultivators formed groups of 4 and each carried a square crystal onto the stage. The 4 corners of the crystal were pierced by chains, the ends of which were locked onto the wrists of the Shadow Clan cultivators that carried it. But at this time, no one laughed at the Shadow Clan's solemn attitude. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 3 crystals. It was a drop of dark red blood, about the size of a knuckle. Just by looking at it, one could clearly feel the boundless vitality contained within. The dragon soul fragment was a faint golden color. Light flowed on its surface, and from time to time, the phantom of a dragon would appear, emitting dragon roars. The dragon tooth was pure white and around a foot long. This wasn't its true length, but rather its ability to change size. The Shadow Clan elder waited for a moment. Then, he lightly coughed, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, in the last 2,000 years, Dragon City has only chosen a single guest. I have no idea how many years it will be before the next auction. Items produced by my clan's holy temple have undergone the test of time. Each one is a peerless treasure that possesses inconceivable abilities. Honored guests that wish to compete, do not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, you will have to wait several thousand years before you have another chance. He paused for a moment and looked around the audience. The first auction item is the blood of a true dragon. It possesses an unimaginably boundless vitality and can temper the body, allowing a cultivator to be reborn. In theory, it can repair all injuries sustained by the mortal body. The starting bid is 1 billion, and each increase must be no less than 1 million. It can be settled with spirit stones, or you can take out treasures of equivalent value that my clan recognizes. Now, let the auction begin. The massive auction house fell silent. Of course, it wasn't that no one made a bid, but that everyone was considering the bottom line of what they could afford. 2 billion. The brief silence was broken by a voice from a box in the VIP area. It was like a meteor crashing into the sea, stirring up millions upon millions of waves. The cultivators in the common area sucked in a breath of cold air, their minds shaking and their minds blanking out. A starting bid of 1 billion was already astonishing enough, but someone had actually doubled the price with their first bid. This sort of extravagance was simply unimaginable. Qin Yu frowned. Although he had already expected this, the intensity of the competition for the final item still surpassed his imagination. Moreover, if he wasn't wrong, the box that was bidding now wasn't from any of the 7 great sects. It had to be known that the 7 great sects were the true overlords of the Eastern Plains. They were also the top alligators of this auction. 1 billion. Limitless Sword Sect. They had just spent a great deal of effort to obtain the ancient blue sword, and now they made their move once more. The Limitless Sword Sect's way of the sword focused on fusing the body with the sword. After reaching a profound realm, the sword was one and the person was the sword. But the sharpness of the sword intent could harm the enemy as well as oneself. Thus, the sword cultivators of this sect had to have a sufficiently powerful mortal body so that they could display their world-destroying sword intent. The struggle for the dragon blood had smoothly succeeded. In the box that had first bid, a middle-aged cultivator bitterly smiled. He hesitated again and again, but in the end he didn't make another bid. It wasn't that he couldn't take out more spirit stones, but this was the territory of the 7 great sects. He had to act with some scruples. If he angered them, then even if he obtained the spirit stones, it would be difficult for him to escape. 2 billion. 3 billion. Moonkeep Tower and Mount Fuyao made their bids one after another. This meant that the competition between the 7 great sects had officially begun. Li Shao let out a long breath, a dazed expression on his face. No matter how much they boasted, it still wasn't true. This was the first time he had experienced such a shocking scene. To them, billions of spirit stones seemed like nothing at all. These were true great figures that soared above the highest heavens. With just a thought, they could cause the heavens to shake and the earth to shake. In this life, he wondered if he would ever have the chance to touch upon such a level again. Li Shao shook his head, suppressing these unrealistic thoughts. His eyes fell onto Qin Yu. Although he was nothing more than an ant compared to these great figures, there were still people worse off than him. Fellow Daoist, the finale items have already appeared. The 7 great sects are fiercely competing with the other great sects, so why aren't you preparing to make a move? If you wait any longer, the auction will really end. The surrounding people regained their composure and looked over. But after suffering such a violent mental blow just now, they couldn't help but feel dispirited as they watched this low-level face-slapping performance. It was just that Li Shao's status wasn't ordinary, so they still had to support him. Looking at the silent Qin Yu, they thought that he should quickly lower his head and admit defeat so that they could focus their attention on the game of money between the adults. This was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. They didn't want to miss a single second. Li Shao could already determine that this boy was just stubbornly holding on. Without waiting for a response, he continued to say, "What? Fellow Daoist has been silent for so long. Isn't it because you want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and confront the 7 great sects? I'm looking forward to it. Brat, just watch as I stomp you into the mud." In his heart, he had already prepared countless words, each one as sharp as a knife. Unfortunately, before Li Shao could use them, his Grandmaster-level verbal cannon was forcefully blocked by Qin Yu's next move. "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Daoist Li. I've been a spectator for so long, so I should exercise a bit," Qin Yu lightly said. Then, beneath everyone's shocked gazes, he lifted his hand 3 billion. His voice was calm and not loud, but it was enough to be captured by the Shadow Clan's array formation. Then, in front of all the guests, the number on the light screen jumped to 30. Chapter 729. 3 billion definitely wouldn't be the final bid for the blood of a true dragon. But, because of this bid, the entire auction house fell silent. On the round stage, the eloquent Shadow Clan elder was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked in this direction. In truth, a bid of 3 billion wasn't too high of a number for the honored guests in the VIP box. But for a guest in the ordinary area to suddenly participate in the game of the highest level of alligators, it had such a shocking effect. Qin Yu could feel countless eyes gathering on him. Beside him, Fatty Wen, young Master Li, and the others nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. But his expression was calm, as if all of this were like a cool breeze or floating clouds. He naturally revealed a calm and steady demeanor. This caused the Shadow Clan elder on the round stage to feel a bit of anger in his heart, as well as a bit of hesitation. Thinking for a moment, the Shadow Clan elder cupped his hands together and said, "May I ask this guest, was that bid just now a mistake?" Disrupting the auction and recklessly driving up the price was a forbidden behavior in any auction house. Otherwise, once it was verified, one would be severely punished. Qin Yu's performance caused him to decide to give this other party a chance. If he admitted that it was a mistake, he would simply be asked to leave the auction house. But it was clear that Qin Yu was serious. So, beneath the countless eyes that looked at him, he shook his head and said, "It wasn't a mistake." Whoosh! A loud clamor rose up from the mouths of the crowd. When the voices superimposed on each other, it was like a giant bird flying over, stirring up a sound wave in the air. The Shadow Clan elder didn't hesitate. He directly said, "Honored guests, because there has been an accident, the auction for the blood of a true dragon will be temporarily suspended." He looked at Qin Yu and said, "Guest, the Shadow Clan auction house has always advocated fairness and fairness. We need to verify whether or not you have the qualifications to bid. I ask that guest cooperate." A group of Shadow Clan cultivators quickly entered the ordinary area. They followed a separate passage and arrived at a remote corner. Young Master Li, Fatty Wen, and the others had already stood up and retreated far away. They looked at the scene in a trance. This was something they never imagined would happen, unless this boy was tired of living and dared to make fun of the entire Shadow Clan. Otherwise, a one-eyed Shadow Clan old man said, "Guest, please show me your invitation letter as well as proof of the amount of money you need to bid." Qin Yu took out the white jade archive, then took out a delicate bracelet from his bosom. The surface of the bracelet was engraved with exquisite and complicated patterns. It was obvious that it was a woman's item at first glance. The one-eyed old man frowned. He could still smell the fragrance of a woman that had yet to dissipate from the bracelet. He furrowed his brows and a sharp look appeared in his eyes. If this kid was really disrupting the auction on purpose, he would not let him off easily. Suppressing the ripples in his heart, the one-eyed old man expressionlessly received the jade archive and bracelet from his subordinate. As he sensed them, his face turned even colder. It was a very ordinary item without any spells on its surface. As he glanced at Qin Yu, the icy coldness in his eyes was enough to pierce through his soul. He lowered his head and probed with his spiritual will. Then, everyone discovered that this extremely imposing and cold Shadow Clan elder seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning. He froze in place. His breathing gradually deepened, and his face became flushed. Even his hand that was holding the bracelet began to tremble slightly. Even the slowest person could guess the result. As they looked at Qin Yu, the mocking and sneering expressions in their eyes instantly vanished. All that was left was confusion and awe. Such a great figure had actually chosen to sit here. Was this a mistake on the Shadow Clan's part, or was this person too low-key? But in today's situation, it was impossible to keep a low profile. Li Shao paled and his heart nearly stopped beating. As he thought of his actions just now, there was only one thought in his mind. He was courting death. This was no different from courting death. Fatty Wen and the others that had surrounded him just now, wanting to kneel down and lick his boots, were now hiding as far away as they could. After offending such a ruthless person, this surname Li was finished. Perhaps the entire East Root Li family would be in great trouble because of this. The one-eyed old man let out a long breath and retracted his spiritual will. He looked up at Qin Yu, his gaze dignified. "Honored guest, I hope that I can take out some of these items to examine. Is that possible?" Qin Yu nodded. "Just take them. I trust in the Shadow Clan's reputation." The one-eyed old man was overjoyed. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you for your understanding. Please wait a moment." He turned and left. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder presiding over the auction said, "Honored guests, please wait a moment. The auction will soon continue." Indeed, it was quick. In just a few minutes, the bracelet was returned to Qin Yu. The one-eyed old man revealed a friendly expression. "Honored guest, I didn't mean to offend you. I hope that you don't mind." Seeing Qin Yu nod and put the bracelet away without examining it, the one-eyed old man's smile brightened. He turned and said, "Honored guest does indeed have the qualifications to participate in the auction of the true dragon blood." Even though they had already expected this, the slightly noisy auction house still fell silent after receiving the confirmation. Hidden Fog Sect Station. Yun Dai sat in her room, her expression dazed and her mind in a trance. 4 hours ago, she had been summoned to the laboratory by her teacher. He had asked her to hand over the storage bracelet and remove all the spells on it. Then, Yun Dai was stunned. She was brought into the interior of the laboratory where she saw hundreds of shadow trees densely packed together. No, it was more accurate to say that there were several hundred completely mature shadow trees. Their quality had reached the peak, and their surface was covered with shadow patterns. And the number wasn't too little or too little. It was exactly the same as the number of shadow tree seeds she had found for her teacher 2 days ago after inquiring about the Shadow Clan. Yun Dai was well aware of what this meant. She was stunned for a long time before she was awakened by her teacher. He helped her harvest all the shadow trees and place them into the empty storage bracelet. Then, she was ordered by her teacher to return to her room to rest. Today, without permission, she wasn't allowed to take a single step outside. Suddenly, the clock in her room began to chime, awakening Yun Dai. She subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the Shadow Clan. This was the time. Her teacher should have already made his move. Shadow trees were extremely difficult to cultivate. The slightest mistake in the process would cause the seedling to die. And they just happened to be an indispensable item for the Shadow Clan to activate their bloodline. Knowing this, it wasn't hard for Yoon Dai to guess what her teacher's goal in cultivating such a massive number of shadow trees was. Perhaps, including the 7 great sects, none of the influences that participated in the auction thought that before the auction began, someone had already locked onto certain items in advance. This was because the shadow trees were a price that no one in the Shadow Clan could refuse. She could only hope that everything went smoothly for her teacher and that nothing happened to him. Those that disturbed things weren't welcome. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder managing the auction was instantly all smiles. Honored guest, please forgive my clan's mistake as well as our previous negligence towards you. If you are willing, please move to the VIP area and continue to participate in the auction. Qin Yu shook his head. There's no need. Let's continue. Although he was Mr. Ning Qin's secret disciple and not many people knew of him, there was still a certain risk in exposing himself to the eyes of so many people. If it weren't for the fact that he could borrow this identity and use the strength of the Hidden Fog sect to escape if an accident occurred, Qin Yu would have changed into another stranger and appeared here. The Shadow Clan elder smiled. Good. Since honored guest doesn't wish to delay, then let the bidding for the true dragon blood begin again. 1 billion. The one who bid was actually from the Hidden Fog sect's box. Qin Yu's lips twitched. But no matter who bid today, they were doomed to return in defeat. The reaction of the Shadow Clan people just now had already confirmed his speculations. Within the storage bracelet, there were 452 mature high-quality shadow trees. These were the most scarce resources of the Shadow Clan, and scarcity represented a premium price. Unless someone could take out something that could move the Shadow Clan even more than these shadow trees, then sorry, he would have to take the dragon blood and dragon soul, 4 billion. Qin Yu lightly said. He decided that he wouldn't delay any longer and would finish this battle as soon as possible. The Witchcraft sect's box bid, 1 billion. Qin Yu lifted his hand, 5 billion. There was a deathly silence. At this time, everyone participating in the auction was shocked by Qin Yu's actions. To increase the price by 1 billion, besides showing that he had to obtain it, it also showed his deep wealth and confidence. And the Shadow Clan remained silent, indicating that they recognized that Qin Yu's bid was within his acceptable range. Humph. A cold snort came from the Witchcraft sect's box. Then, there was silence. It was clear that Qin Yu's bid had touched their bottom line. On the round stage, the Shadow Clan elder pointed a finger. This honored guest has bid 5 billion spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? After several breaths of time, he slammed down his gavel. Good, I announce that the auction for the true dragon blood has ended. Congratulations to this honored guest. Sparse applause sounded out. Most people could feel the gloomy and icy cold atmosphere coming from the noble box area. Within the sphere of influence of the 7 great sects, they had been suppressed by an unknown outsider. This naturally caused them to lose all face. The crystal sealing the dragon blood was taken away and the auction continued. The Shadow Clan elder said, the second final auction item is a fragment of the true dragon's soul. This fragment may only be the size of a palm, but it is actually condensed from the entire dragon soul essence. Once a cultivator absorbs and refines it, it can help their soul undergo a qualitative change. There is also a small chance that they will be able to obtain dragon prestige and other secret dragon race arts. The starting price, markup, and transaction methods are the same as the dragon blood. If any honored guest is interested, please make your bid 5 billion. A calm voice sounded out. The atmosphere of the auction that had relaxed a little suddenly fell silent. Qin Yu was expressionless, as if the one bidding wasn't him. His eyes drooped, isolating himself from all the shocked gazes. In the VIP box area, boundless auras rose up, locking onto Qin Yu from afar. The dragon blood had already been taken away and yet he still wanted the dragon soul? Did he really think that the 7 great sects were made of mud? From the Witchcraft sect box, the cold voice of the person who just snorted echoed out. Fellow Daoist, don't you think your actions are a bit too excessive? Array formation runes appeared around Qin Yu's body. This was the support of the Shadow Clan to ensure the safety of the auction, helping him offset the pressure from the outside world. He bitterly smiled. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have been so aggressive. But he had to take away the dragon's soul. In an auction transaction, the highest bidder wins. I do not believe that my actions are wrong. The Shadow Clan elder said in a deep voice, "Honored guests, please restrain yourselves. If you forcefully disrupt the auction process, you will be blacklisted by the Shadow Clan." After a brief silence, a sneer came from the witchcraft sect box. Very good. If that's the case, then the highest bidder wins. The witchcraft sect bids 10 billion. The dragon soul was a necessary item to cultivate certain extinct GU insects, so it was impossible for them to give it away like the dragon blood. However, the witchcraft sect absolutely wouldn't pay this 10 billion for nothing. Whoosh, everyone lowered their voices, their expressions shaken. It was clear that the witchcraft sect was determined to win this bid. The other 6 sects remained silent. It was clear that they didn't want to compete with this price any longer. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. If he continued to bid, he would inevitably offend the witchcraft sect. But he had no other choice. He lifted his hand, 11 billion. The entire audience fell deathly silent. From the witchcraft sect box, a cold and gloomy voice sounded out, "You have won." These simple words were spoken without any further words. But they caused everyone to shiver from the depths of their bones and souls.